of India. Right, let us move to questions to the Prime Minister. Neil Coyle.
Number one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I wish all members of this House a Happy New Year. And Mr. Speaker, our thoughts, of course, are with those affected by the recent flooding, and we thank the responders who are working hard to keep communities safe. Mr. Speaker, this week we published our elective reform plan to rebuild our NHS and end the Tory backlog. We will deliver where the previous government failed, empowering patients, boosting productivity, more care in the community and incentivising reform. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House. I shall have further such meetings later today.
On behalf of everyone in Southwark, and I hope the whole House, can I offer the Prime Minister condolences on the loss of his brother over Christmas and wish everyone a Happy New Year. Last July, the public overwhelmingly backed Labour's manifesto commitment to halving violence against women and girls. Can the Prime Minister set out how today's vote on the Children's Wellbeing Bill is a crucial step to delivering that promise, to protecting children, and without the delay of an unnecessary further lengthy inquiry?
Can I thank him for his remarks about my brother and the other colleagues who've sent me remarks. Mr. Speaker, he raises a very important issue. Violence against women and girls, abuse, child sexual exploitation are sickening. Many victims have been let down for a very long time by warped ideas about community relations and the protection of institutions. Mr. Speaker, he raises the question of inquiries. There have been a number of inquiries, both national and local, including one covering Oldham, and reasonable people can agree or disagree on whether a further inquiry is necessary. This morning I met some of the victims and survivors of this scandal, and they were clear with me that they want action now, not the delay of a further inquiry. The J inquiry, the last national inquiry, was 7 years, which would take us with a further inquiry to 2031. I think action is what's required. But whatever your view, whatever anyone's view on whether a further inquiry is needed, what I find shocking is that anyone in this House would vote down the Children's Wellbeing Bill this afternoon, which is vital protections for the most vulnerable in our society. And I urge the Leader of the Opposition to withdraw her wrecking amendment.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House has heard that the Prime Minister lost his brother during the Christmas period. So can I offer him, on behalf of my party, our sincerest condolences. The new year has started with a focus on the decades-long rape gang scandal. Across the country, thousands of girls were tortured and sexually abused at the hands of men who treated them as things to be used and disposed of, destroying many lives forever. The Prime Minister has mentioned previous inquiries. He is right. There has been an inquiry into child sexual abuse, but it wasn't about the rape gang scandal. In its 468 pages, it mentioned Rotherham just once. Is the Prime Minister confident that we know the full extent of rape gang activity?
Prime Minister.
Can I first thank her for her condolences, and can I thank her for reaching out over the Christmas period when I lost my brother? I really did appreciate that, and I appreciate it today. Mr. Speaker, on the question of a further inquiry, there have been a number of inquiries, some of them localised, including the Mayor of Manchester's inquiry recently, and of course a national inquiry Professor Jay carried out, took 7 years, had 20 recommendations, none of which actually were implemented by the party opposite when they were in government. Now, this is a really serious issue, and we must focus, obviously, on the victims and survivors. There's no fixed view on the victims and survivors about a further national inquiry. There are mixed views. But there is a view, and I share this view, that what is needed now is action on what we already know. We already know, myself from personal knowledge when I was Chief Prosecutor, that warped ideas, myths and stereotypes about victims are at the heart of this. We've known that for a decade. The Jay report called for mandatory reporting. I called for it 11 years ago. What we need now is action. What can't be tolerated is the idea that this afternoon members opposite will vote down a bill which protects children, include Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me just. One of the provisions in the bill is to protect children vulnerable today who are out of school to prevent abusers ever taking those children out of school. I implore members opposite to defy the misleading leadership of the Leader of the Opposition and vote for a really important bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked that the Prime Minister would say that actions were not taken. He knows full well that we accepted 18. He knows full well that we accepted 18 of the 20 recommendations in the J inquiry and went further, launching a gangs task force that found 550 more perpetrators. That shows that there is still work to be done. In Rotherham alone, there have been over 1,400 victims. Across Oldham, Bradford, Bristol, Rochdale, and dozens more towns, there have been thousands more victims, but no one has joined the dots. No one has the total picture, and it is almost certainly still going on. One victim from Telford, and I know he says that victims have different views. We have different views across this House. But one victim from Telford says she wants a national inquiry because it will hold people accountable in a way that previous inquiries have not. Correct. It is very possible to have actions, take on more, and still have a national inquiry. So why won't he listen to victims and launch a national inquiry which would have the power to summon witnesses and make them give evidence under oath?
Mr. Speaker, she says they accepted the recommendations. They didn't act on them. Exactly. One of the central recommendations was mandatory reporting, and it still hasn't been enacted. I called for this 11 years ago. They've been tweeting and talking. We've been acting. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has been an MP, I think, for 8 years. Her party have been in government for 7.5 of those 8 years. She was the Children's Minister. She was the Women's and Equalities Minister. I can't recall her once raising this issue in the House, once calling for a national inquiry. It's only in recent days she's jumped on the bandwagon. Now, Mr. Speaker, in fairness, if I'm wrong about that, and she has raised it, then I invite her to say that now, and I will happily withdraw the remark that she hasn't raised it in this House in the 8 years that she's been here until today.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is being very specific because I have raised this issue. I've raised it in speeches. I've raised it publicly. He knows that as a minister, I would not have been speaking on this specific issue. I was not a Home Office minister. But Mr. Speaker, I will remind him about other victims who came to me who I did help. The victims of the Tavistock scandal who came to me as a minister. I didn't send them away like his safeguarding minister. I made sure, as his Labour Party were calling me transphobic, that we launched the CAS review, which even his Health Secretary has accepted. So we do right by victims, Mr. Speaker. The reason why a national inquiry is important is because this issue is systemic. It has been involving local and national officials, the police, prosecutors and politicians. He talks about some of the local inquiries, but these interlinked issues cannot be covered by local inquiries alone. In fact, the leaders of the Manchester inquiry resigned because they couldn't get evidence, they couldn't summon witnesses, and not a single person in a position of authority has been held to account. The Prime Minister called for 9 inquiries in the last Parliament. Does he not see that by resisting this one, people will start to worry about a cover-up?
Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue, and we have to focus on the victims and survivors. And it isn't helpful. This sort of lies and misinformation and slinging of mud doesn't help them one bit. Mr. Speaker, she raised a question of a victim with me, and quite right to, and I accept that victims and survivors are in different places on this. those that I've spoken to are worried about the delay of a further inquiry. The last inquiry took 7 years. That would take us to 2031. Now, these inquiries, amongst the issues that's been raised with me, and if she's been speaking to victims, they'll have raised this with her, is that it's very hard for victims and survivors to come forward to explain what's happened to them. They do not want to be rushed through this process, which is why the last one took 7 years. It's not sensible to suggest that this can be done in a hurry, on the cheap and comprehensively. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, that would take us to, let's say, 2030, 2031. The victims that I've spoken to want action today. I agree with them on that. But what I don't understand, I genuinely don't understand, is why anybody today would vote against the Children Wellbeing Bill, which will protect children who are vulnerable today. It will kill the bill. It will stop those provisions for children exposed at risk today. I implore them, vote for the bill. Don't wreck this in this misguided way.
Mr. Speaker, it is very possible to have shorter inquiries, especially if they are covering areas that have not been looked at yet. We don't need to repeat the work that has already been done. Let's look at new areas. Former Labour MP Anne Pryor said that there were councillors and MPs all over the country who knew what was going on but were terrified of being labelled racist. A national inquiry would ask if there was a racial or cultural motivation to some of these crimes where white girls were seen, as Jack Straw said, as easy meat. The member for Rotherham was sacked from Labour's front bench for speaking out about rape gangs. Does the Prime Minister now recognise that sacking people for telling the truth creates a chilling effect that means victims aren't listened to?
Well, I'm very happy to call out anybody who hasn't acted properly in these cases. I've done it many, many times before, and it doesn't matter to me which political party they're in. I'll call them out and I will condemn them. Mr. Speaker, when I was Chief Prosecutor, I took measures to confront this head-on. The first of the mass prosecutions for an Asian gang was in Rochdale. My team came to see me. It put a number of Asian men in the dock. They wanted the green light for the first of these cases to take place. I gave that green light, but on one condition, because it came to my attention that one of the men that was going into the dock had previously been arrested but not charged. And I said, you can bring the first of these mass prosecutions, but only if you look back at the file where we weren't charged and tell me what went wrong with a report so that I can start to put it right. And that's what started the reforms I brought about. So that's the approach I took in practice, whilst others were tweeting and talking. It's the approach I would take now in any case where there's wrongdoing here. But what we've got to do now, Professor Jay has said this, we have had a number of strong findings. There are 20 on the table from Professor Jay. We've got to get on with action. Don't block it this afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, we need to focus on what this is really about. This is not about the Prime Minister's work in the CPS. And I would say very respectfully to the Prime Minister, it's not about you, it is about the victims. Be a leader, not a lawyer. We know that people were scared to tell the truth because they thought they would be called racist. If we want to stop this from ever happening again, we cannot be afraid. The Labour Party has adopted the APPG definition of Islamophobia. That same APPG report said talking about sex groomers was an example of Islamophobia. This is exactly why people are scared to tell the truth. And the lack of clarity means that innocent British Muslims are smeared by association. That is not fair, and only a national inquiry can solve this. So will the Prime Minister look again at the Labour Party's adoption of the definition of Islamophobia, its chilling effect, and rule out introducing it in government?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will call out any aspect that has prevented anybody coming forward or any case going forward when it comes to violence against women and girls, child abuse or child sexual exploitation, as I have been doing now for the best part of 15 years. But, yes, some people will say there should be a further inquiry. But that does... I accept that, but that means all the victims and survivors who are going to give evidence need to be in a position to do so. Not all of them are. I've been speaking to them. There are some that do think they are. It will take time. All of the institutions will have to give evidence. That will take time. This will delay things till 2031 also. But we all, Mr. Speaker, we already know what the major flaws are. And my argument is we should get on with that action. And that's why we're bringing forward the bill this afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has effectively told us that he's not able to do two things at the same time. This issue of a delay is a weak excuse, and I would say to him that by refusing this inquiry, he is enabling those people who wish to smear all British Muslims based on the actions of a small minority. He is talking about distraction tactics. Let us have the truth. The Prime Minister cannot tell the House the full scale of the scandal. He doesn't want questions asked of Labour politicians who may be complicit. He won't listen to the victims. He won't listen to the victims who are calling for a national inquiry. He is making this all about a bill this afternoon. Later today, he will tell Labour MPs, including in Telford, Rochdale, Bristol, Derby, Aylesbury, Oldham, Bradford, Peterborough, Coventry, Middlesbrough, Newcastle, Ramsgate, tell all of these people to vote against a national inquiry into the gangs which have systematically gang raped children in their constituencies. This is one of the worst scandals in British history, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry? This is a very, very important issue that does matter to the country. It matters to all our constituents. I want to make sure they can hear what's being said by the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the worst scandals in recent British history. But how are they going to explain to their constituents that obeying his whip is more important than doing the right thing?
She's right to say it's one of the worst scandals. It's terrible. That's why I acted on it. Her recently acquired view that it's a scandal, having spent a lot of time on social media over Christmas, not once in 8 years did she stand here and say what she's just said. Not once in 8 years. They didn't act on the recommendations. They want a national inquiry. We had a national inquiry, the J inquiry, the J report. 20 recommendations, not a single one implemented. Not a single one implemented. And she said you can do two things at once. You can't kill the bill this afternoon, wreck that bill, and protect children. There was Mr. Speaker, there was a dreadful case of Sarah Sharif that everybody will remember. This was the girl taken out of school and abused by an abuser. The bill this afternoon fixes that gap. And I know, I'm looking across, I know there are honourable members on the benches opposite who know very well that what's in this bill is necessary, that it's the right thing to do, and that would want to vote for this bill. I urge them to think twice about following this short-sighted, misguided, bandwagon-jumping approach of the non-leadership of the Leader of the Opposition. I urge them to.
Speaker, my constituent, Anne-Marie, and countless other armed forces families across Aldershot and Farnborough are living in shabby military accommodation that simply isn't good enough after 14 years of Conservative neglect. So can I welcome the Ministry of Defence plan to buy back thousands of homes in my constituency? And will the Prime Minister set out how sorting out this bad deal left behind by a past Tory government will make life better for Anne-Marie and others like her living in the home of the British Army?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for her question? And we all owe extraordinary debt of thanks to those who serve. Mr. Speaker, by reacquiring over 36,000 service family homes, including 1,700 in my honourable friend's constituency, we can rapidly transform substandard accommodation. The deal that we've done also saves the taxpayer around £230 million per year in rent, and of course it follows the largest pay rise for the armed forces in over 20 years. There is of course still work to do, but this is a major step forward.
We now come to the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year to you. And can I join others by offering my personal condolences to the Prime Minister on the loss of his brother? And can I take this opportunity to express my sadness at the passing of a much-loved member of the Liberal Democrat family, Baroness Jenny Randerson. Mr. Speaker, fixing the care crisis is urgent. For the millions of people, elderly and disabled, who are not getting the care they need, for the millions of family carers who are making huge sacrifices to fill the gap, for the NHS, where over 12,000 people are stuck in hospital beds because they can't get out of hospitals, the care is not there for them. The Prime Minister is right to say we need a cross-party approach today, but as Sir Andrew Dillot has said today, that needn't take 3 years. So will the Prime Minister please speed up this work so 2025 is the year we finally rise to the challenge of fixing care?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for raising this important issue and thank him for his condolences. Yes, it is right we need to get this right. I want a cross-party consensus on this and invite him to work with us on this, as I know he will. But it is important, and he's right to say we need some action now as well. And that is why it's important I point out the immediate action that we've taken, the £3.7 billion of additional funding in the budget for social care, another £86 million to allow 7,800 more disabled and elderly people to live more independent lives, and of course the increased carers allowance. And the way in which we've set this up is in stages so that we can act and improve as we go along, but making sure that we've got consensus for the bigger changes that may be proposed in the review. And I do invite him and members across the House to work with us on this so that we can get this right and make sure that what we put in place endures beyond just a few years. Thank you.
Fred David.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid if the government doesn't bring in these long-term social care reforms this year, their NHS reforms, this Parliament will fail. So I hope he will revisit the timetable. But moving on, Mr. Speaker, while the honourable member for Clacton may miss out on his big allowance from Elon Musk, the spectre of the richest man in the world trying to buy a British political party should give us all pause for thought. And after years of the Conservatives taking millions in pounds of Russian money, will the Prime Minister now work with us to bring in long overdue reforms of party funding so that power in this country lies with the voters and not wealthy overseas oligarchs?
I think we all had a smile on Sunday when the honourable member said how cool it was to have the support of Musk, only for Musk to say he should be removed. Just a few hours later, that's the rough and tough of politics. And of course, we're looking at the question of funding more generally.
Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the efforts this Labour government has made to reset our relationship with the European Union and to seek to remove unnecessary trade barriers. The trading links between the UK and mainland Europe are of particular importance to my constituency of Ashford. So would the Prime Minister support my efforts and those of other Kent colleagues to restore international train service to Ashford International Station that will help economic growth in my constituency, Kent, and wider South East?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this question. Businesses in his constituency have been badly let down by the deal of the last government, and we, of course, are resetting and strengthening that relationship on the economy, on energy, on security to deliver the growth that we need. I know this is an issue of considerable frustration to his constituents. The decision in question, Mr. Speaker, is ultimately for Eurostar, but we are keen to see international services reinstated to Ashford as soon as possible, and I would be happy for the Rail Minister to update him on the latest discussions.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by doing something unusual, which is to commend the Prime Minister on his earlier answers to the Leader of the Opposition and, of course, to pass on my party's condolences to him for the loss of his brother. Outside of this place, temperatures continue to plummet. Energy bills continue to rise, and the winter fuel allowance has been unacceptably taken away from so many vulnerable pensioners. Now, the Prime Minister intimated prior to Christmas that he had no regrets about any of the decisions that he has taken in office. Does he understand that the public do?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for his condolences. We took some tough decisions. They led to a budget which delivered the largest settlement since devolution began to Scotland. If he thinks we should now reverse that, then he should say so. What it's done is it's given the money, so now the SNP have the money, they have the power, and no more excuses for the non-delivery that we see in Scotland. If he wants me to reverse that, he should say so.
Sir Rushworth.
Mr. Speaker. Feeling safe in your own community is among the most basic of human needs, but after 14 years of Tory cuts to Durham's frontline police and breaking the criminal justice system, too many of my constituents are victims of violence, theft and antisocial behaviour, and these crimes too often go unpunished. Now, I know the Prime Minister's had a lifelong commitment to protecting victims, so what assurances can the Prime Minister give my constituents that our new government will be tough on crime and on the causes of crime?
Mr. Speaker, he's right to raise this important issue, and I have to say, when he said there were cuts to polices and somebody said boring, I think that somebody opposite to boring, that tells you everything you need to know about the last 14 years. He's right. We need to crack down on those committing vile acts in our communities, and that's why our plan for change puts 13,000 extra police and PCSO officers into neighbourhood policing, 3.5% real terms increase, and of course tough new respect orders. Where they lost control, we'll take back control and deliver safe and secure communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Dipak first opened the doors to his pharmacy in 1991, and he's been serving the Chelmsford community ever since, greeting many of his patients by name. But Dipak's business is struggling. His NHS contract no longer covers the cost of the drugs he has to dispense. For example, he's sometimes been forced to pay over 100 times more for a particular mental health drug than his contract provides. Dipak is dipping into his life savings to keep his pharmacy afloat, and I'm sure that many other pharmacists across the country are doing the same. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that no pharmacist should be forced to use their own money to keep their pharmacy viable?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for raising this really important and challenging case? Community pharmacists like Dipak play a vital role in our health service. And as she knows, the Department of Health and Social Care sets drug tariff prices and regularly assesses what pharmacies are reimbursed to ensure overall they're paid fairly. If she would prepare to share the details further with me, I will look and have a review by the team of the particular case that she's raised with me. Thank you.
Mark Seward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I was honoured to accept an invitation from the European Jewish Association to go to Krakow and discuss the role of Holocaust education in tackling the rising tide of anti-Semitism across Europe. We also visited Auschwitz and Auschwitz-Birkenau, where we laid wreaths and paid tributes to the many victims of the Holocaust. Given that this month marks the 80th anniversary of the liberation of those evil places, will the Prime Minister set out what this government is doing on Holocaust education to ensure that never again means never again?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this. Anti-Semitism is completely abhorrent and has no place whatsoever in our society. Mr. Speaker, I recently met with Jewish community leaders in Downing Street to discuss what further we can do to combat anti-Semitism, and that includes allocating £54 million for the Community Security Trust to continue their vital work, committing to building a new Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre, and providing at least £2.2 million to continue the funding lessons from Auschwitz. And I look forward to working with others on those important proposals.
Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses like Hicks in Harpenden, charities like the Hospice of St Francis in Berkhamsted, health and social care providers like the Elms Medical Practice in Harpenden, a GP, are amongst those up and down this country who are warning the government about the negative impact of the proposed changes to national insurance contributions. When will the Prime Minister heed those warnings and, at the very least, look at exemptions for health and social care providers like they have for the NHS?
Prime Minister.
Thank you for raising this. Look, we had to deliver a budget to wipe the slate clean and to deliver the stable basis for our economy and at the same time repair our public services. That's why we invested £25.6 billion over 2 years in the NHS, including additional funding for GPs and for hospices. And we are taking measures to ensure that funding is there to support our vital services.
Mr. Speaker, every week I visit constituents in my Hackney South and Shoreditch constituency living in the most appalling, overcrowded social housing, some with triple bunk beds in the bedroom and the parents on a sofa bed in the living room. The nearest available property to buy would be £500,000, and it's out of reach for these hard-working families. I really welcome our government's commitment to 1.5 million new homes. Will the Prime Minister agree that we need clear targets for the number of social housing units so that families in Hackney can live in dignity?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to her for raising this, and she describes an appalling situation when it comes to housing, and one will be familiar to a number of MPs on both sides of the House. And that's why we will deliver the 1.5 million homes that we desperately need across the country. She's right, and the budget announced £500 million into the Affordable Homes programme, which is hugely important, £100 million of that going to the Greater London Authority. And we will also, Mr. Speaker, reform the right to buy to deliver a fairer, better value, a more sustainable scheme where long-standing tenants can buy their own home.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Cornwall, in the last 10 years, over £500 million has been handed to holiday homeowners through various tax loopholes, etc., whilst local families are being evicted from their homes to make way for yet more holiday homes as the housing crisis deepens and worsens. The 6 MPs in Cornwall are determined to reverse this situation and to address these issues before the end of this Parliament. Will the Prime Minister agree to meet us so we get the full backing of government and deliver first rather than second homes for the good of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly?
Prime Minister.
I thank you for raising this. We are committed to building those 1.5 million homes, and that includes 4,500 new homes every year in Cornwall. But I do recognise the point he makes, which is that excessive concentrations of short-term lets and second homes in places like Cornwall can impact the availability and affordability of homes. That's why we'll enable councils to charge a premium on the council tax bills of second homes, abolish the furnished homes let regime and introduce a registration scheme for short-term lets. But I am happy to make sure that he and his Cornish colleagues do get the meeting they want with the Housing Minister to discuss that further.
Joyce Fenton-Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to using the criminal justice system to tackle violence against women and girls. But when an abuser can use a child custody battle to continue their abuse, as happened in the case of one of my constituents, it is clear that we need to raise the issue in the civil courts too. Will the Prime Minister please look at ending the absurd assumption that a domestic abuser's involvement in a child's life is advantageous to their welfare?
Prime Minister.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's right, Mr. Speaker. Family courts must never be a tool that domestic abusers can use to continue their appalling abuse. And that's why we're expanding the number of new Pathfinder courts to provide dedicated support to survivors and protect the welfare of children. We are reviewing the presumption of parental involvement and we'll set out our position in due course. And I'll make sure that he meets the relevant minister to discuss this further.
Christine Jolly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of the Liberal Democrat leader and others today? Happy New Year to everyone, but 2025 is already proving a challenge for many of my constituents. Pensioners, families, small businesses, the hospitality industry, GPs, social care, as others have said. They know that the SNP has failed to deliver for Scotland. They hear when the Prime Minister says that the Conservatives left the economy in a mess, and they know that governments make difficult decisions. But what they are asking me is, when is this government going to do something positive for them to overcome the negative impacts they are facing from the budget?
Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Can I just address something I should have addressed to our leader, which is to express our condolences about Jenny Randerson. I apologise, I overlooked that earlier on. She raises the point about the failure of the SNP and the legacy of the Tories, and I'm proud that this Labour government delivered the largest budget settlement for Scotland since devolution, and that means, Mr Speaker, in answer to a question, 100,000 workers in Scotland benefit from the increases from the national minimum and living wage each year. An estimated 3.2 million people in Scotland will benefit from the extension of the 5p cut in fuel duty. And it comes, of course, on top of the 125 million set up Great British Energy in Aberdeen. And it reinforces the point. They've got the powers, but a terrible record. They left a terrible legacy. We're getting on for delivering for Scotland.
Last year, this Labour government delivered justice for members of the Mine Workers Pension Scheme. 45,000 members of the similar British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme are keen to see their £2.3 billion investment reserve returned to them, which could boost coalfield communities like mine in Cannock Chase. Will the Prime Minister meet with retired miners, trustees and coalfield MPs to discuss what could be done for BCSS members up and down the country?
Prime Minister.
Well, thank you for raising this issue. I was pleased, Mr Speaker, that the first increased payments to Mine Workers Scheme members were made at the end of November. I do understand the strong feeling on the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme, which is why the Minister for Industry met the trustees last year, and we will be working with the coal staff trustees to consider their proposals once the new Mine Workers Pension Scheme arrangements have been agreed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, first of all, we had a Chancellor who embellished her CV, then we had a Transport Secretary with a fraud conviction, and now we've got an anti-corruption minister who is being investigated for corruption. Now, I know the Prime Minister likes living in free accommodation, but does he really think it's appropriate that his minister is being given free housing by the political allies of some very dubious foreign regimes?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the City Minister has acted appropriately by referring herself to the independent adviser. We brought in our new ministerial code to allow ministers to ask to establish the facts, and I'm not going to give a running commentary on that important exercise.
Tonia Antoniazzi.
The last couple of days, I wrote to the England and Wales Cricket Board regarding the upcoming game in the Championship Trophy against Afghanistan on the 26th of February. I have met with the ECB and we are calling for the game to be boycotted. I thank everybody for the support that I've had across this House and also at the other place. I also would like to thank very much the Prime Minister for his intervention with the with the International Cricket Council yesterday. But would he please agree to meet and talk to his counterparts in South Africa and Australia that they boycott the Games as well?
Mr Speaker, there's been an appalling erosion of the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan. And we all should condemn that suppression of freedoms in the strongest terms. And that's why we provided additional aid, at least 50% of which we're going to women and girls. DCMS are in touch with the international counterparts on this issue. I welcome the England and Wales Cricket Board making strong representations to the International Cricket Council on Afghanistan's women's cricket team.
Final question, Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, setting aside the matter of grooming gangs, the opposition amendment on the order paper today sets out very clearly why the bill that we shall be debating is so very deeply flawed. And if it is to become an Act of Parliament, it will have to be completely rewritten in committee. But, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister from that dispatch box has made much of his service as the public prosecutor. So could he tell the House in that capacity why during his time he declined to instigate a prosecution for rape and sexual abuse against Mohammed Fayed?
Prime Minister.
That case never crossed my desk.
Right. That completes Prime Minister's question. Point of order, Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, during an answer about police numbers, the Prime Minister said that someone on this side of the House shouted boring. Can I correct the record following a request from Hansard that I actually said bingo because of repetitive and overused cliches that the Prime Minister was using during PMQs?
Well, I would say you've corrected the record. The thing is, I wouldn't have owned up in the way you did, but there we are. Let us move on. Right, let us come to 10-minute rule bill. Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit quantitative easing, to prohibit the government from indemnifying any losses that may result from quantitative easing, and for connected purposes. The purpose of this draft legislation is to ensure that the state is as economically accountable to the people as the people are to the state. To do this means terminating the state's ability to debase the value of money through practices such as quantitative easing, which are not an option for the individual. Clipping, sweating, plugging and cutting are forms of coin debasement either by government or by individuals. The most famous modern UK example was the Great Debasement between 1544 and 1551, when Henry VIII reduced the gold and silver content of coinage by use of base metals such as copper in order to fund his bacchanalian overspending and wars with France. It has been a common feature of government behaviour over the 5,000 years of trading history of gold and continues today in the form of quantitative easing. With no gold standard to constrain unproductive investment and direct capital to sound and profitable investment ventures, policymakers have today become obsessed with short-term stimuli centred on the performance of stock and bond markets. Central banks have become uncontrolled, unconstrained and reckless in their pursuit of delivering non-stop, unsustainable global growth driven by credit. QE is what third world dictators used to indulge in shortly before their currencies descended into chaos, but has now become a mainstream tool to avoid the Darwinian reality of capitalism. History is littered with examples of governments, dictators and kings abusing their hard-working citizens. The Roman coinage in their ascendant years was bolder, larger and widely accepted, but reduced in size, weight and content as her empire waned. John Law's Mississippi scheme in France in 1716 to 1720, when he and the Duke of Orleans, who was regent for Louis XV, presided over an establishment-backed scheme on the premise that paper money was preferable to gold or a metal-backed currency, and shares were a superior form of money as they paid dividends. It was, in essence, the first national central bank. It ended in chaotic collapse and badly damaged France and her economy. National debt was supported by printed money in the same way as today through QE via central banks globally. I fear the ending will be the same in due course. In Weimar Germany after the First World War, the Reichsbank had become accustomed to printing money to fund the wartime economy. increasing marks in circulation from 2 billion to 45 billion between 1914 and 1919. State debt rose 30 times, from 5 billion marks to 153 billion marks. This continued with the value of the mark going into freefall in early 1923 and the issuance of notes of up to 100 trillion marks before cents returned. It was a time of moral decline, short-termism, prostitution, benefiting the opportunists, not the long-term wealth creators. With currency devaluation came a decline in all that had previously been cherished, including loyalty and faith, morals, innocence and honour. Over recent times, capitalism in the UK and globally has been undermined as states have grown in size and central banks have distorted logic. Systemic risk management in the 70s via the clearing banks was gradually replaced by more overt interventions in 1987 by Alan Greenspan and again in 1997 when long-term capital management, an offshore company, was bailed out by the US government. 2008 was a watershed moment when Gordon Brown bailed out financial institutions with an estimated cost to taxpayers of £137 billion. This was followed by quantitative easing between March 2009 and August 2016. This was dwarfed by the actions of Hank Paulson and Ben Bernanke in the US in 2008, when they used $700 billion of intervention to prop up the financial system generally and AIG in particular. During the COVID crisis of 2020 and 21, when many bad decisions were taken by an already bloated state, between £310 billion and £410 billion, equivalent to between £4,600 and £6,100 per person in the UK, was spent in a number of questionable centrally planned interventions. In rather the same way as early Weimar Germany, Britain finds itself heavily indebted and continuing to run multiple deficits, making matters progressively worse. Our moral decline is clearly evident as true capitalism has been undermined by regular intervention, increasing state regulation and the growing bloated and inefficient state. It is interesting that Weimar Germany's revival started with the dismissal of many civil servants and social welfare spending was massively cut. The French government's recent funding crisis makes it look even more like a national Ponzi scheme than in the UK. Both wings of French politics refused to sanction debt reduction, despite the budget deficit being expected to rise to over 113% of GDP by this year. Market concerns are pushing the euro lower and France's borrowing costs higher, with bond yields briefly surpassing Spain's for the first time in since 2008. Javier Milei, Argentina's president since 2023, has brought significant economic reforms with his radical libertarian agenda, earning both praise and criticism. Milei's focus has been on cutting public sector spending, reducing inflation and implementing drastic fiscal adjustments, which have led to improvement in Argentina's economy. Inflation has fallen from nearly 300% to around 119%. Public sector jobs have been reduced by 35,000, and the country has achieved a primary surplus. Argentina's economy has also exited recession with a growth rate of 3.9%, and borrowing costs have dropped, signalling reduced debt default risks. Elon Musk has been appointed to lead Donald Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, which he will co-run with Trump ally and entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy. Musk said the department's creation would address government waste and inefficiency. Trump described DOGE as a transformative initiative, likening it to the Manhattan Project, aimed at slashing bureaucracy, cutting regulations and restructuring federal agencies. Money is the foundation of all human exchange of enterprise and replaced barter in the earliest communities. It allows for the transfer of skills through a transferable medium such as a coin, a note, or indeed a transfer. By a continuous process of inflation, however perpetrated, governments can confiscate secretly and unobserved an important part of the wealth of their citizens. In doing so, the size of the state inevitably grows, and becomes a self-serving, greedy master of the people they should be serving. Common sense, logic and human relationships among working people are inevitably undermined, and there is a general moral decline in society. Taxes should be transparent, justifiable and simple. The cost of government should be covered by taxes alone, which limits the growth of excessive statism. Gold has historically been the standard store of value and protection against currency debasement for over 5,000 years. It's interesting that profligate governments always denigrate gold holding, and holding it is often banned by governments in crisis who have deceived their electorate. The words of President Woodrow Wilson after he signed the Federal Reserve Act should serve as a warning to all of us. I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is controlled by its system of credit. Our system of credit is concentrated. The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of a few men. We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled and dominated governments in the civilized world. No longer a government by free option, no longer a government by conviction and a vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and duress of a small group of dominant men. Friedrich von Hayek, an eminent Austrian school economist, said, "I do not think it's an exaggeration to say that history is largely a history of inflation. Usually inflation's engineered by governments for the gain of governments. Given the historical track record of states abusing their citizens by various forms of currency debasement, including QE, the default position should be to make it illegal unless this democratically elected House has an informed vote supporting debasement. This bill seeks to achieve this position, and I commend it to the House."
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. One of us has got to sit down, Rupert. I've got to do my bit. You're coming back on in a minute, don't we? So, who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Mr. Speaker, Richard Tice, Jim Allister, myself and others.
You've got to name them. You can't not name them.
It's McMurdoch.
And me. And a one, right, OK.
Say Ed David. Put Ed David in. Put Rachel. Rachel from the Council.
Maybe Rachel Reeves, I don't know.
Can you just read the names for clarity so that Hansard's got it?
Tice, Jim Allister, James McMurdoch, Lee Anderson, and myself.
All right. It's a shambles. Absolute shambles. Rupert Lowe.
Future leader.
Quantitative easing, the prohibition bill.
Second reading, what then?
24th of January.
The 24th of January. Right, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, second reading. Now.
Right. The reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch, has been selected. The Minister will now move the second reading. Secretary of State Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, in the week in which we return to this House and our children return to school, I am proud to be the Secretary of State for Education in a truly child-centred government. The actions I take, the decisions I make, they are always in pursuit of what is best for the children of this country. And that starts, Madam Deputy Speaker, with keeping them safe. And after little more than 6 months in power, we are delivering the change that is many years overdue. No more lessons learned, no more paper pushing, no more foot dragging. It is time for government to act. And this government will act with the urgency our children deserve and our country demands. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill puts forward bold new measures to keep children safe. A new legal obligation for safeguarding partners to work hand in hand with education, because it's often teachers who first see the signs of abuse and neglect. A new duty to establish multi-agency child protection teams, because keeping children safe is everyone's business. A new power to put in place a unique identifier for children, sharing information so that no child falls through the cracks. A new compulsory children not in school register in every area of England, because if children aren't in school, we need to know where they are. A new requirement for local authority consent for parents to home educate their children if they are on a child protection plan or subject to child protection inquiries. I respect the rights of parents to make choices about their child's education, but children's safety must always come first, and under this government, their safety will always come first. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be crystal clear. A vote against this bill today is a vote against the safety of our children, a vote against their childhoods and against their futures. Today, Conservative MPs have a choice. They can choose to back measures to protect children, or they can choose to chase headlines. They can choose to transform the lives of the most vulnerable young people in this country, or they can choose to sacrifice their safety for political gain. They can choose to show the public that they have finally learned the lessons of their resounding election defeat, or they can show voters that they are still unfit to govern. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to be very clear about the conduct of politicians, be they on the benches opposite or anywhere else, who put the pursuit of headlines today above the safety of children tomorrow. It is sickening and it is shameful. And a previous generation of Conservative politicians would not have had the slightest hesitation in saying that the conduct of today's opposition in seeking to block this bill is quite simply beneath contempt. I will give way.
Grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and she mentions previous generations of politicians. And we must all in this House recognise that we follow in the footsteps of giants. Tony Blair, Lord Adonis and others created the academy system, which was built on under the last Conservative government and brought about a transformation of English education. Why does the Secretary of State want to dismantle the work of decades by members across this House and bring about a kind of a gross socialist uniformity which will destroy the progress that has been made?
Mr Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's just simply a mischaracterisation, and the right honourable gentleman knows it. And I note in what he had, and I will come on to in my speech the wider schools measures here, but I note that in his intervention he had nothing to say about the safety of children and the measures that we are discussing today, and the wrecking amendment that the Leader of the Opposition has put down that would block the very important, very serious measures they have been telling us for days they want to see put in place. If they want those measures, they need to support them. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Will the Secretary of State give way on that point?
I will give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way on that point. The party opposite mentioned uniform, but the only uniform measures I can see in the bill are regards actually saving parents money on uniform bills, which I think we can all welcome. Would you also agree with me? Would she also agree with me? She agree with me that actually the defragmentisation of the school system created by the last government led to many young people falling through the gaps, which is a huge issue.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will come on to the wider point in my speech around collaboration, which I do believe is crucial across the school system. But my honourable friend is right to draw attention to the really important measures in this legislation that will put more money back in parents' pockets, cutting the cost of school uniform and bringing in breakfast clubs in primary schools across our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is child-centred legislation through and through, legislation that backs parents to do the best for their children. This government is on a mission to break down the barriers to opportunity, driven forward by the Plan for Change unveiled by the Prime Minister in December. The Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill is a huge step forward in that journey of reform, starting with child safety and building from there. It's an agenda for excellence, for safe and secure childhoods, because healthy and happy futures are built on nothing less. It's an agenda for excellence, for high and rising standards, because we will accept nothing less. It's an agenda for excellence, for a top-quality core offer in all of our schools, because parents demand nothing less. It is an agenda for excellence because every child in this country deserves nothing less. And it is what mission-led government is all about. Child-centred action across departments, between professions and through partnership. Madam Deputy Speaker, what matters about families is not the shape that they have, but the love that they give. And that's why back in October, we announced the expansion of our work on fostering and on the trialling of a new kinship care allowance. It's why in November, I came to this House to set out the biggest reform of children's social care in a generation. It's why this government then backed those changes with almost £300 million of investment, including the biggest ever investment in kinship care. And it's why today I return to this House to cement our reforms in legislation, to build a children's social care system that is forward-looking, excellence-driven and child-centred. Our first priority is to keep children together with their families wherever it is safe to do so. So the bill mandates all local authorities to offer family group decision-making. With the guidance of skilled professionals, families with children at risk of falling into care will be supported to build a plan that works for them. And we're strengthening support for kinship care so that vulnerable children can live with the people they know and trust wherever that is possible. But despite the best efforts of all involved, some children will inevitably need to enter care. So we must reform the system so it works for them. And I know that members here right across this House share my outrage at the excessive and exploitative profit-making we have seen from some private providers. It is shameful, it is unacceptable, and it will end. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know she has a good head on her in numbers. Will she be doing some evaluation of the cost and benefits of investing in things like kinship care to save not just the cost to the child, but also the cost to the taxpayer of otherwise expensive child social care?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and through my time with her on the Public Accounts Committee, I learned all too well the importance of those principles. What I would say about the work that the previous government did in this area is that they did have work underway to understand not just the benefits that come to children where they can stay close to those who are able to care for them best, but also the spiralling costs and the need to take action. What we didn't, however, see from that government was action, and today that is why we are making sure we deliver better for our children. And this bill gives government, through the Secretary of State, the power to introduce a profit cap. And providers should take note. We won't hesitate to use this power to protect our most vulnerable children. Children must always have somewhere to live if private providers unexpectedly collapse. And that's why this bill introduces a new financial oversight scheme to increase transparency and strengthen forward planning. Children need support when they leave care too. So with this bill, we will require all local authorities to offer emotional and practical support through the Staying Close programme. Support to find a great place to live. Support to access the right services at the right time. Support for care leavers to go on to live healthy and happy lives. The Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill provides the safe and secure foundation that all children need. And it builds on that foundation too, with urgent reform to all of our schools, so that every child can achieve and thrive. That means schools at the beating heart of their communities. That's why this bill legislates for free breakfast clubs in every state-funded primary school, so that children get a welcoming, softer start to the day. Schools where children come together to eat, learn and grow. It's good for attendance, it's good for attainment, it's good for behaviour. And I'll give way to my own.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for giving way? Before my election, I spent nearly 20 years as a secondary school teacher, seeing firsthand the devastating effects of food poverty on children's health, concentration and academic performance.
I welcome the introduction of free breakfast clubs in primary schools, which will improve child health and learning outcomes in England, as seen in Wales. However, I urge further action to ensure all children can thrive. Will the government consider extending free breakfasts to secondary school students? And will considerations be made to access to free school lunches as well?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say to my honourable friend that of course we will always keep further action under review, and it is through the Child Poverty Task Force that I'm co-chairing with the Work and Pensions Secretary that we are considering what further action is required to make sure that families have more money in their pockets, are able to increase their income, and that we take action, because the growing numbers of children that we have seen in poverty in our country is a source of national shame, and members opposite are responsible for that record. Madam Deputy Speaker, school uniform is important for building a sense of community as well, but too many families tell us that the cost remains a heavy burden. So our bill limits the number of branded items that schools can require pupils to have, putting money back in parents' pockets. I want children in school and ready to learn, and that's why the government's plan for change sets a milestone for record numbers of 5-year-olds reaching a good level of development. It's vital for giving every child the best start in life, but that's just the beginning, because I want high and rising standards for every child in every school. That is one of the surest ways we can break the link between background and success for millions of children. That matters for every child, not just a lucky few. Life should not come down to luck. And when governments forget this, it's not the children of members opposite who lose out, it is working class kids across our country. And I know that better than most, and I'll take no lectures from the party opposite on what it takes to deliver better life chances for working class kids.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reported figures for 2022 and 2023 show an increase in the proportion of children living in low-income families and no change in the proportion of children living in absolute low-income families. Does the Minister agree that this legislation will actually improve the household finances of families and the life chances of children in my constituency of Wolverhampton West?
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will put hundreds of pounds back into the families' finances and back into parents' pockets by cutting the cost of school uniform, by introducing breakfast clubs in every state-funded primary school. But we recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is so much more that we need to do, because child poverty scars the life chances of far too many in our country.
For giving way, and I'd like her to comment, if she could, on the issue of falling rolls in some parts of this country at the present time, particularly in London, which means that most local authorities then take the option of unfortunately closing the school, which is very damaging to the children and to local communities. Clause 50 of the bill appears to give her powers to do some degree of intervention where we could perhaps downsize schools to keep that sense of community school, which is so important, particularly in the poorest parts of many London boroughs. Is she able to give us some hope of intervention to ensure we keep community schools?
What I would say to the right honourable gentleman is that there are a number of provisions within this bill that deal precisely with that challenge that he raises. We do recognise that here in London, but shortly right across our country, there are challenges that come of falling rules and of making sure that we manage that process properly. It will require schools to work together with local councils and to collaborate to manage admissions and place planning, and it will also require decisions about how we make best use of the school's estate. It's why we've started a process of encouraging primary schools to bid into open primary-based nurseries. The recent pilot programme for that closed, and we were delighted to see so many applications. But I think there is also an opportunity to think about how we use that space that is opening up through falling rules to create additional provision for children with special educational needs and disabilities, so that they can go to school much closer to home and with their friends in their local communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been a welcome consensus that a high-quality state education should be the right of all children. That consensus has helped innovations from Ofsted to the national curriculum to academies to stand the test of time, as governments of all parties have driven reform. Academies, introduced by the last Labour government and expanded by the party opposite, have been instrumental in raising standards in our school system. They have delivered brilliant results, particularly for the most disadvantaged children, and they will continue their record of excellence under this Labour government. Yet this consensus must not stifle progress. And while the party opposite did make some progress over the past 14 years, it must reckon with its many failures. 1 in 4 children leaving primary school without meeting the expected standard in reading, writing and maths. Tens of thousands of children not securing good maths or English GCSEs. 1 in 5 children regularly absent from school, unable to learn if they aren't there, holding back their classmates when they do return. Hundreds of thousands of children in schools that perform poorly year after year. Protecting the foundations should not mean that we don't build on them. And after a decade, and I say a decade because I know members opposite will remember a time when they too had an Education Secretary determined to deliver reform, a decade of stagnation, now is the time to press on and once again deliver for our children. That is what members will see in this bill, a respect for the fundamentals, twinned with a drive to go further to deliver high and rising standards for each and every child. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we inherited a system that was too fragmented, that too often incentivised harmful competition over helpful collaboration. And I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you very much. And you talk about a lot of important statistics about how our children are developing, but also their mental health and well-being is very important. So would the Secretary of State consider a national well-being measurement to help look at those and really look at how we can improve the well-being of our children? Yeah.
I welcome the Honourable Lady's interest in this area because, like her, I share the concern about the growing numbers of children in our country who are deeply unhappy and about the growing challenge that we see around mental ill health and well-being. There are far too many children who are not receiving access to the timely support that we need, and we are looking very carefully at the issue that she has identified. I will give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. On the point about children's welfare and making sure that children start the school day in the best position to learn, I want to thank her for bringing forward the plans for breakfast clubs, not only so that children can be ready to learn because they've had a good meal, but also so that they have that ease into the school day so that they can be set up to learn. Does she agree with me that this will benefit young children to learn better, particularly kids with special educational needs?
I agree with my honourable friend, and we have been led by the evidence on this, and the evidence is very clear that not only is this a measure that provides real support to parents at the start of the school day, but it also delivers real benefits for children in terms of their learning, their development, academic outcomes and behaviour. And I'm delighted that in April we will start rolling out the first pilot schools across schools, including schools serving children with special educational needs and disabilities, to demonstrate the difference that this Labour government will make to children's life chances. Madam Deputy Speaker, forgive me, the honourable gentleman.
And I'm sure everyone in this House shares her objective of ensuring that children get the best education, have the best educational outcomes possible. But why then is she dismantling the infrastructure which has delivered improvements? Why specialist schools, schools able to attract the best teachers, schools able to tailor the curriculum to the children that they have? Why does she want to dismantle that if the point is that she wants to improve educational standards?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just have to say to the honourable gentleman that it just isn't the case, and I would invite him to read the bill, and I will come on to further measures that we are setting out. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we believe that every child deserves the best, that every classroom deserves a top teacher, that every state school must be a great school, then we can't have excellence for some children and just fine, just okay for the rest. No, we need all schools working together to deliver national high-quality core offer for all children with the flexibility to innovate beyond that, so that parents know that wherever they live, whatever their local school, this government is their child's greatest champion. The best schools and trusts do incredible work day in, day out, and I pay tribute to them. They are engines of innovation, civic leaders, Collaboration and improvement are central to their success. They prove excellence already exists in the system. Now is the time to spread it to all schools. And that doesn't mean no competition. Competition can be healthy, a spur to excellence. But competition that encourages schools to hoard best practice or to export problems to others must be replaced by collaboration, by schools working together to solve problems and put children first. And I don't just mean collaboration within trusts. True collaboration looks outward too, schools driven by shared purpose embedded in communities. Our vision twins that deep collaboration with healthy competition so that every child in every school can benefit from best practice. So this bill brings reform. It demands high and rising standards across the board. We will restore the principle established by the Nobel peer Lord Baker that every child will benefit from the same core national curriculum following the curriculum and assessment review. The national curriculum was a Conservative achievement. I benefited from it, and this is a legacy that now this Labour government will bring back for every child, giving every parent the confidence in standards they deserve. And every child will be taught by an excellent, qualified teacher who has undertaken statutory induction, supported by giving every school the flexibility to create attractive paying conditions offers to recruit and retain excellent teachers, and backing the schools already doing this to keep it going. Now, I will give way.
Thank you very much indeed. And I agree, as would everybody here, that we want excellent standards for all schools. So can I ask why one of the ideas this side of the House had, which is if it was a failing school, new management would go in to increase the standards, and yet the opposite sides and the Secretary of State now wants to dismantle that? I'd call that vandalism on our education system.
No, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would invite the Right Honourable Lady to look carefully at the measures that are here. We will not hesitate to intervene in failing schools, but actually we'll intervene a lot sooner than they did in schools that are coasting. Those that fall short of the statutory level of intervention will see regional improvement teams in their schools driving up standards. Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, where there is failure in the system, where schools are not delivering the standards that every child deserves, we will act. But that action will always be guided by what's best for children in those schools. That may well be academisation. It may be targeted intervention to drive change in practice and drive up standards rather than structure. So this bill will convert the duty to issue academy orders into a power to better deliver high and rising standards for all children, strengthening the range of ways through which failure can be tackled. There can be no excuse for fixating on structures, not on standards, because what matters, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what works. So this bill also ends the presumption that new schools should be academies, giving local authorities the freedom to deliver the schools that their communities need. That includes the ability to open new special schools, something that members right across this House know is a major challenge that we face. And this government will work tirelessly to make sure that all children with special educational needs and disabilities receive the support that they need to achieve and thrive. The last government left this in the too difficult box. We will tackle it and make sure that all of our children get a great education.
Secretary of State for giving way. She mentions special schools, and all members across this chamber will have postbacks filled with far too many children not getting the support they need, whether they're at special schools or otherwise with their mental health. Will she agree to consider putting a mental health professional in all of our schools, including special schools, so that our children's well-being can be improved, including their mental health?
I share the Honourable Lady's concern about the mental health challenges that many of our young people are experiencing, and we are committed to rolling out mental health support right across our schools. What I would also say on the wider challenge that we see around support for children with special educational needs and disabilities, I want to make clear to this House that the reform that we do need to engage in this area, the change that is required, is complex and it will take time. And I invite members across this House to work with us on the change that is required, her party and others, in order to get this right, because for far too long, children with special educational needs and disabilities have been failed by this system. Parents have lost trust and confidence in it, and it is bankrupting local councils. I give way to my honourable friend.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way? She's spoken about academies and various other forms of schools. Can she confirm that there is nothing at all in this bill that would result in a teacher in any school getting a pay cut?
Honourable friend brings a wealth of experience to this House as a teacher, and I know that teachers will want to hear what this will mean for their pay. So I will reiterate today that the measures in this bill and the changes that we will bring forward to the school teachers' pay and condition documents in the following remit will not cut teachers' pay. I will give way.
Secretary of State for giving way. She's spoken about her focus on standards. Well, the Free Schools programme has driven up standards across the country. So why was one of her first actions to threaten 44 free school projects developed by parents, pupils and communities? And will she lift that veil of uncertainty over them?
Deputy Speaker, we are looking carefully at all of the schools that are in the pipeline. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that we need to make sure in every case there is a strong case for the need for the school, that there is good value for the taxpayer. And, you know, we have inherited an enormous challenge where it comes to the public finances, and we have had to make difficult decisions because of the £22 billion black hole that he and his party left behind, and the right honourable lady opposite, who's chuntering away, was in Cabinet, in the Treasury and responsible for overseeing all of this as Chief Secretary. Madam Deputy Speaker, returning to support for children with special educational needs and disabilities, we will improve inclusivity in mainstream schools while ensuring that specialist provision can cater for those with the most complex of needs. The changes this bill brings are underpinned by our wider reforms to drive improvement. New school report cards to give a full picture of a school's performance. New regional improvement RISE teams to draw on the excellence in our system and bring schools together to spread good practice and to challenge underperformance. Accountability and inspection should be a galvanising force for improvement, a catalyst for quality, raising the floor of success, not lowering the ceiling of ambition. Not to drag schools down, but to lift children up. It is about them. It is always about them. I will give way.
I'm really grateful for the speech that my right honourable friend is making, not least the opportunity to raise standards for children with disability, children experiencing anxiety and children who have got care experience as well. Will she look at the role that local authorities can play in building that collaboration and ensure that they've got the funding that they need? Because the last government hollowed them out, and yet they've got a crucial role in raising those standards and supporting schools.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend that we do need to make sure that local authorities are working with schools, with health, with other partners in their area. And through the last budget, we were able to deliver additional investment into our local councils, and we want to see a much greater focus and priority on early help, early support and prevention, because we know that's where we make the biggest difference to children's lives. I will give way a final time and then I'll conclude.
Secretary of State for giving way. I was Chair of Governors of the 15th Academy and welcomed Sir Tony Blair in 2008 to that academy in Northampton to show him the benefits of the freedoms for governors to act with regard to the national curriculum, with regard to pay and conditions and with regard to innovation. I think Sir Tony Blair and Lord Adonis will actually be horrified by these changes that will restrict those freedoms to innovate and to improve, and I think it's a great, great shame.
He's not wrong.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that is a total misunderstanding of the bill, and he shouldn't seek to speak for others in this regard. What I would say to the honourable gentleman is that we are restoring academies to their core intended purpose, driving up standards for the most disadvantaged children in our country, with innovation spread wherever we can do that. I will give way a very final time.
My right honourable friend for giving way, and I really welcome the measures in this bill to make sure that the many children we have who are being homeschooled have all the support they need to get back into mainstream education. I was extremely concerned to find out that 800 children in Hastings in the last academic year are being homeschooled. That is 1 in 16 children, or 27 classrooms of children. While there will be parents who are providing a good quality education at home, I also know from speaking to teachers, from speaking to local shops who see these children in their establishment, that they are not necessarily getting a good education, and we need to get these children back into school.
I agree with my honourable friend, and I recognise the challenge that she faces in her constituency and that we see right across our country. We have seen a big increase in the number of children being home educated, and whilst I respect the rights of parents to make that choice, I think there are a complex range of reasons why many parents are now making that decision. There are questions around how we support our children on their mental health. There are wider challenges on the SEND system. But let me be absolutely clear to the House. All children, when they are not in school, when they are being home educated, must have a good level of education. And we cannot allow the situation to continue where we do not have visibility of where children are, where they slip between the cracks. And we will ensure through this legislation that where there are child protection investigations underway or a child protection plan, local authorities will be able to decline that request from parents, because we all sadly know what can go terribly wrong when we fail to step in and protect children. I'm afraid I'm concluding now. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are bringing together the system's many parts into a collaborative, coherent whole with children at its heart. And our ambition to support children doesn't stop here. We expect to bring forward further legislation when parliamentary time allows. And our work to erase the stain of child poverty must and will continue through the Child Poverty Task Force, which I am proud to co-chair with the Work and Pensions Secretary, reducing the burden on schools, freeing teachers to teach and children to learn. Today is about action. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, when my colleagues from across this House read the bill in all its detail, they will find running through its 60 clauses one golden thread, one common theme, one objective, one common cause. It's not structures or ideology. They'll find no pet projects or stale dogma. They'll see that our focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, is firmly on children. Their life chances are the aim. Their protection is the objective. Their success is our common cause. This Children's Schools and Wellbeing Bill is written for them. It is introduced into this House for them. It will be implemented for them, for their safety, for their schooling and for their futures. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the Shadow Minister, Lord Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill in front of us today is a bill of two halves, one of which seeks to protect children, to improve safeguarding and support for children in care. And whilst we will seek to amend various aspects of it in committee, we do see value in what is being put forward. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the other half of this bill is the policy equivalent of a wrecking ball. It is an all-out assault on teachers, the education system and standards. It is nothing less than education vandalism, and we will oppose it with every fibre of our beings. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House must be in no doubt. This bill really matters. It destroys the consensus built over 2 decades in England on how to improve schools, a consensus that has led to English children being the best in the Western world at reading and maths. I cannot understand why they would seek to reverse this progress. What are they hoping to achieve? It seems to be policy purely built on ideology. More than that, it is wrong, and I desperately hope the members opposite will come to this. I'll do this shortly. You would think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Labour government will feel proud of the record they had under Blair in education. It was the Labour government that innovated and made way for academies. When Blair talks about academies, he says an academy belongs not to some remote bureaucracy, not to the rulers of government, local or national, but to itself, for itself. The school is in charge of its own destiny. And it's this Blairite principle, a school in charge of its own destiny, which was built on and expanded by subsequent Conservative governments. And what has been the result of this largely cross-party consensus? A thriving education system in which English children have soared up the PISA rankings. But before me, I see a move away from all of these things that have enabled this success. This bill seeks to turn its back on Labour's history, take back those academy freedoms, on curriculum, on pay, on behaviour, you name it, they are reversing it. All the things that have done so much to improve our education system. Step by step, the very policies that saw our schools rise up the international league tables are being reversed. And I guarantee you, Madam Deputy Speaker, just as we went up, as a result of this bill, we will come down those very same rankings. And who will be the ones that will suffer? The poorest pupils in society. I will give way.
I've lived the dream of the academy programme from the very beginning under London Challenge and seen Hackney children go to university when I was first elected they weren't. But what the last government did was bring a wrecking ball. It made a smorgasbord of free schools with an open chequebook from government paying over the odds for inadequate sites which children are condemned for years, and no accountability in the system as each bit of fractures away. And on the issue of standards, the reason that standards haven't notionally gone up is that some schools went 11 years without an inspection when they were outstanding, or were far from outstanding when they were next inspected. So she needs to take responsibility and accountability for what her government did, and applaud the Secretary of State for what she's trying to do to put it right.
I have a huge amount of respect for the Right Honourable Lady, but she will know that the Academy programme was expanded over 50 times under the last government, and that we went up in terms of educational rankings, not down, which is what happened under the previous government. This bill is abolishing academies in all but name. And for what? Because education ministers think that they know better than Catherine Birbalsingh and Sir John Coles. As Blair said in 2005, command public services today are no more acceptable than a command economy. Well, somebody needs to tell the Education Secretary, because that is exactly what she is proposing in this bill. It is anti-rigour, anti-choice and anti-accountability.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
Absolutely.
One of the most impressive aspects of the previous government was the work instituted by Michael Gove to build on the reforms of Tony Blair, carried on by successive Secretaries of State like my right honourable friend. Will my right honourable friend commit the next Conservative government to reversing these changes and ensuring that we have more choice for head teachers on curriculum, on hiring and firing, on expulsions, so that we bring competition to the school sector, not the dead hand of a Whitehall bureaucrat?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And to be clear, this bill is proposing a pay cut for nearly 20,000 teachers in future years because they are imposing national terms and conditions on teachers in academies. You have to ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is the problem that the government is trying to solve here? Teachers outside of national pay scales are paid more, not less. What have they got against high-paid teachers? Why on earth are the government coming here today and telling tens of thousands of teachers that their pay is too high? It is absurd. Levelling down seems to be this government's priority. And the flexibilities given on terms and conditions allow academies to offer things like a longer school day. Are the Labour government proposing to ban this? The explanatory notes to the bill set a new standard in doublespeak when they praise the positive innovation and good practice in teachers' pay and conditions in some academies, and say that they want to ensure that local authority-maintained schools also have the opportunity to implement it. So, what are they doing? Are they giving these same pay flexibilities to local authority schools? No, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are doing the opposite. They are taking pay flexibilities away from academies. And don't try to make any sense of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it's impossible. It is entirely contradictory. The government are also removing the requirement for failing schools to be taken over by an academy, despite recognising the, and I quote, strong track record of multi-academy trusts in turning around failing schools. And what are they replacing it with? They mention regional school improvement for standards and excellence, so-called RISE teams, officials sitting in the Department for Education, but in another breath, they've said that these teams are not going to be involved in failing schools. The government have clearly themselves totally failed because they do not understand that the reason failing schools become academies by default is because it is the most effective intervention. If it is not mandatory, I will shortly, there will be lots of massive rows about what will happen to failing schools and inevitable delays and legal challenges. And what is the upshot of this? More time with children in failing schools not being dealt with. So what is their plan for failing schools? What is their plan to protect these children from falling behind? What is the evidence that this approach is better? Have they trialled this anywhere? Why on earth are they putting this into a bill without a really clear alternative failure regime in place, which evidence shows is at least as good? It is totally unacceptable, misunderstands why the Academy order has been so important, and I cannot say this strongly enough to the benches opposite. It needs to change. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Grateful for the Honourable Member for giving way in this point. Will she concede that the academisation process has meant that the off-rolling that we've seen up and down this country has led mostly to the crisis we have in SEND? And actually that is the whole point of how the academy systems have apparently improved standards. No, they haven't. They have decreasing inclusion. Can you please show us how the accountability system has helped our children that are now stuck at home because they have been off-rolled?
Well, I'm glad that the Honourable Lady has confirmed that the Labour Party is indeed anti-academy. It goes on, this bill. Rampant centralisation in search of a cause. Why are they making all the schools follow the national curriculum? Where is the evidence that there is a problem with this? Why are they putting in place sweeping powers to direct academies on unspecified things? What possible justification do they have for this? They say in the notes this is to prevent unreasonable use of power. I say, look in the mirror. I'll give the way to the Honourable.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and she's mentioned pay and power. And I think they lie behind this, because it's the education unions have opposed every step in the way under the last Labour government and under the last Conservative government. And we have the dinosaur tendency, of which we just heard from the Honourable Lady opposite, showing that they viscerally dislike freedom of academies, and they turn their face against the transformation of educational outcomes, not least for the poorest, because of ideology rather than a genuine commitment to the child.
Sadly, I think my right honourable friend is absolutely correct. I see no other reason why the academy provisions in this bill would be in place. It actually says in the explanatory notes of the bill that the primary aim of this legislation is to make the education system, and I quote, more consistent. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is at the heart of the problem today, because more consistency does not a better education system make. This is a classic Labour argument, one size must fit all, lobbing the tops of the tallest poppies. God forbid that schools might be able to innovate and learn from each other. Teachers might have freedoms in the classroom to try new things, backed up by a regulator which rigorously inspects and identifies failure, because that is an excellent education system. A system which aims solely for consistency is not. A system of command and control, stifling teachers, suppressing innovation, everything decided in an office in Whitehall, far away from the classrooms. Same old Labour, consistency for all and excellence for none. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
He has referred repeatedly to command and control and consistency as if the latter were a problem. The Right Honourable Lady was presumably part of the government which sought to use academies as a mechanism by which to literally control individual schools from Whitehall rather than having the individual involvement of local authorities.
The whole point of academies is to drive up standards by freeing it from state control. The bill undermines all of this, which is why it's abolishing academies in all but name. I urge members opposite to actually look at what the education part of this bill will do. Look at the Labour history under education secretaries like Lord Donis. Don't destroy something that the Labour Party helped build. The government must get rid of the academy elements of this bill. They will not improve the school system. They will make it worse. Don't destroy the work and policy of 2 decades at the stroke of a bureaucrat's pen. We have to ask ourselves, who is this all about, Madam Deputy Speaker? Are we on the side of ideology, unions and bureaucrats, or are we on the side of children and teachers and making sure the disadvantaged get the best possible education? If it's the latter, the education sections of this bill must go. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I have to come to the final part of our amendment, a national grooming gang inquiry. This debate has been taken too far away from the victims and what is right for them. There are legitimate arguments to be had in this area, but the one I will not accept is to call for this is to be far right. The Labour government have to understand that they must explain their actions, not just call the opposition names. Local inquiries, which the Labour government say is the answer, don't have legal powers to summon witnesses, take evidence under oath or requisition evidence. Indeed, some of the leaders in the Manchester inquiry resigned after they said they were blocked from accessing information. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
First of all, can I commend the Shadow Minister for our amendment, but indeed for the last part in particular. My politics, Madam Deputy Speaker, is very much left of centre. Everyone in this chamber probably knows it. But in this amendment, as put forward by the Conservative Party, I fully support what they're doing, and my party will be supporting them as well in relation to it. And the reason why we're doing that is quite simple. There's been women and children who have been faced injustice over the decades, and they deserve to see those grossly perverted perpetrators who carried out unbelievable things against children over those years. We seek justice for them. The Conservative Party seeks justice, and today the amendment, as put forward by them, encapsulates not just the feeling of this House, but the feeling of this nation.
I'm enormously grateful for the right honourable gentleman's support, and I completely agree with him. This is an enormous scandal, and yet we do not fully know the number of victims, the number of perpetrators, and where this has taken place. Of course.
For giving way, I hope that the Right Honourable Lady and members opposite will reflect that recently we've seen a case study in disinformation turbocharged by social media, including personal smears, and today is the latest example, Madam Deputy Speaker, of how those who flirt with populism misuse sensitive and important issues, and it's exemplified by how today she is willing, and her benches are willing, to wreck a bill which is actually about improving children's well-being. She should reflect on how they chase headlines and jump on bandwagons, while my right honourable friends on the front bench take action after years of inertia.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been very clear today that this bill destroys the education system in this country and the progress that we've made, and that is why we are opposing it. But on the broader point that he makes, I condemn this morning the language which has been used against honourable members in this House. But he will recall that there was a social media graphic which was put out by the Labour Party, which greyed out the then Prime Minister and said that he said that paedophiles should not go to prison. It is incumbent on all of us in this House to be moderate in our language. So to continue, this is an enormous scandal, and yet we do not know fully the number of victims, the number of perpetrators, and where this has taken place. The previous Conservative government set up the grooming gang task force, which made over 500 arrests in the first year. There were 1,400 victims in Rotherham alone. This will potentially encompass tens of thousands of children. And that's why we think we need a comprehensive national inquiry into grooming gangs to tell the truth. There is no reason... I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Just for clarification, should the opposite benches do the right thing and vote with our amendment, there would be no wrecking of any bill. They just need to vote the right way.
As ever, the Right Honourable Lady is absolutely correct. There is no reason that action cannot be taken at the same time as a national inquiry. It is not an either-or. If the government wants to disagree with this, they have to argue their case on the facts, not simply attempt to smear any opposition to them as far right or say that parliamentary procedure means it can't happen. This is an opportunity... No, I'm going to finish. This is an opportunity for all MPs across the House to give victims the justice that they deserve. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, you have our arguments on this and on schools. I hope that today, when we vote on our reasoned amendment, that the government sees sense on both.
I call the Chair of the Education Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our education system and the wider network of services that support children and families offer unparalleled opportunities to make a critical difference to the life chances of the next generation. If governments get the policy framework right, they can support every child to thrive in their education, to close the disadvantage gap, and to lay the foundations of good mental health and well-being, which sets a child up for life. But the situation this government inherited in July was overall very far from this. There are, of course, many schools, teachers and other professionals who work with children and young people who are doing an exceptional job and achieving good results. As we consider this important legislation, I want to pay tribute to everyone who works to give our children and young people the best possible start in life, a great education, support where they need it, and access to opportunities, and those who do the very difficult work of keeping the most vulnerable children safe. The challenges in our system are not down to them, but they are the consequence of layer upon layer of policy decisions since 2010, which have made the context in which they work immeasurably harder. Here are just a few. The decision to cut the funding for early help and support for families, which resulted in the closure of 1,300 Sure Start centres, has stripped away the vital support that can prevent families from reaching a crisis. While funding for early help and support has reduced, expenditure on child protection and children in the care system, on the crisis situations which often can be prevented, has gone up. The decision to make academy schools directly accountable to the Secretary of State and responsible for their own admissions policies, and to make free schools the main delivery method for new schools, has left local authorities, which retain the statutory duty for providing a school place for every child who needs one and for SEND provision, without the tools and levers to deliver them. It has created an unaccountable and unmanageable Wild West of admissions in many areas. The neglect of the SEND system has allowed it to reach breaking points. While children are routinely let down, the capacity of schools to meet their needs has been eroded, and there is a lack of accountability for the role of health services. Local authorities are being pushed to the edge of effective bankruptcy. School attendance has been falling at a completely unacceptable rate, and our children and young people have the worst mental health and well-being in Europe. Where we should have a system of many parts, all working together in the best interests of children and families, we have a broken system in which some parts are missing entirely while others are buckling under the pressure. Far too many children, particularly those with SEND, are being let down, and in too many cases children are not being protected from harm as they should be, or the outcomes that result from the attempts of the system to protect them from harm are shamefully poor. We need only to look at the shocking overrepresentation of care-experienced people who are homeless or in the criminal justice system to know that our current systems are failing, or to reflect on the names of children who have been tragically killed at the hands of those who should have protected and nurtured them. Star Hobson, Arthur Lavinia Hughes, Sarah Sharif, amongst others, to know that child protection urgently needs to be strengthened. In this context, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill, which begins the work of stitching back together a system of support for children and families, and which places children once again at the heart of government policy. Measures such as the single child identifier and creating a register of children not in school, restoring the ability of local authorities to deliver new school places and to intervene on admissions, tackling profiteering by providers of children's homes, delivering free breakfast clubs, reducing uniform costs, and many of the other measures in this bill will make a big difference to children and their families. The Education Select Committee is taking a close interest in this legislation, which is relevant to our ongoing inquiries on children's social care, SEND, and many other aspects of our work. And there are a number of areas on which I would like to press ministers today. The measures in the bill to improve children's social care are welcome, but it is well established that there are huge cost pressures facing local authorities, which mean that the system does not function as well as it should. Local authorities that are currently trapped in a cycle of spot purchasing residential places for looked after children from expensive providers out of area will need support and funding to make the transition to more positive ways of working, even if new ways of working can bring down costs in the longer term. So I want to ask what investments the government will make in children's social care to ensure that the changes in this bill can be fully delivered with the maximum impact. The £30 million of funding for breakfast clubs provided in the autumn budget will extend the existing breakfast club scheme from around 2,700 schools to around 3,450 schools. But there are over 16,700 state-funded primary schools in the UK. So can I press the government on the need to set out the costs and the funding for delivering this policy in every primary school and for a clear timescale for doing so? Parents of children with SEND often find it the hardest to find childcare for their children, and many have expressed concern at a clause in the bill which allows for exemptions from the requirement to provide breakfast clubs for disabled children. Some disabled children will also only be able to access a breakfast club if they have home-to-school transport to arrive at school earlier. Will the ministers confirm that the bill will ensure equal access to breakfast clubs for children with SEND in mainstream and specialist settings, with support where needed to enable children to attend them? Breakfast clubs will ensure that no child has to start the school day hungry, and that will be transformative. But school lunches also really matter as the most effective way to ensure access to a nutritious hot meal for the most disadvantaged children. So can I ask ministers to consider whether auto-enrolment of children already eligible for free school meals can be incorporated into this bill? As a minimum, we should be ensuring that all children who are currently eligible receive a free school lunch. I'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. She mentions school breakfast. Child obesity is up by a third and diabetes is up by a fifth. So does the honourable member agree with me that while free breakfast clubs are a great opportunity to ensure children are fed, we must also ensure that school meals are healthy and nutritious, and that the school food standards need to be updated in line with the most recent nutritional advice alongside this bill, as well as making clear that they apply to breakfast?
Hear, hear. We've got a very long speaking list. Interventions must be short. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would agree with the Honourable Lady that school food, in whichever setting it is delivered, should be of the highest quality. She will know about the pressures on school budgets, and my constituency has experienced amongst the highest drop in funding for our local schools of anywhere in the country. That has eroded the money that schools have to spend on high quality food, and I know it is one of the areas that the front bench will be anxious to deliver on over time as the public finances permit. The measures to support care leavers in this bill are welcome, but are limited to extended stay-in-close support and requiring local authorities to publish the details of their offer. So I want to ask what further measures does the Minister intend to take to improve outcomes for care leavers and to ensure that they're getting the same opportunities as their peers. Only 14% of care leavers go to university, compared with 46% of non-care experienced young people. What further measures will the government take to support care leavers to access and to stay in higher education? And I want to ask why the government is not proposing a national offer for care leavers to address the postcode lottery in care, and particularly to provide care leavers with the confidence that if they choose to attend university away from home, because that is the best option for them, the same support will be available to them wherever they study. There are other government departments whose policies and practices have a profound effect on the experience of care leavers. So can the Minister confirm whether outside of this bill the government is still considering the expansion of corporate parenting duties so that every part of the state is required to take its duty to look after children and care experienced people seriously? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in order to deliver on the commitments in this bill, those who work with children and families will need support. There are challenges in recruitment and retention across many of the professions, from social work to teaching to the early years. So I want to ask whether the government will set out a workforce strategy to ensure that training places, CPD and effective recruitment strategies are in place to secure the staff that we need to deliver the transformation that our children deserve. This bill will introduce a series of measures which will start the process of rebuilding support for children and their families, and it is very welcome. My committee will continue to take an interest in the detail of this bill and seek to ensure that it is as effective as it can be in delivering a system which can support every child to thrive, and in contributing to the debate about the further steps beyond the scope of this bill, which will also be needed.
Before I call the next speaker I must put on record, the original question was that the bill, please be seated, the original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed. As on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. I now call the spokesperson of the Liberal Democrat Party, Amelia Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a Happy New Year to you as well. After 5 years in this place, I'm relieved and delighted that I and other honourable members will finally have the chance to consider a piece of legislation that focuses on children. This bill gets to the heart of our shared duty as public representatives to ensure the safety and well-being of our children. Liberal Democrats will approach this bill in a spirit of constructive cooperation, and I would urge colleagues across the House to do the same for the sake of our children up and down the country. So on that particular note, I turn to the reasoned amendment, which has been tabled in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Everyone in this House agrees that no child should ever face sexual abuse and exploitation. We all agree the state must comprehensively investigate all allegations. We must deliver justice and prevent these sickening acts happening again in the future. Where we disagree is on how to achieve that. And we on the Liberal Democrat benches want to see action that helps victims and prevents these crimes happening again. The Conservative Party wants to derail this important bill instead. And so we will table amendments. We will table amendments ensuring the recommendations of the J inquiry are implemented in full. We will be a party of constructive opposition, and we will aim to strengthen this bill and its crucial measures on child protection and safeguarding. And for that reason, we cannot accept this wrecking amendment. Our children's safety and well-being is simply far too important, Madam Deputy Speaker. We owe it to them all to get this right.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. Could she set out in what way exactly this amendment, which I think is entirely constructive, which accepts the safeguarding elements, but challenges the educational vandalism which is being undertaken by the government? What exactly does she find so objectionable?
I would humbly say to the right honourable gentleman who's been in this place much longer than I have, I understand that a reasoned amendment, if it were passed, would make this bill fall. That is why it is not a constructive amendment. That is why it is a wrecking amendment. I don't think killing a bill that seeks to improve safeguards and safety for our children is the way to get justice for innocent victims of sexual abuse. So there is much in this bill that we on these benches welcome, but of course there are areas of detail where we will seek to probe, where we will seek to strengthen, and measures where we will seek to go further. And as this bill makes its way through the House, we will provide that detailed scrutiny, challenge and improvement. Some of those important changes, Madam Deputy Speaker, are in the provisions on kinship care. The Secretary of State will be aware that this is a subject that is close to my heart and the hearts of my party colleagues.
On that point, my honourable friend give way.
Oh, give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. It is an issue close to my heart as well, as I moved into the care of my grandparents as a young teenager. Does she agree with me that it's crucial we get this absolutely right first time, because it's such a rare opportunity to address kinship care, and so that ministers should keep listening to kinship organisations to fill in the gaps that they see in this bill, particularly in relation to the definition and mental health care support?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his intervention? He's absolutely right, and I welcome measures that put information about the local kinship care offer on a statutory footing, recognising the crucial role of kinship carers, as is finally putting a statutory definition into law, which we have long called for. Yet a definition in and of itself will not provide the financial and indeed the practical support many families and children need, and areas where the government is taking action are limited to certain subgroups of kinship carers and their children, thus undermining the value of the proposed definition. And Kinship, the charity, have said that they hope to see future legislation and the forthcoming multi-year spending review further prioritise wider kinship care reform. So I will ask the Secretary of State and the Minister through the progress of this bill when they plan to expand the current pilot scheme to allow to provide allowances to all kinship carers? And why does the educational support in the bill not seek to extend pupil premium plus and priority admissions for children in kinship care? We welcome the bill's provisions on child safeguarding, including the register of children not in school. As Liberals, our party firmly upholds the right of parents to educate their children at home when it is the best choice for their child. In 99% of cases, a parent knows what is best for their child, but it is deeply concerning that there may be many thousands of children whose whereabouts are simply unknown. That reality can contribute, as we have seen all too recently, to tragic safeguarding failures, and that cannot continue.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I've already given way to the Honourable Gentleman once. Oh, okay.
I'm grateful, Honourable Lady. I wonder if she can give a single instance where a child who was in home education, you've got to remember that children spend about 86% of their time when they're at school, out of school. A single instance where a child who was at harm wasn't known to social services already. And there's a conflation of a failure of social services, which needs to be fixed, with home education, which is entirely separate.
So I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. All the evidence points towards the fact that education and schools, and that's why it's in the bill, have to be a key safeguarding partner. So where a child is at risk and been identified as being at risk, ensuring that that child is in school, as this bill seeks to do, will help to safeguard them. But we saw too tragically in the recent case of Sarah Sharif, the fact that she was taken out of school and then being abused at home and tragically died. But the point is, this is just an additional measure to make sure that she's safe. I want to reiterate again, and to colleagues on all benches, that we absolutely support and champion the right of parents to home educate. This is not an attack on home education. This is about ensuring that all children are safe. And when the Children's Commissioner, when the NSPCC, when many other organisations, and in fact parties on all sides of the House, the Conservatives themselves started to legislate for this in the last Parliament and then binned the provision. So I think there is actually cross-party consensus on this measure. And as I'll come to, there are areas of detail on this measure that we need to dig into through the progress of this bill. But in headline terms, I think having a register is a crucial tool in the armoury that we give to local authorities to make sure our children are safe. So, as I've said, the register has been called for by many organisations and all parties. However, the volume of information requested from parents, as written in the bill, places a significant and potentially intrusive burden on those who choose to home educate for the right reasons. So we must ensure that data collection is strictly necessary and proportionate and being used appropriately. And on clause 24 specifically, which lays out the cases in which parents and carers must seek permission to withdraw their child from school, I would question the inclusion of children placed in special schools. Where there are safeguarding concerns about a child, it is right that the local authority should be able to step in to make sure they receive their education in school. However, in some cases, children will not have their needs met in the special school in which they are placed, and parents may feel that they have no option but to home educate. So shouldn't the presumption be in such cases to improve the child's experience of their special school or work with the family to secure alternative provision rather than the blunt instrument of clause 24? Now, turning to the bill's schools measures, we know after years of neglect and mismanagement by the Conservatives, our schools are crying out for support. For students, parents and teachers enduring crumbling buildings, persistent underfunding and a spiralling SEND crisis, hearing the Conservatives' rhetoric today will be utterly galling. This bill takes welcome steps in restoring local authorities' powers to propose new maintained schools, especially given the desperate need in many areas for new special schools, which local authorities have been regularly prevented from establishing in recent years. And it's disappointing that this bill does nothing else to start addressing the desperate reforms that we need to improve the special educational needs system. We also welcome cooperation on school admissions criteria. Together, these changes empower communities to allocate education resources locally. However, excuse me, some clarifications are needed. And specifically, I would like to ask what assessment the government has made, and have they spoken to the sector about the impact of requiring every single teacher to have or have worked towards qualified teacher status. We all agree we want qualified teachers in our schools, but there may be some unintended consequences where some non-qualified teachers are brought in to run certain services and extracurricular activities. Are they confident that this measure won't lead to those unintended consequences? And the provisions on pay should only seek to set a minimum floor, not a maximum ceiling on what staff can be paid. Now, I take on board what the Secretary of State said in response to an intervention, that nobody will see their pay cut. That's a retrospective reflection. Going forward, I hope that all schools, whether they're academy or otherwise, if they have the resources to do so, should be able to pay a premium to be able to attract the right staff. In a moment, from a sedentary position, the Conservatives are saying they won't be able to do that. That's why we have the committee stage of the bill, where we will seek to amend the bill to make it very clear that this should be a floor, not a ceiling. I give way.
Honourable Lady for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, my experience as an employment lawyer is that actually academy schools produce really large amounts of employment rights litigation because they tend not to treat their staff very well. Some, of course, do, but litigation is not in the best interests of children, and ensuring that children have teachers who are adequately paid is a key consideration for this side of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not in a position to comment on what the stats are with regards to employment law issues in different types of schools. I suspect that whichever type of school you look at, there will be cases across the board. I'm not sure that's up for debate today here. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the title of the bill includes children's well-being. And child poverty is the key issue hindering the well-being of our children in the UK today. And the shameful legacy of the Conservative government is one of far too many children going hungry in school. Now, we Liberal Democrats have put forward a fully costed plan to extend free school meals to the 900,000 children in poverty up to the age of 18 who are currently excluded. It's disappointing to see the government has not taken this opportunity to ensure that no child goes hungry throughout the school day. A meal at lunchtime might be the only hot, nutritious meal some children get. And all the evidence shows it helps them to concentrate and learn through the course of the day and achieve better outcomes. We must also remember that hunger doesn't end at 11. Breakfast clubs can be useful, but expanding lunch provision is a far more ambitious measure and one that would make a greater impact on child hunger. And I will in a moment. And the fact is that far too many children who are entitled to claim free school meals aren't doing so, as the Chair of the Select Committee pointed out. There are an estimated 470,000 such cases. Not only are those children missing out on the hot meals to which they are entitled, the schools are also missing out on much-needed pupil premium funding. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I welcome her comments about the need for young people to get hot food. In Durand's Primary School in my constituency, their kitchen is closed because of RAC and a failure of the last government to actually provide the funding for that school to actually have a kitchen, so the children can't have none of them can have hot food. Would you agree that is would the right Honourable Lady agree that that is not good enough?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. Absolutely, I'm very sorry to hear the case of that school. I mean, the fact that the previous Conservative government did not deal with RAC in our school buildings, and actually it was as a result of work that I and my colleagues on these benches and those opposite did to expose some of the shocking extent of RAC in our schools that finally we started to get some traction on this issue. Just going back to the point about auto-enrolment, Madam Deputy Speaker, for free school meals, the Liberal Democrat-led coalition administration on Durham County Council introduced auto-enrolment for free school meals in September last year. They have now seen an extra 2,500 children signed up and an extra £3 million in pupil premium funding for the county. Just imagine the impact that that model could have nationally. So I hope the government will take this opportunity to expand the free school meal provision and introduce auto-enrolment. Now, in a Wellbeing bill, I was disappointed not to see any mention of mental health in this bill. This was an opportunity to tackle the mental health crisis we see amongst our children, and it's crucial that we don't allow this opportunity to slide by. With, on average, 6 children in every classroom having a mental health condition, the government could have seized the chance to ensure that every school across the country, whether primary or secondary, has a statutory and fully funded duty to provide a dedicated mental health professional in their school. And as the bill progresses, I and my Liberal Democrats colleagues will seek to do just that. I'm sure we can count on support on all sides of the House. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who's making an excellent and balanced case for protecting children. Many children with mental health problems with autism are educated at home because there is no realistic alternative. Would she support encouraging the Secretary of State to ensure that in Clause 25 the support given to home-educated families would include free access to examinations, which could cost hundreds and hundreds of pounds for children who are struggling to get good home education because of that cost?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I'm very happy to support that. And in fact, when the previous administration introduced a schools bill, which they then decided to bin, we had the Liberal Democrats in the House of Lords had actually tabled an amendment that did just that. And I'm sure we will seek to do the same again this time round to support those families who do choose to home educate. Excuse me. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, while this bill sets out some important reforms to our school system, we on these benches would like to see greater ambition. The attainment gap has widened significantly in recent years, and it's unacceptable that outcomes for less affluent, more vulnerable students are getting worse. And we believe that one piece of the puzzle can be a tutoring guarantee for every disadvantaged pupil who needs support. Tutoring, when implemented correctly, has proved its worth time and again. 7 in 10 parents whose children receive tutoring at school said it raised their child's attainment. We know that it also boosts young people's confidence, and tutoring can help tackle persistent absence, which is a huge issue in our schools. So I hope the Secretary of State agrees with me that a tutoring guarantee introduced via this bill would be a powerful tool in narrowing the attainment gap and ensuring that every child gets the high-quality education they deserve. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me reiterate, this is a bill that we must get right. Now is not the time to play politics. Now is the time to work to keep our children safe, to give them the chance to flourish, and that is our task across this House, and it is the mission that my party will pursue as this bill progresses. Thank you.
I do not wish to set time limits, so if colleagues kept their contributions nice and short and tight, we can try and get everybody in. Alistair Strathern.
And I want to thank the front bench for the speed at which they brought this bill forward so early into the parliamentary term. As a former teacher and later local authority children's lead, I know quite how important so many of these measures are, and importance only matched by how overdue so many of them are too, which is why it's such a shame to see others seeking to turn this into a political sideshow when there should really be an opportunity for the House to come together behind some powerful and important safeguarding measures. As a teacher who saw firsthand the importance of breakfast clubs for delivering that best start to a school day for young people, and as a local authority lead to work to expand them, I'm really excited to see Section 21 in this bill bringing forward Labour's commitment to make sure that no child starts school hungry. No one should tolerate children starting school without the food they need to learn, without the food they need to be ready for their school day, and I'm very glad that this government certainly won't be. Today, though, I want to focus particularly on some of the measures relating to keeping some of the most vulnerable children in society safe and making sure they've got the support that they need. I'm particularly pleased to see the clause in this bill, Section 24, which makes sure that local authorities will have an obligation to have a register and visibility of every child off school roll. As a former local authority lead, reading serious case reviews is an important part of preparation for any role, and certainly for that one. And if you've read those serious case reviews, if you've read those stories of what can happen to some young people, some of the most vulnerable young people in society, when they're allowed to fall off the radar, when they're allowed to slip between the net, and when they're left open to exploitation and abuse by some of the most evil people in our society, you can be under no illusions why this measure is quite so important. Now, I absolutely understand why at first reading those who homeschool might have some concerns about this, but this absolutely isn't and shouldn't be an attack on homeschooling. The right to homeschool is important, and certainly at a time when inclusion and support in schools is far from what it should be for some children with some of the highest needs, it's important that that's protected. But just as every parent has the right and responsibility to do what's right for their child, we all have the right and responsibility to make sure that no child can be left vulnerable and fall between that crack. This bill does that, and I'm incredibly proud to be standing here with colleagues supporting a measure that I know so many of us have called for in a variety of roles over the last decade. Alongside, absolutely.
But does he have sympathy with some parents who may feel they've been let down by the local authority on support for their child with special educational needs, who recognise the historic primacy of parents in determining the education of their child, who are now seeing a piece of legislation which removes that and says the state decides whether that child can be taken out of school, not the parent? We all accept where the safeguarding issues, action should be taken. But for the ordinary parent to have this changed after decades of it being the other way around, does the honourable gentleman, is he really comfortable with that?
It's one of his many interventions today. I'm not sure I quite heard an apology for the state that SEND provision was left in by the previous government. I absolutely recognise the point I think he's trying to make. But I think if he reads the bill, he should see a lot of assurance in there. In choosing to set the threshold as high as a Section 47 assessment, a child protection assessment, I think we have been incredibly cautious in where we've drawn this line. Some outside this House may even say too cautious in where we've drawn that line. But I think it recognises the important balance that rightly has to be struck here for exactly the reason the gentleman is alluding to. Alongside that, I think colleagues across the House recognise the fact that for far too long, children's social care and the children's social care system hasn't been doing right by some of the most vulnerable people in our society either. At great cost, the system is delivering really poor outcomes for vulnerable young people. It's not providing the support they need, it's not providing the love they need, and that love and support isn't lasting anywhere near long enough into their adult life. Yeah. No parent would expect their responsibilities to end age 18. I wouldn't write it for my child, I'm sure no one in this chamber would. But yet we all, far too often do, for those who are in our care as a society. And that's why the requirements around staying put, the requirements around making sure we've got that published care leaver offer are going to be so important in this bill. I welcome the Secretary of State's leadership in making sure we've moved with pace on this. I look forward to continue to work with her and other organisations who speak on behalf of care leavers right across the country to make sure these are implemented in the most effective and robust way possible. Those in our care would expect nothing less, and I'm sure all of us across the House will make sure we hold ourselves to that high standard. Alongside that, I think it's pretty clear and fair to say that the care system for far too long hasn't recognised the value and importance of wider family networks in delivering the best possible outcomes for vulnerable young people. That's why Section 1 of this bill, bringing forward that requirement for family group decision-making, could be such a powerful tool. Done well, family group decision-making conferences make sure that you've got that constellation of family involvement early on in a child's case, potentially keeping them out of the care system and making sure that all of the possible people who could exert a positive influence in that child's life can be brought into the process as early as possible. This is a really welcome step forward that could be transformative for the care system. And again, I look forward to working with colleagues right across this House to make sure that we can implement this in the most effective way possible, working with local authorities to deliver all of the benefits that family group conferences done well have been shown to have. Alongside this is someone who, alongside many colleagues and members opposite too, have campaigned on behalf of kinship carers many times in my, albeit quite short, parliamentary career. I'm very glad to see some important recognition of their role in this process too. Kinship carers step up for a vulnerable young person in their care, and it cannot be right that so many of them are foisted and stalled from doing what they'd like to support young people in their care by a rigid and bureaucratic care system. No kinship carer should have to sign up and become a foster carer just to look after a young person. And where they're having to do so, it's clear that the system is doing too little to enable what's right. And that's why some of the measures in this bill that recognise that importance of kinship care start to codify it, start to bring in that local offer are so important and so welcome to see. Alongside that, important measures to cut down on some of the unnecessary costs in the system, whether that's agency workers and excessive profiteering by children's homes, have to be welcomed too, making sure that every penny of the money we rightly and importantly spend on children's services can go to exactly that, protecting and looking after vulnerable young people. And there is so much else to welcome in this bill too, as I'm sure a great many colleagues around me right now will be touching on. There is definitely and doubtless more to do too, and I know from tackling the crisis in SEND provision that we inherited to making sure that we've got the foster carers we need to support our young people, there'll be more important work for this government to do, and I'm absolutely of no doubt that my front bench colleagues will be showing great leadership on those issues over the months to come as well. But for today is about action. Today about us doing what's right for some of the most vulnerable young people in society. And for today is really about bringing forward measures that could have come before this House a long time ago. But it's taken this government, this Minister and this Education Secretary to finally show leadership from. I'm incredibly proud to be supporting them today. I'm very happy to be standing on this side of the argument in the Chamber.
Damien Hines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure Labour MPs today will cheer what they will see as the final demise of the Gove-Gibb reforms. But what we have before us today reverses far further back than that. If this bill passes in anything close to its current form, it will be as if Lord Adonis was never the Schools Minister, as if Lord Blunkett had never sat in the Secretary of State's chair. It will be as if Tony Blair had never been Prime Minister and had never made central to his pledge and contract to the British people in 1997 those famous 3 words, education, education, education. Now, to be clear, there are things in this bill that we agree with. There are things that were in our bill. There are things that build on the work that we were doing on staying close, on virtual school heads, on kinship care and more. Of course, there are also things in this bill which are just there to be, and this is something they did learn from New Labour, to be eye-catching initiatives, retail offers in the jargon, on breakfast clubs. There are thousands of breakfast clubs already in our country. And by the way, we'd like to know what happens to the breakfast clubs at secondary school, where actually they make more impact on attendance than in primary school, or the provisions on uniform. And we have had for a long time, statutory guidance on uniform. Why it's necessary to write it into law, I have no idea. The principal aim seems to be to outlaw primary schools that require the wearing of a tie. But the biggest part of this bill, read the detail, the biggest part of this bill is about attacking school and trust autonomy and giving power back to Whitehall and to the LEA. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, colleagues across the House know that there has been a dramatic transformation in educational attainment in this country, with the best primary school readers in the Western world, dramatic improvements at secondary school in maths, in reading and in science, and children eligible for free school meals 50% more likely now to go to university than they were in 2010. Why has that happened? Well, in one word, teachers. It is teachers who have made that happen. But I'll tell you something, there are brilliant dedicated teachers also in Wales, and there are brilliant dedicated teachers in Scotland, and those improvements have not happened in those places. Because to be the most effective teacher, you exist in a whole ecosystem. And what has really created the potential for these improvements has been brilliant teachers supported by our reforms. And those reforms have always had 2 sides to them. First, a relentless focus on standards and quality, with a knowledge-rich curriculum and proven methods like synthetic phonics and maths mastery, and schools learning from schools, with a hub system across the country and, critically, within academy trusts, the key vehicle for school improvements. I will in 1 second. But we've always also known that has to go hand in hand with something else, and that is diversity and choice. That parents must be able to select what is best for their children, and we believe there is a role for big schools, small schools, co-ed schools, mixed schools, denominational schools, and so on. And of course, academies and free schools have enabled that diversity to increase further. We also know that to have effective school choice, there has to be capacity in the system. There have to be more places than there are children. That's why we added over 1 million new places in our school system since 2010, following the Labour Party, when they were in government, unbelievably cutting places by 100,000 in their last years. And finally, for diversity and choice, we know you have to have clear information. And the key metric of progress rate is so much better than what came before, the 5+, C+ at GCSE or contextual value added. And that is was combined with clear Ofsted judgments that let parents understand quickly and easily about what was going on in those different schools. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I could raise some points on the point he's made around progress rate. That's not why I rose today. Just yesterday, My local paper in Lichfield, on my local news website, reported that the founding head teacher of Maple House School for Dyslexia in Lichfield, which is an award-winning school, and Dr Brown is an award-winning head teacher, in his 90th birthday message, he used that to say that the obsessive focus around synthetic phonics is actually holding back pupils. That is not me saying that. That is coming from an award-winning head teacher in an award-winning school.
Full to him for letting this House know what is the view of the new Labour Party. That the synthetic phonics programme, which has the most remarkable depth of evidence behind it, they still reject in favour of their fashionable progressive policies. And that is why I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all of the progress that we have talked about from our reforms, all of it is now at imminent risk. They have already stopped new free schools. Now there will be far fewer academy conversions, and even for those that are already in place, the academies that already exist, their freedoms are about to be eroded. And what is the practical benefit of all these erosions? The QTS, Qualified Teacher Status requirement, like schools are not going around en masse recruiting teachers without qualifications, but of course there can be times when it makes sense. It is right for that school to employ a teacher from the independent sector or employ a teacher from another country. Why? What does that achieve? Or the statutory pay and conditions framework. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know of no evidence, and if any colleague, if any MP opposite does, please stand up. I will take the intervention. I know of no evidence that says academy groups are saying they're undercutting pay and conditions. Some of them, though, some of them pay more. And you know what that means? That means they're investing. Let's hear it.
I think what you need to, what the honourable gentleman needs to understand is it's not just about pay, it's about school teachers' pay and conditions, and that needs to be nationally if we're going to recruit and retain the teachers we have. The previous government failed on every single measure to retain and recruit qualified teachers in schools.
Madam Deputy Speaker, again, look, I'm very grateful to colleagues opposite for their interventions, because they tell us, they tell this House, they tell the country what they need to know. And that is that, so all these successful schools, these successful trusts have been doing exactly that, that have been bringing new talent into the profession, that have been helping to improve retention, that no. They're not the right people to make that decision, are they? No, Labour MPs, Labour ministers should be making that decision for them. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the national curriculum. Look, the vast majority of schools do follow the national curriculum. Some, though, innovate. What's wrong with that? To add something on top of the national curriculum. In any case, every school is required statutorily to deliver a balanced and broadly focused curriculum, and they will be checked on that by Ofsted. And finally, the power for councils to stop a good and popular school expanding. What could that possibly achieve, except for there to be more disappointed families, more disappointed children, more disappointed parents? I'll tell you, for all four of those things, what more it could achieve. It could tick box one more of the union demands. We can't see this bill in isolation. I think if you look at the broader set of measures this government has been putting forward of late, the Latin Excellence Programme, scrapping it. Scrapping the expansion of the cadets programme in state schools. Making Ofsted judgments less transparent. Putting tax on independent sector education for the first time in the history of our country, and almost uniquely in the world, in a way that will just fill up more of the most popular state schools and make it harder for families to get their child into the state school of their choice. And then, of course, there is potentially the biggest thing of all, which is the curriculum review. Now, this bill says that schools must follow the national curriculum before the new national curriculum is actually set out. It preempts that. Now, we don't know what will be in that review, and we have to keep an open mind and see what comes forward. But I would also remind colleagues that the government is not forced to adopt what the independent reviewers come up with, nor are they obliged, of course, to stop where the independent reviewers come to. And in sensitive subjects like history, like English literature, like RE, we have always in this country, since the start of the national curriculum, taken an approach of not specifying exactly what kids will learn. Quite often people misunderstand this, but it's not actually a list of things that you learn in school. It's a broad framework, and that has helped to guard against the politicisation or the over-politicisation of our education. And I say to ministers, it would be very dangerous if they came up with instead a more prescriptive approach to the national curriculum, and especially so if this bill removes the safety valve of schools being able to deviate somewhat from it. The honourable gentleman.
The honourable member for giving way. I listened with interest to the points that he's making about the national curriculum, and we know that academies don't have to follow the national curriculum should they wish at the moment. But I note that 42% of schools across this country no longer enter any pupils for GCSE music, 41% of schools no longer enter any pupils for drama at GCSE, and 84% enter no pupils for dance at GCSE. Does he think that's a factor in why we've come to that space?
The GCSE numbers with the technical and vocational qualifications for things like music, because it's misleading otherwise. But we all want kids to be studying, those who wish to and can benefit from it, to be studying all those subjects. I'm not sure quite how what he just said negated what I just said, which is normally how we do things in this debate. And I should also say that this is a curriculum review, but it's also an assessment review, a curriculum and assessment review. And we've heard much, much less about what that means. But we do know that the Labour Party has form on this when they were in government with that target-rich, I might say target-obsessed approach to 5 or more GCSEs at grade 0 above, including English and Maths, which, of course, on the face of it, is a perfectly good target. But I remember when I was on the Right Honourable Ladies Committee back in 2012, we did an inquiry into, and in fact, my Right Honourable friend chaired at the time, into grade inflation. I counted 11 different ways the figures were massaged, such that every year it looked like things were getting better, even as, and we discovered this later when the OECD numbers come out, looked like everything was getting better domestically, even as, in all the international comparisons, we were tumbling down the table. It was naive, because what gets measured gets mangled, and I worry that is about to happen all over again. It also does children no favours. It's not only those international rankings. At the end of Labour's last term in government, we were the only country in the developed world where the literacy and numeracy of young adults was poorer than the generation about to retire. But at least in the new Labour era, at least they believed they were pursuing academic excellence. That has now gone, I'm afraid, out of fashion. And the progressive phrases that we hear from MPs opposite, they sound good. Of course they do. Accessibility, relevance, modernity. But they are beguiling, because these things rarely actually help the people, the children, whom they were thought to help. The pursuit of true excellence in state education is not elitist. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the opposite of elitist, because it is what levels the playing field and means that people from all backgrounds can be up with those elites. And whatever attacks Labour make on the independent sector or trying to take down top-performing schools in the state sector, of course, always the advantage, the privilege, wherever they are, with parents actively involved and actively engaged, they will always do well. It wasn't them who needed our reforms, it was everyone else. And with this bill, it will be those everyone else who suffers.
Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. After decades of campaigning for the health of children and better school food, I am so pleased to see that universal primary breakfast club provision is now being put on a statutory footing in this bill. There is no greater priority for this government than raising the healthiest generation of children ever. And the fact that the party opposite are trying to play politics with the well-being of children with this bill is a true reflection of where their priorities lie. Providing a free breakfast to all primary school pupils is yet another manifesto commitment fulfilled, which will transform the lives of children across the country. The Education Endowment Foundation found that school breakfasts can help deliver 2 months' worth of extra attainment at Key Stage 1. This will also have huge health outcomes. 1 in 3 children are already at risk of future food-related ill health, such as type 2 diabetes or heart disease, by the age of 10. That's 1 in 3 children. By providing a breakfast which is nutritious, we can also ensure children are starting their day at school ready to learn. However, I am concerned that this bill does not include any kind of nationwide monitoring system for the food which will be served in these breakfast clubs. This is because the school food standards set out over 10 years ago are still not being enforced. This puts children at risk, doesn't necessarily mean it will happen, but at risk of being served poor quality breakfasts under this scheme. So we need the recommendations around Ofsted and enforcement of standards that were set out in the excellent school food plan back in 2013 to be put in place alongside this rollout. And I do hope that this will be considered at later stages and iterations of this bill. Speaking of health outcomes, it is also a missed opportunity to not include auto-enrolment for free school meals in this bill, as others have already said today. The Department for Education reported that 11% of families nationally who are entitled to claim free school meals have not applied to receive them. This means, as others have said, 470,000 children in England are missing out on their statutory right to a free school meal. And this is due to barriers like complex applications, language or literacy challenges, stigma and low awareness. And the Fix Our Food research programme has worked with 66 local authorities with huge success, but the burden must be taken off local authorities. Data sharing challenges should not prevent children from eating their entitled free school meal. Because free school meals are a statutory scheme, government funding for them should already exist to provide these 470,000 children with a school lunch, so auto-enrolment should not be seen as extra spending. This also would importantly go on to unlock extra vital pupil premium funding too. For example, since 2016, Sheffield City Council has unlocked £3.8 million in extra pupil premium funding every single year to support 5,400 children. And this is just one example of many available. So, including provisions in this bill to provide these children with a free lunch would have a very low cost but with extremely high impact. Free school meals empowered by the new breakfast programme are shown to be beneficial for both attainment and attendance at school. In fact, the case for universal free school meals is also a no-brainer. Impact on Urban Health found that for every £1 invested in universal free school meals, it returns £1.71 in core benefits, including massive savings for the NHS and reducing rates of childhood obesity. The London Mayor's groundbreaking scheme to expand free school meals to all primary age pupils has also had unprecedented impacts. 84% of parents said that the scheme had helped or significantly helped their household finances. And an evaluation report was recently released, and I encourage the Minister present and the Secretary of State to read it if she has not done so already. It contains significant findings that more than make the case for universal free school meals to be rolled out. So, alongside hopefully more quality school lunches, I look forward to seeing the success of the Breakfast Club programme as it's rolled out, and I hope that this creates further appetite for better and expanded school food provision in future. Thank you.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have no doubt this bill is based on socialist dogma. It will reduce choice, it will reduce competition, it will take away parents' freedom to educate at home, ultimately, and I'm against it. And I'll vote against it, and the government will vote for it, and that's how politics in this country works. But how on earth can we look up at the screens and see children's well-being and debate and vote on that when out there in the country our constituents are talking, well, we used to call it grooming gangs. I think we've moved on now to mass and gang rapes. I've tried a campaign since 2012 for more truth more honesty about what has really gone on. Although the Labour MP for Keighley, Anne Cryer, was doing this as far back as 2002. But at every attempt to try and have a proper national debate on the scale of this problem, it has been shut down. Now, we thought initially that in half a dozen northern towns there was a serious problem. Mass sexual assaults and rapes of children and young women. But recent research from journalist Charlie Peters at GB News now says he's certain this has taken place in at least 50 different towns in our country, at least 50, and that it's still going on today. I will give way.
Thank you. I really sincerely thank the member for giving way. I appreciate the need to look at these issues in the round. But does he accept that there are measures in this bill that will protect children based on what we already know? That it will help children, stop them being abused and make it harder for groomers to get access to them across this country? And that's what we all want to do, isn't it? I hope he agrees with me.
I don't. No, I don't. And whatever measures are in this bill to protect children, and we all want to see children protected for goodness sake, no, it will not. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. The Prime Minister is doing his best to tell us there's been an inquiry. The J inquiry. Well, there has, and it's 459 pages long. Grooming gangs are not mentioned once. Rotherham is literally mentioned once in passing. And the scope of that inquiry was like a shotgun. It was to cover a whole range of areas in which children were being abused. What we need and what we're calling for is a rifle shot inquiry, one that looks specifically at to what extent were gangs of Pakistani men raping young white girls. Because ultimately, it seems to me there's a deep racist element behind what happened. Now, I might be right, I might be wrong, but doesn't the country deserve a full, open national inquiry? And I'll say this, if the government won't do this, and I do believe there is now overwhelming support on all sides of the political spectrum for this, and Parliament should not be in denial about this. If it doesn't, then we will raise the money at Reform UK and appoint independent arbiters, because we need the truth to be out there. Now I will vote with the amendment that's been put forward by the Leader of the Opposition, although I do note that as Women and Equalities Minister from 2022 to 2024, she didn't meet a single victim of these rapes and never raised the issue once. Insincere though it may be, I will vote for it, we will vote for it, but I beg those on the other side of the House to think, don't you believe that your constituents need to know the truth about this great evil that has happened in our country?
Hear, hear. We have over 60 colleagues hoping to get in, so I will implement a 5-minute time limit. And the next speaker for 5 minutes is Nadia Whitto.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, every year around 500,000 children in this country are abused. It likely could be higher because, of course, the vast majority of abuse is hidden. This bill is about safeguarding them. It's about stopping vulnerable children from falling through the cracks, such as through a homeschooled register. It's about trying to prevent horrific crimes like those committed against Zara Sharif from ever happening again. The Children's Charities Coalition have called it a major step forward. Now, I want to be clear that no party has completely clean hands in this area. Under successive governments, vulnerable children have been systematically failed by the institutions that were supposed to protect them: the police, social services, local authorities, the CPS, their schools. They were disbelieved and their lives were devalued. We in this House owe it to victims and survivors of the past, the present, and sadly the future, to give them justice and protection where the state previously so badly failed. And in order to do that, we cannot turn child sexual abuse and exploitation into a political football. And I want to be clear too that it's by no means all members opposite who are guilty of this. There have been dedicated and powerful advocates for children on both sides of this House. But the Conservative leadership and Reform MPs, marching to the beat of Elon Musk's drum, are plainly weaponising the pain and the trauma of victims for their own political ends. I don't know if they just don't realise how deeply painful and re-traumatising it is for survivors to hear their abuse being spoken about so flippantly and often in graphic terms by people professing to care who didn't act when they had the power to do so, just to bolster their own unrelated political agendas, or if they just don't care. But I implore members opposite to stop. Because when you say that child sexual abuse and exploitation is the result of alien cultures or a multiculturalism project that has failed, you mask the reality, which is that child sexual abuse and exploitation is happening in every area of this country, perpetrated by members of every social class, every race and every religion. The Reform MPs are chuntering opposite. That is a fact, and when you deny that, you are failing victims and survivors. I will in a moment. And when you say that abuse is imported by other cultures, you imply that abuse is the norm and is okay in some cultures towards some victims. It never is. Just as perpetrators are diverse, so are their victims. If you mask the reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, you cannot tackle the problem. The truth is, what the vast, vast majority of these perpetrators have in common is that they are men. Of course, it's not all men, but it's enough men and it's enough victims that male violence is a national emergency, and it is one that this whole House must commit itself to ending. I'll give way.
Does you worry, like me, that this recent attempt to reopen an inquiry in the debate is less about supporting victims and stamping out sexual violence, but more about enticing racial tensions?
I share the honourable member's concerns, and I'd like to take the opportunity to applaud her for the work that she has done over many years in this House on the all-party parliamentary group raising this issue when, before it was politically convenient to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to speak about some of the other important aspects of this bill. I'm also thrilled that it includes measures to help with families' costs, so free breakfast clubs for all primary school children. That will boost children's wellbeing. I'd also like to see us go further still and provide free school meals for all children. This bill also allows the Secretary of State to cap profits of children's home providers, ending the obscene scandal of local authorities forced to shell out huge sums of money to private providers. And finally, I just want to urge that this ambitious and important bill is backed up by even further investment in areas that will improve children's wellbeing. We need more money for children and adolescent mental health services, for children's social care, and to tackle child poverty.
Anna Sabine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm actually standing up to talk about the important issue of school uniform, but I would just like to say that the member for Nottingham East was quite right to point out that child sexual abuse takes place across our society. We've just seen the Archbishop of Canterbury and others in the Church of England resigning over child sexual abuse, and for the member for Clacton to deny that it affects all aspects of society is really for the birds, frankly. On school uniform, I'm a single parent to 2 teenagers, and like many other parents in this place, I know how many expenses are involved in sending children to school. As they grow and progress through school, they require different pairs of shoes, sets of stationery, and money for school trips. State schools should represent a level playing field for children of all backgrounds, where pupils are treated with the same respect and given the same opportunities. I recognise that school uniform allows pupils to go into school with the same appearance and not be discriminated against or bullied for what they wear. However, school uniform is one of the biggest costs in sending children to school, and while I welcome the government's commitment to limiting the number of branded items students are required to have each year, I think that more needs to be done to support parents during the cost of living crisis when they're already facing higher energy bills and food costs. From my experience of sending my daughter to state school, branded school uniform items are being sold for an inflated price from monopoly suppliers compared to those items bought from high street shops and charity shops. This bill talks about restricting schools to 3 branded items of uniform, which, by the way, I don't read as excluding primary schools from letting kids wear ties, but anyway. The bare minimum of 3 branded items of a jumper, a polo shirt and a skirt for my daughter's school costs over double that than from a high street shop. For a family with 3 children to have 2 sets of 3 branded items per year costs over £300 compared to £108 from my local supermarket in Frome, nearly 3 times as much. This doesn't even account for a sports kit and shoes, or for the fact that children often require new items each year as they grow. There are also parts of my constituency of Frome and East Somerset which operate a 3-tier school system, meaning children move around 3 different schools with 3 different uniforms before they're 16. This can mean that parents have to adapt to 3 totally different uniforms, colours and requirements. We should aim to strike a balance between students looking smart and not making uniforms overly complicated and exclusive. The more simple the uniform, which is based on staple and easily available items and colours, the more reusable. We should foster an environment where school clothes can be easily handed down through families, regardless of gender, and exchanged between families, either through the school or through charity shops, instead of focusing on brand new items for each child. This also reduces clothing and textile waste. I would ask the Minister to consider, for example, why 3 items was chosen rather than perhaps 1. A school tie or jumper, which makes students easily identifiable as from a particular school, but which leaves maximum options for parents to buy the other uniform elements from other retailers. Or indeed, what other additional measures could be taken to keep down the cost of uniform. Kitting a child out for a new term at school is an expensive business, and anything the government can do to support parents in keeping these costs down would be most welcome.
Jake Richards.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is an important moment. And for many decades, children's social care has been overlooked and afterthought for government. And over the last 30 years, politicians of all different colours have too often failed the most vulnerable children in this country, the children who are unable to be looked after by their own family. And I'm delighted that this Education Secretary and her team have put these children at the heart of this piece of legislation. It's a testament to her personal commitment to social justice and fairness. The statistics on outcomes for children in care and the risks of exploitation are well known. They represent 1% of the child population, but 37% of those in youth justice. Just 15% of those looked after children receive GCSEs from C to A star, compared to the national average of 55%. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to focus on the child placement estate, which is a more dry topic. But if we do not provide sufficient and safe accommodation for these children, then the rest is frankly broadly redundant. And I have personal experience of this. Before being elected as an MP, I was a barrister, often working in child protection law, and many Friday afternoons would be spent in court seeking orders on an urgent basis for removal of children from their primary carer before the weekend. My work would be done upon judgment being given and my drafting of the order, but for my social work team, their work had only just started. They would have to collect the children, often relying upon the police to assist, and then often late in the evening, the arduous task of attempting to find suitable accommodation for these children would begin. Calls late into the night, pleading with reluctant foster carers or residential units to take young people, who would often sit obediently at the local authority offices, waiting for their fate to be decided. I have known of incidents whereby children slept on the floors of such offices while searches were being undertaken. It's a complete disgrace about the lack of sufficient accommodation in this country. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government cannot say that they were not warned about this. In 2022, the High Court sent a judgment, took the unusual step of sending a judgment to the relevant ministers, raising the issue about the lack of appropriate accommodation for such children. If I can just find my place in my speech. The honourable member gives way. I'm very grateful.
Very grateful that the honourable member has given way. Does he agree with me that provisions in the bill for measures such as regional care cooperatives that would agglomerate services, bring them together across local authorities to do some of this commissioning, recruiting and building of children's homes would help with the problems that he's describing?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and his review before being elected to this place raised some of the provisions which are now in this legislation. He should be praised for that review. Madam Deputy Speaker, the High Court, as I was saying, raised this issue in 2020. They took the unusual step of sending a judgment to the relevant government ministers, setting out, quote, the nationwide problem of demand outstripping supply and accommodation. The facts of that case show the human cost of a lack of investment and strategy. A 15-year-old girl from a family unable to care for her had been moved 14 different placements in 12 months. None were suitable. She had repeatedly fled unregulated accommodation units and was deemed to be a serious risk of self-harm and sexual exploitation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, those who raise the important issue of child sexual exploitation but have shown no interest in children's care services should hang their head in shame for trying to make political points of this very, very important issue. Now, this bill takes important steps in this regard, and my right honourable friend for Whitehaven and Workington has already raised the important introduction of regional cooperation, which will certainly add capacity. There is also, however, as has already been raised, the financial backdrop to this issue, and I no doubt that ministers will be making representations to the Chancellor about the estimated £6.2 billion funding gap for local authorities and social care. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just about money. Whilst capacity is undoubtedly required, the system also needs national and local leadership and a national and local strategy. There remains, despite this very welcome bill, a lack of a comprehensive and national plan for care placements. There is a lack of an overarching assessment of how this market will fulfil the functions necessary in the years and decades ahead. Bluntly, we will still not know what is needed and where from across the nation. And we know from experience that the market will not do it for us. We have learnt that lesson already. There needs to be an accurate assessment of the need in the sector, the types of placement, the number and location of care settings across the country. There needs to be a funding strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, my private member's bill provides for a modest change in this area, simply requiring for all local authorities to think ahead, to have a plan for types of placements they are able to offer, and a strategy for where they will need to be based on an assessment of the need of the demand. Whilst there is a requirement in the guidance, there now needs to be a statutory responsibility for local authorities to think ahead in this area, because at the moment, the issue is not merely about capacity, but where the accommodation is. More than a fifth of children in care live more than 20 miles from their home, with one account given of a child being placed over 500 miles from her community. These are young lives being separated from their community, their brothers and sisters, friends and teachers, with all the associated damage to their relationships and education. And this problem has increased by over 50% since 2019. So I hope that the government will properly consider the modest suggestion that local authorities should simply have a sufficiency plan for where to place these children. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll briefly touch upon one final aspect, which is about the identifier of children. This is a really useful and important step to safeguard children, but I hope ministers will have discussions on a cross-departmental basis with the Home Office, as well as the Department of Health, about working regarding the development of digital ID and patient passports in those areas as well. Thank you, Madam.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clause 7 of this bill, Stay in Close Support, builds on the previous Conservative government's Stable Homes Built on Love strategy, in particular the pledge to strengthen the Stay in Close offer and provide a statutory basis for it. So therefore I welcome the commitment to this within the bill, in particular the requirement of local authorities to provide suitable accommodation for formerly looked after children well into childhood. At an event last year, which was also attended by the Minister for Children, the member for Lewisham East, who's no longer in the room, I had the privilege to co-host, and we heard from 4 young people, Tahir, Bella, William and Jess, who have all been supported by Home for Good and Safe Families in supported lodgings. Now, supported lodgings is where you stay with a family who provide you with life skills, essentially. There's more to it, I can explain another time, but that's the basics of it. And all of these young people shared powerful stories of how living within a household had enabled them to pursue education and work and given them a place to call home and in some cases, as one of them described, a second family. So how can supported lodgings help with the aims of staying close in this bill? Well, in October 2024, a report was published, The Voices of Supported Lodgings, which the 4 young people I've mentioned worked on. And it found that every staying close support category that is listed in the bill has been proven to be provided by supported lodgings. Health and wellbeing, 84% of the young people reported that supporting lodging feels like home. Relationships, 89% had a good relationship with their host. Education, employment and training, Young people in supported lodgings are 8% more likely to be in education and employment or training than other care leavers. And participation in society. 90% of these young people felt more confident in their ability to live independently. And don't forget, these are looked after children. These are children who've spent a considerable amount of time in care. Therefore, would the government amend the bill to specifically reference supported lodgings provision as a high-quality example of the stay-in-close support that local authorities could provide for local care leavers? And with this, will they commit to provide the ability for local authorities to develop supported lodgings in their area through recruitment and the training of hosts? Now, a further point around staying close in particular. For some young, formerly looked after people, private rented accommodation may actually be the choice of where they wish to live. However, without family to support them in securing a deposit or even acting as a guarantor, will the government seek to extend the role of local authorities as corporate parents to require them to facilitate a rent deposit and guarantor scheme for looked after children? I want to also touch, though, in my contribution today on homeschooling. Now, I didn't get homeschooled, and I don't always think it's the best option, but for many, it's the choice that they have made for their children. But it feels like this bill is using a hammer to crack a nut. Now, I fully appreciate the risk of children going missing from education and that homeschooling can be used for inappropriate reasons. But many parents, including many in my constituency who've written to me, have opted to home educate and are doing an excellent job and are deeply concerned, though, at the proposed over-regulation that they face in this bill.
My honourable friend,
yes, I will.
I'm grateful to honourable friend. I too had a number of representations from constituents who are concerned about what is the purpose behind this? What additional information does it elicit to the local authority when actually a proper education is being received? Does she agree with me that some clarity is required there? Otherwise, it just seems an unnecessary and intrusive intervention, and sometimes ask questions about what the intent is behind the local authority's intervention.
Yes, I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, and absolutely I agree with him. We are looking to, or the bill is seeking for parents to provide such detailed explanation of what they are planning to do at home with their children that, quite frankly, it's going to hinder the work that they actually do in educating those children. And arguably, some of that information schools are probably not readily providing either. I'm also, though, concerned at the implication in the bill that the state is better at parenting than the parents themselves. The changes in this bill directly contradict Section 7 of the Education Act of 1996, which affirms a parent's legal duty to ensure that their children have an efficient and full-time education through regular school attendance or otherwise. Now, why, you might say, is this important? Because it underscores the principle that parents, not the state, hold primary responsibility for the education of their children, except, I admit, in the minority of cases where there is harm or neglect. So let's not forget that many parents opt to homeschool because the state system has failed their children. And I would really urge caution about the provision of this bill, which is adding further stress to them when they've already had to fight long and hard for their children.
Yeah. May I applaud my honourable friend for the point that she's making. I too have had representation from excellent homeschooling parents. Does she think there's a way, with reason and understanding on both sides, that a balance can be struck between the need to safeguard the rights of homeschooling by responsible parents and the needs to prevent abuse of children by parents who have got other more sinister objectives?
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for that contribution. I think he's correct. You know, there has to be a middle ground that we could find here. I suggested, didn't I, that we're using a hammer to crack a nut. I don't think a lot of these parents are against having to say something about what they're doing, but to suggest that they have to give absolute chapter and verse to their local authority, who in many cases are going to have failed them already, where that relationship may well have broken down, feels like it's too much of a strike. I'm going to continue to make some progress, if I may, because I won't get any extra time either. The requirements in the bill, therefore, risk hindering families who, for legitimate reasons, and often because of failures in the SEND provision that they have needed, have opted to educate their children in this particular way. So to conclude, I have 3 questions that I'd like to just raise for the government on this. Will the government confirm that the evidence base for this particular part of the bill is founded on accurate data and genuine needs, which I think reflects the questions that my honourable friends have asked already? What assessment has been made of the potential consequences of the bill on home educating families and their ability to provide a tailored high-quality education? And are we actually inadvertently hindering them from doing that? And will the government work to protect the rights of home educators and prioritise the well-being of children over administrative convenience? Now, we've heard all sorts of contributions this afternoon on many of the topics, but for me, I said in my maiden speech, looked after children are one of the key things I wish to speak about, and I believe very strongly in the rights of parents to choose what is best for their children. And I really hope that the government will listen to the contributions from the House today on both of those points, and that we could see some amendments in the next stage of this legislation that would tighten this up and make for an even better piece of legislation.
Jess Asato. Can I start by thanking my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, for bringing forward this landmark piece of genuinely transformational legislation. As someone who spent 3 years in the voluntary sector fighting for vulnerable children, I know this bill prioritises children and their needs, righting many of the wrongs of the last 14 years of failure under the Conservatives. This bill signifies a much-needed movement towards preventative services, shamefully slashed by the party opposite. Sure Start, with its huge impact on child development, disappeared. Youth services, decimated. Due to the huge cuts by the party opposite, in England we spend 11 times more on late intervention, and spending on early intervention has fallen by 44% since 2010. The reforms laid out today, coupled with the funding needed to properly realise them, have the potential to ensure that with the right support, more children can remain safely living with their birth families. It should also ensure that when children do need to live with foster parents or in a residential home, we are able to provide them with the best possible care. These children, after all, are the responsibility of the state. We are their parents, and we need to have the same high ambitions for them as we do for our own children. The recognition in this bill that young people need more support when they first leave care must also be celebrated. The bill will help to improve this situation by finally extending staying close to all areas of the country. This was a key recommendation of the independent review of children's social care. However, that review also recommended extending corporate parenting principles so they applied not just to children's services, but to a greater range of public organisations. In November, the government outlined that this important reform would be implemented. So therefore, can the Secretary of State confirm that extending corporate parenting responsibilities remains part of the government's plan to improve support for care leavers? We've also heard about the postcode lottery in the help available for care leavers. The support a young person receives too often depends on where they live, not what they need. That is why I believe that we need a national offer of support. It could include things suggested by children's charity Barnardo's, such as a right to a free bus pass, free prescriptions and help with rental deposits. And finally, like the Children's Commissioner for England, I believe this bill presents an opportunity for this House to finally ensure that children in England, like their counterparts in Scotland and Wales, receive equal protection from assault and battery. We cannot adequately ensure children's welfare if we fail to protect their physical safety and well-being. A 2021 Lancet review of 70 studies found that physical punishment had no positive outcomes for children and was instead linked to greater child behaviour problems over time. The Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health have also found that children who experience physical punishment are 2.6 times more likely to experience mental health problems and potentially 2.3 times more likely to experience more serious forms of physical abuse. These children are also more likely to believe that violence is an acceptable and normal way of expressing frustration, contributing to a cycle of violence in society that we need to break. And though for many of us physical punishment may seem a relic of the past, data from 2020 to 21 found that more than 1 in 5 10-year-olds have experienced physical punishment, and the NSPCC has seen a 3-fold increase in the number of child welfare calls mentioning physical punishment in the past couple of years. Given 71% of adults believe physical punishment is unacceptable, the time to end this injustice is now. In the context of one child dying every 4 days from deliberately inflicted injuries and the horrific murder of Sarah Sharif, whose father sought to justify her treatment under the dark cloak of discipline,
It is clear that the threat of violence children face should no longer be given the pretence of legal cover. This bill does so much for children and young people, and it's my view that by extending corporate parenting, ensuring equal protection and establishing a national care leavers offer, we can do even more to ensure that everyone growing up is given the opportunity to flourish. Thank you.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that the opposition amendment has been accepted, I'm not going to stand here and outline my disgust at what has happened with regard to the historic grooming scandal. The British people want answers, so I'm going to ask questions of the Labour Party, and several of them. Will the government commit to urgently deporting all guilty foreign nationals involved, including family members who were aware of the crimes and therefore complicit? Wives, sisters, mothers, cousins, if they knew and said nothing, these individuals are just as guilty as the rapists themselves. Will the government commit to stripping citizenship from dual nationals implicated and deport them as well? Race or religion must protect nobody. Will the government commit to pausing all Pakistani visas and foreign aid into the country until the Pakistani government agrees to accept any of its deported citizens that have perpetrated these crimes on British soil, and also imprisons these rapists and their accomplices in Pakistan, however they see fit? Will the government undertake a full investigation into officials who had knowledge of these crimes yet failed to act? Establish a specified task force to root out this wicked evil. Don't just fire these vile individuals, prosecute them. How many girls are estimated to have been raped? Is there a tally for the overall number of rapes? Horrifyingly, it may well be in the millions. We just don't know. How many vulnerable young girls are estimated to still be involved in these gangs? If there is no estimate figure, why not? Will a regular update be published detailing ongoing prosecutions and sentencing? Will the government publish a full nationality breakdown of those convicted for such offences, along with the location of their crimes? How many known foreign rapists per town, per region? Will they publish a breakdown of the immigration status of those involved? On what grounds were they in the UK? Do they have previous convictions? How many foreign nationals found guilty have been released but not deported? And how many re-offences... I'm going to carry on if that's right. How many re-offences have occurred since release? How many of these monsters are walking on the same streets as the girls they raped and abused? One report suggested a victim had come face to face with her rapist in a supermarket. Is the government comfortable with that? How many of the foreign rapists were in receipt of any form of state benefit?
Would the honourable member give
I'm going to carry on if that's right. How many released currently receive any state benefit? How many children have been born following a rape from these men? How many have been given access to the child against the mother's wishes? And how many have used the child as a route to remain in the UK? Will the government commit to preventing this in future? How many deportations have been blocked due to the rapist's right to a family life or other ECHR influences? Will the government set up a dedicated, confidential and accessible official process for whistleblowers to safely raise their concerns regarding foreign rape gangs, ensuring it is safe, secure and easy to find? Will the government release all court transcripts relating to these cases so the British people can understand just part of the horror for themselves? How many of these documents have been hidden due to the cost of release? This should not be an obstacle to transparency on these trials. Will lifelong sentences now be considered for those British citizens involved in the crimes, but also those in positions of power who acted to cover up the scale of the abuse? Which politicians, local and national, had knowledge of these events but failed to act? Again, going as far as to actively conceal what was truly happening. These are the facts that the British people want to know and the British people deserve to know. All of these questions have also been submitted in written form, and I look forward to receiving open and transparent answers. The mass rape of young white working class girls by gangs of Pakistani rapists is a rotting stain on our nation. This is not about Elon Musk. This is not a bandwagon of the far right. This is about the victims and ensuring swift and brutal justice is delivered to those demons responsible. It is about distinguishing between right and wrong.
On that point, will you give way?
I finished.
Sarah Champion.
I want to start by welcoming this bill because it actually does address a lot of the underlying problems that we have within our schools, education and indeed protection of children. I welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to make this a child-centred bill. I've got to say, I feel disgusted by what the Honourable Gentleman has just said. Can you imagine if you're a victim or survivor listening to that? I'm sure his intent is to get to the truth and get justice. But the language, please think about who hears our words. Sorry, everyone. On the 26th of November 2024, in her letter to the chair of the Safeguarding Practice Review Panel, the Secretary of State for Education said, "The forthcoming Children's Wellbeing Bill is a vital mechanism for improving the lives of vulnerable children. There is a renewed government focus on tackling child sexual exploitation, which will necessarily include our response to the ICSA recommendations." I want to take this moment as an opportunity to say to the Secretary of State which of those recommendations falls squarely within this bill, and I hope with cross-party support we can encourage the Secretary of State to adopt them. ICSA actually published 20 recommendations that were trying to address the whole of child sexual abuse in this country, to get support for those victims and survivors, to get early intervention to prevent the crime, but also to get the prosecutions that we all so desperately want. Recommendation 1 was for a core data set. Currently, the bill's single-use identifier number is not the same as a core data set. There is a need for a unified set of data which allows authorities to better understand the prevalence of abuse, identifying patterns and informing evidence-based policy making. What we currently have is a patchy, fragmented data system that hinders effective prevention and intervention. ICSA asked for the creation of a single core data set that includes the characteristics of victims and alleged perpetrators of child sexual abuse, vulnerability factors and the settings and contexts in which the abuse occurs. Recommendation 2 would be for a Child Protection Authority for England and Wales. Recommendation 3, a Cabinet Minister for Child Protection, and that needs to be someone that cuts across all the different departments, because that's where we're failing children right now. We do not have a joint approach when it comes to child protection. Recommendation 4, public awareness campaign, and cultural awareness is included throughout the recommendations. We need to make children aware of the risks that they face, but we also need to tackle cultural insensitivities and much worse wherever we find them. This is one that's particularly pertinent to me because I'm very proud that I got the previous government to make sure every child from primary school had relationship education. However, in September 24, the DfE published an independent evidence review on teaching relationship education to prevent sexual abuse, and it found that still teachers were not receiving the adequate training. There are not the adequate resources for those teachers, and so I urge the Secretary of State to use this bill to do something about it. Specifically, will she ring-fence RHSE training budgets? I will, of course.
Thank you for giving way. A fantastic organisation in my constituency of South Devon called Child Assault Prevention. I worked with them when I was working at Devon Rape Crisis. They had to close their doors 2 years ago because their funding was cut by the previous government, and they were doing really, really vital work with primary school age children, teaching them about the dangers of sexual assault and how to avoid it. So I would really welcome the government looking at reinstating funding to organisations like this who are working in this very sensitive area with young children.
And I would absolutely recommend and echo what she's saying. It's so important. Recommendation 13 is on mandatory reporting. And I was keen to hear the Home Secretary say that this was going to be one of her objectives, but it also needs to cover those in all positions of trust. I'm very, very concerned as well that if we just have mandatory reporting without the resources for the administration to actually act on that, it becomes no more than a tick box exercise, but also the very teachers and training staff that should be protecting children get penalised, worse, prosecuted as a consequence. I would like to say that ICSA took 7 years, cost £186 million. It had over 2 million pages of evidence, 725 witnesses, and over 6,000 victims and survivors put their trust into the process and gave their evidence. They did all of this. We spent all of this money so that the recommendations would be implemented. There was also a Home Office report. Again, I spent a year of my life putting into the Home Office report, which was in 2020, which gave the solutions. I spent 2 years in the ICSA inquiry specifically around grooming gangs. The recommendations haven't been adopted. So I say with the deepest respect to all of those calling for a national inquiry, rather than that, put all of your energy in getting these recommendations adopted. Because with the best will in the world, and you all know me, I'm not making a party political point here, with the best will in the world, another inquiry will mean another 10 years of waiting. And what I want to see, and I truly believe we all want to see, is child protection right now, including the... So I urge, please, members, consider what you're doing. Use the report as the time to make the amendments to get the changes you want.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Deputy Speaker. There are two sides to this bill. Indeed, it could very easily have been two bills and would have maybe been a stronger piece of legislation if it had been dealt with as two bills. And on one aspect, I'd like to commend the government in terms of children's well-being, and so much that is part of that bill, I think, is very good and very commendable. It's wonderful to see the building up of work that's been done in terms of Staying Close programme that is already demonstrating positive results, and the evidence there is showing the impact that it has on people's lives. And I was delighted to see that much of the work that was undertaken by the Honourable Member for Workington and Whitehaven when he was commissioned to do the report under the last government has been embraced and taken as part of this and is being built upon. I'm also delighted to see the work that has been done in terms of fostering and kinship care. We know that this has such a positive impact on so many young people's lives, and it's good to see that as part of the bill. However, the other side of the bill, in terms of schools, is an area that I think does raise very serious concerns. As was said by the government, it said that the current discrepancy between maintained schools and academies leaves potential for inconsistencies in education standards, opportunities and outcomes for pupils from different types of schools. And it's an interesting point, because actually as you look through this legislation, if you look through the clauses, it doesn't seem to be about making sure that excellence within our schooling system is actually driven forward. It seems to be about dragging the excellent down. And if I may take the chance to go through some clauses, and maybe even the ministers could take the time to actually make themselves familiar with some of those clauses. Because actually, if you look at section 45 of the bill, ending academy schools' freedom over pay. You know, the idea that academy schools are using that freedom anything other than to attract the best teachers and the specialists that they sometimes need in order to be able to get the very best for their pupils is crazy. Of course, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you. And I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Is it not the case that there are some multi-academy trusts that in respect of sick pay offer terms and conditions after 6 weeks that are only a little above the statutory minimum? And if a teacher does fall seriously ill, they should have access to the same protections as are available to any other teachers.
What this bill does is remove academies' ability to do more for teachers. If you take the ARC Academy Trust, on average, they're paying 2.5% on every single national pay point for their teachers. What academies have done, where they've got areas of specialism, they've used that as an opportunity to pay more to bring the very best of teachers in. And then as we progress through, if we look at clause 50, it's giving the school's adjudicator the power to set published mission numbers of a school, including academies, giving the local authority greater influence over the PANS, the public admission numbers for schools in their area. In reality, and this is going to see the very best schools lose out on the ability to expand rapidly, to offer more children the opportunity to come to the very best school. And this is increasingly important in a time when we're actually seeing overall pupil numbers starting to decline. We're seeing the best schools having less opportunity to offer more spaces to pupils within their community. And if we look at clause 44, the bill repeals the requirement to turn failing local authority schools into academies. We already have a great deal of ambiguity where you have failing schools. What is the government going to do about those failing schools? It's not been made clear as to the changes of Ofsted. The powers of Ofsted have been watered down. And this will mean failing schools continue to exist. There will be no change. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
And does he agree with me that ministers need to set out how failing schools will be tackled, because we cannot have a system in which children are left in a school which is letting them down without immediate action. And that's what the previous Academies programme brought about.
My right honourable friend is absolutely correct. There is total silence as to what is going to happen. There is no sense that where you have a school that is failing, action is going to be taken to make sure that we have successful academy change taking over those schools and driving improvements in those schools. But what we have heard from the government since it's come in is about getting rid of excellence. A number of programmes that I was very proud to see introduced, whether it's the Latin Excellence Programme, whether it is rolling out the ability to have more cadet forces in schools, where the evidence points to the fact that this has a real impact in terms of children's attainment, often children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds. These programmes are just scrapped. There's a sense that what we want to do is have a homogenous school system where brilliance and excellence and freedom for teachers and for schools to deliver the very best for their pupils is stamped out, and the sense that the minister knows best, that Whitehall is the master, is what is going to drive our education system forward. There is many aspects of this bill that is positive when it comes to that children's well-being aspects of it. But I urge the minister to look at those other aspects that systemically destroy the progress that has been made by both Labour governments and Conservative governments in terms of driving academic excellence forward, driving schools to be able to offer some of the things that private schools have, but the state school previously hadn't. I certainly know at my comprehensive school, the idea that you could join a cadet force or you could learn Latin, that was just not available. This is about dumbing down. It's not about raising aspiration. It's not about raising excellence.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is actually a bill which will ensure that every child growing up in this country will have the best possible start in life and break down the barriers to opportunity. And like the honourable member opposite, I also went to a comprehensive, and also I believe in comprehensive state-run education should be excellent, and that's why I support this bill. I would also say that every teacher I spoke to before the election was cheesed off with what was happening in education. And that's one of the reasons I got involved in this, because they were so depressed about what they were doing. And also, every teacher I've spoke to who has read this bill is in support of it. So surely we should be listening to those. Can I answer a couple of other quick things first? Can I just say that in terms of mental health, that was raised by a colleague, an honourable member. Actually, this government is going to bring a mental health work into every school. It's not in this bill. This is about the Department of Health. And I believe that we will transform that. Did I actually say you could give way? But look, go on then, after you. Yeah.
I think he's very kind second time round. I think he just said the new government was going to bring a mental health work into each school. Could he just repeat that for the avoidance of doubt?
That is our manifesto commitment. And can I also say that one of the reasons I am here is because a child in my constituency under the last Tory government had to wait 6 months following a suicide attempt at school, and that is simply not acceptable. So that's all I would say. The other thing I would also say is, in terms of the curriculum review, we need to expand the curriculum. Every teacher I spoke to has said this. We need to improve the arts, music, and this will in itself improve well-being. But I would also like to just, rather less controversially, just concentrate on clause 22 regarding the provision of free breakfast clubs. So I have been a GP for the last 30 years, and I understand that health and education are inextricably linked. We cannot learn when we are hungry, and I think free breakfast clubs will ensure that every child, irrespective of their background, has the foundation they need to start the day. And also, there's a very strong evidence around obesity. Obesity is a massive problem in our children, and it's harming their well-being. 10% of children entering reception are obese, and at year 6, 22% are obese. So free breakfast clubs will reduce that as well. And the other thing I would be very keen to encourage is that, well, in Stroud, we've been working really closely with local primary schools, and this is about getting local food that's nutritious into the school diet and not relying on national companies doing that. And we have a commitment to try and procure 50% of that food from the local agricultural community. And I am very, very proud of this. And the other thing about breakfast clubs is that it's really important that children eat together. And that's what we used to do at our primary school, and it fosters a feeling of well-being as well. And the Long Table in Stroud is an organisation that encourages that. So can I just say one other thing about breakfast clubs? Now, something we need to be careful of is of the food industry. The food industry lobby is incredibly powerful, and they have been providing free food for these breakfast clubs. And all I would say is there's no such thing as a free breakfast. These companies are trying to promote their own products, and we must be very, very wary of them as well. I'll be very brief now as well. I want to just talk about free school meals. There's quite a lot of evidence that free school meals reduces obesity, and I would support their universal rollout, not just in Wales and in London. And in London, there has been a reduction in obesity levels and improvements in learning as well. So let's really work for that when the conditions allow. And I also think, as an interim, we should go for auto-enrolment for free school meals, because that will improve the funding for schools, and it will also enable about 400,000 children to receive free school meals. So I just want to conclude by commending the government committing to ensure every child has the opportunity to thrive. The Children's Wellbeing and School Bill is a bold step towards addressing inequalities and improving the lives of the next generation. But introducing free breakfast clubs, this government is not only tackling hunger, but also investing in health and education. So I urge my honourable friends, do not get waylaid by these political things that are going on around this bill. This is an excellent bill, and we need to support it. Thank you.
To ensure that as many colleagues can get in and not many are then disappointed for not getting in, we're going to reduce the speaking limit to 4 minutes. And next I call Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall go as quickly as I can because I've timed it to 5.
The death of Sarah Sharif shocked us all, and as my honourable friend for Woking said before recess, we have the opportunity to change the law so that her legacy is that she is the last vulnerable child to be killed by the people who should have looked after her. We often recall the names of Victoria Climpier and baby Peter Connolly, but there are so many more children and babies who have been the innocent victims of evil parents and family members, neglectful professionals and siloed systems, and their memories should be etched on our hearts as we consider this bill. I welcome the moves in Part 1 of the bill to strengthen the multi-agency approach, slip of the tongue, but I agree with the Children's Commissioner and the Honourable Member for Lowestoft that we should go further in protecting children from assault. Some of the injuries inflicted on children like Sarah Sharif under the reasonable punishment hide were beyond belief. But if it's not defined in law, I can imagine that it must make it very difficult for some social workers to really force what is appropriate. I've been shocked by just how many of the child deaths reported are of babies, infants who haven't reached school or nursery and whose voices are literally unheard. And I worry that the role of the health visitor in the lives of new parents is so greatly reduced. As a new mum, I would join other parents in regular weigh-in sessions and playgroups alongside health visitors right through to when my child started nursery. And GPs in my constituency of Mid Dorset and North Poole have told me that they would previously liaise with the health visitors in their surgeries to warn families that were at risk. Perhaps a mum that had come in for a smear test and they were worried about domestic abuse, or a father coming in where they were worried about alcohol abuse. They could send the health visitor in and just check up on them. And that just doesn't happen anymore, thanks to the smashing of the system under the previous government. But turning to the schools part of the bill, I'm sorely disappointed that the bill lacks anything to support children with special educational needs and disabilities. There is no requirement for schools to be inclusive of such children, and nothing about the need for teachers to be trained in autism or social and emotional health. On previous occasions challenging the Minister, I've urged for more action and have been told to wait for this bill. But if this was an Ofsted judgment, it would be requires improvement. When my child was pushed out of school, unable to cope full-time, and obvious they were not going to achieve the heady heights of 5 GCSEs and 90% attendance, we seriously considered home education. To hear your child say, "Mum, they don't want me here," breaks your heart. And the lack of accountability in the academies is just not okay, and I welcome the move to bring them under more control of local authorities. But home education is a right of parents, and it can be transformational for some children. My constituent Katie, who chooses to educate her children at home, has raised concerns about the potential for schools to refer a family to social services if they indicate their wish to move to home education. I would wish that the Minister could confirm this will not be possible for a school to refer simply because a family chooses to opt out. They're also concerned about the risk to parents fleeing domestic abuse, where one parent has no involvement, and this bill requires the register to get the permission from both parents and to list both parents, which simply won't be possible. And if this means single-parent families are excluded, that's simply not okay. Finally, there is the opportunity to properly support families for whom school does not work. Page 55 talks about support but provides none. We need to see the ability for parents to access national curriculum, free resources and free examinations.
Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are so many fantastic provisions in this bill, it's quite hard to know where to start. But the first thing that I want to say is that the moves to restrict the number of branded school uniform items I know will be so welcomed by parents in my Congleton constituency, so many of whom have spoken to me who are struggling, who are finding it really very difficult to make ends meet and have done for many years. I've spoken to parents who are working 2 jobs and are desperately trying to put food on the table. I know that they will also strongly welcome the provision for free breakfast clubs, and I have spoken to the Secretary of State about the importance of children with special educational needs being able to access these free breakfast clubs and also being able to access holiday provision. And I know that's something she's looked at in the pilot of the free breakfast clubs, and I do hope it's something that we'll continue to keep an emphasis on going forwards. The other thing that I would like to mention about free breakfast clubs is that we certainly talked during the general election about toothbrushing, and I believe that there are also pilots going on around toothbrushing in breakfast clubs, and I would love to see that rolled out very widely as well. Toothbrushing is so crucial, and working parents who are dropping children off early, of course, find it difficult to ensure that their children's teeth are brushed before school, and it's best done every day. So I welcome us extending that as far as possible as well. My favourite thing about this bill is the commitment that it really demonstrates, though, to all children in our communities, at all schools, having the best possible opportunities, because it is absolutely morally imperative that we ensure that children do get those opportunities, but also because the education of today is the workforce and the national productivity of tomorrow. So I think we all have to keep that in front of our minds, and I know that the Minister absolutely does. I would like to say one or two things about the identifier that we are bringing in this bill. And of course, many of my colleagues across the House have referred to some really horrific situations that this seeks to avoid, and the role of children who are outside of school. And I want to reassure parents that parents who have chosen to homeschool absolutely have my support in the constituency. This isn't about penalising parents who make choice or about restricting freedom of choice. It's about protecting extremely vulnerable children who are already identified as vulnerable within the system. And I know that everyone here supports that, or I would hope that they did. Lastly, I want to mention temporary accommodation and the use of our single identifier to track the potential outcomes educationally of children who are in temporary accommodation. I've spoken in this House before about the significant concerns that I have about when children lose their accommodation, that they also often lose their school place and may spend considerable periods of time outside of the education system, and that some children are losing their accommodation repeatedly during their childhood and therefore moving schools on multiple occasions. I do think the capacity to track that and the outcomes for those children is really, really important. That's a hugely important potential power within this bill, and I do hope that we will use it in that way. Lastly, I would just like to thank everyone for their intelligent and constructive points being made by the Liberal Democrats actually in their constructive support of this bill. And I do think that there are other people within this House who really could learn from their example. Many thanks.
I call David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My interest in this world started becoming a governor of the second school that ever was an academy back in the late 90s, and diverted by way some time with the former Director of Public Prosecutions on the improvement in practice on prosecutions of rape gangs and child sexual abusers in the early 2010s. And what all of that demonstrated to me, that much of what this bill is about will revolve around the quality of the professional practice that it leads to, rather than what we are debating and put in the law in this Parliament. And it is important, because we're all debating many of the things that we want to see improve, that we recognise and thank the social workers and the police officers and the medical staff who at present ensure that in the UK we have one of the most effective and safest child protection systems of any nation in the world. And it's important that we acknowledge that. Many members have said that it is a bill in which there is much that we on this side of the House will welcome. The decisions around implementing family group decision making, building on the family group conferencing model. Section 6, building on the success that virtual head teachers have had in driving up attainment and ensuring that children in care are now amongst the best school attenders of any group of children in our country, are to be commended. And I would say to ministers that in respect of Section 2, and in particular Section 16EB that refers to bringing partnerships together, that the working together guidance that was last updated in 2023 is going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting to ensure that the aspirations that we're setting out work in practice, in particular in respect of education. Because the main purpose of the bill is to create a responsibility for local authorities to bring education to the table. But it does not go so far as to create a duty or an obligation on schools, nurseries and childminders to reciprocally participate. And that's been an issue for a long time in our system. It was an issue with area child protection committees, local safeguarding children boards, local safeguarding partnerships, and we need to ensure that we get that right. And I'd like to hear a clear assurance from ministers that they will ensure that that guidance will make very clear to school leaders, to governors, to trusts, that they have an obligation to ensure that they fully commit to and participate in those local safeguarding arrangements. Turning to two final and important points, Madam Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree with the point made by the member for Lowestoft. I asked the Deputy Prime Minister about this issue of ending the reasonable chastisement defence in law. Now, I understand it is a matter of Home Office legislation, but I was astonished to hear the Secretary of State for Education say that she was open-minded about the issue. I'd like to hear a clear assurance from government that they will respond to that calls, and we will make sure that children like Glenn Robinson, Sarah Sharif, whose deaths have occurred, where people tried to justify violence on the basis that it was reasonable punishment, that we close that loophole for good, and we make sure that all children enjoy an equal degree of protection in our country. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the call for a national inquiry. The Prime Minister has said this afternoon in response to questions that he is open-minded about that. The Safeguarding Minister has said the same thing. But I would say when we look at the publicly available serious case reviews, all of which we can read on the NSPCC website, we can see, and those of us who have experience will know, that these cases are often very complicated. There are grooming gangs. There are also drug gangs that coerce boys into sexual activity who are both abused and abusers. There are school teachers, there are clergymen who carry out this activity. And we need to ensure that whilst there may be certain groups of victims and perpetrators who are in the headlines, that we recognise the diversity and complexity of this issue if we are going to deal with it effectively.
Well said. Dame Siobhan MacDonagh.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it really saddens me to make this contribution. There are three main aspects of the bill that are of particular concern to me. The proposal to make it compulsory for academies to teach the national curriculum, the harmonisation of teachers' pay across academies and maintained schools, and the pathway for future failing schools. When I was elected in 1997, 2 of our 4 secondary schools were in the bottom performing 5% of schools in London, and London was the worst region in the country. Today we have 3 academies: Harris Merton, Harris Morden and St Mark's Academy. I am delighted to tell you that all of them are Ofsted rated outstanding. And I would like to thank the principals, Julian Sparks, Aisha Samad, Hannah Farhi and their teams for all their efforts. According to Ofsted's latest inspection report, one of the keys to the success of Harris Academy Merton is its aspirational curriculum. Their version of our national curriculum that is flexible and tailored to pupils' individual needs. Ofsted stated that their teachers were able to carefully consider what pupils needed to learn and the right time for pupils to revisit this knowledge. This is a proven recipe for success, not just at Harris Academy Merton, but in academies across England. I struggle to see how removing this right to a carefully tailored education will benefit the students that need the additional support that this provides. Forcing schools like Harris Academy to teach the national curriculum risks undermining one of the keys to their success. I want to put on record that I have serious concerns about the proposal to change the pathway for turning around failing schools. I know from bitter personal experience that any change to the status of a school can become highly political. The current system where failing schools automatically become academies provides clarity, depoliticisation, and ensures a rapid transition. I fear that a discretionary process would result in large increase in judicial reviews, pressures on council and prolonged uncertainty in nobody's interest. I do understand that a change might be needed to ensure failing schools receive the right academy to take over their needs, and not a weak academy, and there should be a list of those that are up to it. We should not put this process at risk. My contribution is borne out by 27 years' experience. I have fought teaching unions. I have fought anti-academy groups, because the most important thing is the ability of children to achieve what they can. And that is not about aspiring to it, saying it's what we want. It's about putting the structures in place that actually bring it about. Don't put that at risk.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be voting for this amendment and against this bill, not only for the catastrophic damage that it does to the academy movement, as so amply explained by the previous contributor, the Honourable Lady, but also because it fails to take opportunity to have a national, dedicated public inquiry into the child rape and grooming scandal. And that's because, yes, victims and survivors want action now. But also, victims and survivors want answers. And I fear there is a great misunderstanding and misinformation about the previous national inquiry led by Professor Jay, because that was an all-encompassing umbrella inquiry into child sex exploitation. But what it didn't cover, in any detail whatsoever, I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Agree that there was a 2-year inquiry on organised networks and sexual exploitation, which is grooming gangs in the language of the inquiry, and that the Chief Executive of the National Association of People Abused in Childhood, NAPAC, has said that we urge the government to focus on delivering improvements rather than proposing new inquiries that may potentially delay action even further.
And I shall come to the specific point she makes, because the reality is that this Professor Jay inquiry, it was an overarching inquiry. Its references specifically to grooming gangs was minuscule. It only mentioned Rotherham. There are dozens and dozens of towns, primarily Labour-led towns, where we know that horrific things have taken place. And victims and survivors not only want action, they want answers. And this is an opportunity for both things to take place. So the Honourable Lady refers to the need for action. Surely, in this great nation of ours, we can do both in parallel. Surely we can say, yes, these are the actions required from the recommendations of the Jay inquiry, but alongside that, to continue with public confidence, to get the answers that victims and survivors want, is to say, actually, we need to keep exploring in specific towns. And it's not good enough. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. If I can just correct him, the inquiry was part of the overarching inquiry. There were 12 separate inquiries, one of which lasted 2 years, with a report that's 185 pages, was specific about grooming gangs. And if I can just ask him, what more information do we need? We know who the perpetrators are, we know the model, we know the victims. What we want is prosecution and support for those victims.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. She's quite right in that victims and survivors, where we know, want answers, want action and prosecution. But I regret to say to the Honourable Lady, there are many towns where people don't know the perpetrators and the truth has not been exposed. And the reality is that many councils have a vested interest in not digging into the truth, because it will expose the failings of their own councillors and officers. And that's why we have to have a national dedicated inquiry into this horrific issue. And I believe that we should be ambitious and say, it doesn't need to take 3 years or 5 years or 7 years, for heaven's sake. Let's do it in 1 year. Let's get it done. Let's have the appropriate numbers of people inquiring into it, town after town after town. Let's examine it and get the answers, because that, I think, is what will restore the confidence of the British people, so that we get action immediately and answers within a year or so. Surely, as a nation, we can do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Marie Tidball. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first met my constituent, Claire Throssell, at a remembrance service at my old secondary school in Penistone. Every year, the head teacher marks the deaths of Claire's sons, former pupils Jack and Paul Sykes, who died at the hands of their known domestically abusive father in a house fire he set alight whilst on permitted contact visit. However, the names of most of the children who've been murdered at the hands of their domestically abusive parents in the decade since Claire's boys were killed remain unspoken. But we must not forget them. Between 2005 and 2015, Women's Aid research found 19 children, including Jack and Paul, had been killed as a result of unsafe contact with abusive parents. These children have to remain nameless to avoid causing further distress to their families, and subsequently many more will also have followed, uncounted, unrecalled. The scale of those children at risk may be even higher. In the year up to March 2024, 215,640 assessments identified that either the child or parent were experiencing domestic abuse in child in need social care cases in England and Wales. One name is sadly known to us only too well: Sarah Sharif. Her tragic death makes the need for action on this issue all the more poignant. With the sentencing of her murderers taking place just before Christmas, the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill before us today will help protect children like Sarah. It creates a safer and higher quality education system for every child by introducing children not in school registers to help ensure no child falls through the gaps when home educated. Our government is taking strong action in response to Sarah's death through the bill's establishment of a single unique identifier for children and introduction of new duties which will improve information sharing and within agencies, bringing together multi-agency child protection teams from education, social work and the police. I commend the work of the Secretary of State for Education for bringing forward a bill so transformative in its work on child protection, a bill which is powerful in strengthening regulations on the use of agency workers in children's social care. Claire Throssell, my constituent, promised her two boys that no other children would die in the same tragic circumstances that her son did. I'm proud that our mission-led government includes halving violence against women and girls in a decade and recognises the need to use every government tool available to target perpetrators and address the root causes of abuse and violence. To achieve this mission and fulfil the promise Claire made to her children will require connecting the incredible strategic work in today's bill with an urgent need to change the law to remove the principle of presumption of contact in the family courts. The principle added via the Children and Families Act 2014 and now found in the Children's Act 1989 currently allows known abusers to have contact with their children, putting those children's lives, lives at risk. Just as the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill implements child-centred government, emphatically embedding this in education and children's social care, there must be parallel work to put children first in the family courts. This is an important piece of the jigsaw puzzle to complement the work being enacted by the bill today. I commend the bill to this House. It brings forward a landmark approach to safeguarding children at risk, and I am proud to support it.
Julian Smith.
Speaker, could I firstly pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Rotherham for all of the work she has done on child sexual abuse. I want to speak very briefly on two limited parts of this bill: the registration of children not at school, a positive measure building on work of the previous government, and now set in this bill on a statutory footing, and the sections on teacher training. On registers, we know from our casework that these measures are positive and will play a big role in ensuring that children are not lost or hidden in the system. But in implementing and applying these measures, I want to urge the government to consult with SEND charities and organisations, and particularly those organisations working with autistic kids and families. Ambitious About Autism makes a case for greater focus on the register to contain more data about the specific profile of children not at school, disaggregated by primary need. Putting on a clear footing the expectation of detailed profile data is vital for autistic children and families so that schools and councils can offer more tailored support in getting them back to school. For pathological demand avoidant children, these children require a completely different approach to negotiating school entry and ensuring that their needs are dealt with patience and understanding.
My right honourable friend,
I will.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He will be aware that despite the many children with autism who are home educated being known to local authorities, there is very, very poor support for them as it stands. So how will this burdensome, expensive and even more extensive, if my right honourable friend has his way, register transform the support which children need rather than just being another bureaucratic exercise which continues the woeful current level of support?
Well, I thank you for that information, but I make clear my support for it. The other aspect of greater rules and regulation for families of autistic children is the inadvertent risk of penalising those families through fines or stricter rules that can obviously add to the harm and the stress that those families are often having. And I would urge ministers and civil servants to reflect on that. Why should an autistic parent be fined if they're doing all they can to get their children into school? Even more problematic are the fact that for autistic kids, the clearer and firmer and harsher rules, with all the good intent that this, I believe that there is, can add to further trauma and can make school entry even more difficult. It already happens with registration. Schools rightly are under pressure from governments to ensure children get into school on time. But if you're a parent of an autistic child, particularly with a PDA profile, you have done amazingly well to get them to the school gate at all. And the total focus on registration at all costs at a certain time of day risks school refusal and ultimately a CME. Both Ambitious About Autism and the Children's Commissioner's report on support for autism and other conditions argue that much better understanding of the different aspects of autism are key to getting children back to school. At the heart of this is parents, Madam Deputy Speaker. Time after time, parents of autistic children are judged and challenged because schools and authorities assume that behaviour is bad, this is an issue of behaviour or bad parenting, or that there's a very simple cause at root of the issue. Making sure that the measures in this bill have a deeper understanding of what these families and kids are going through is absolutely vital. The teaching measures will help, and I would again point to the work that the last government did, supported by the Autism Society, making positive strides into introducing autism training into initial teacher training. But the more that individual teacher training programs can have specific models about the different aspects of autism and the challenges on school entry that they give, and the more that can be done on continuous professional development for all staff, teachers, administration staff and receptionists, is key. Madam Deputy Speaker, autism is often at the centre of school refusal and non-attendance. As this bill progresses through the House and into implementation, looking at these measures with the autistic child front of mind will not only transform the school experience of children and families, but in my view help address the core goal of these measures to improve school attendance. Sorry.
James Frith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of this bill today and wish to speak to the cost of living impact it begins to address. Madam Deputy Speaker, every child matters, not just political guidance, but an ideal to live by and to come into politics for. So I welcome the first steps that this bill represents, steps towards a change in the security and fortunes of all young people in Bury and Britain. Ensuring the well-being of a child and whereabouts of a child in Bury North has been one of my main priorities as MP. It's also why I've long championed improvements to the appalling state of the special educational needs system, both in this term and in my last time in this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, a child's well-being or their vulnerability doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is tied to the conditions they grow up in. In Bury North, we confront a grim reality. 42% of children in Bury North are living in absolute poverty. Poverty must no longer simply be glanced at by our politics. We must reach into it. It is a concentrated poverty, dense, multiple and compounded. A poverty, I won't touch, a poverty that's crept up on us faster and faster in recent years, where one mile's difference between postcodes can mean as much as a 7-year gap in life expectancy. It shows itself in poor, squalid housing, in too few teachers in the schools, in a lack of accessible public or social services, an absence in quality public transport, the scourge of antisocial behaviour, victims of unpunished criminality, and even worse, streets than the better-off wards are rightly animated by. Worse still, though, is the poverty of opportunity. Children unaccounted for or not attending school at all. I strongly support the bill's first moves to ease the burdens faced by so many families, cutting the cost of children going to school. Common sense on school uniform will save parents more than £50 a child on the back-to-school shop. Free breakfast clubs for all primary school children will save hard-pressed parents up to £450 a year per child. And critically, this can help working parents make their hours. But I know the ambitions of this government go well beyond what this bill starts. Eyes and expectations will turn to the Child Poverty Task Force and its recommendations, as well as future work of this Parliament, because we need to tackle the roots of these experiences and not just symptoms. I know this government is determined to transform the lives of children with structural, strategic changes to life in Bury and Britain. It's been done before. Sure Start, building schools for future, maintenance allowance, and the power of progressive social policies, the importance of the first 1,000 days of a child's life, of foundation learning, yes, of phonics and choice. We will not let the inheritance from the Conservative Party prevent us. This will be a period of renewal and hope. Bury North's poorest are failed by living down the road from those doing just all right. Another town overlooked and underserved by funding formulas that have only ever glanced at the place and its problems, and the failures to level up, let alone even out. Let's be clear, this bill is only the beginning, a good start. We must keep going, because every child matters.
Graham Stewart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to take part in the debate. Touch on, if I may, initially the issue of the need for a national inquiry into the rape grooming gangs. And given the debate so far, I just challenge colleagues who have opposed that to say, is there one thing from the J proposals that can't be implemented if we go ahead with this inquiry? So it really is a matter of and I think we can, notwithstanding the political theatre which I think the party opposite has tried to bring to this today, the fact that the Prime Minister and the Safeguarding Minister have said they're open-minded suggests that sensibly, but from a policy point of view and politically, the Labour Party may move to the correct position. But as my one of my right honourable colleagues has already mentioned, this is a bill in two parts, which could probably most usefully have been two separate bills. But one is around safeguarding, which for the most part I and my party support, and the other is around schools, and that we most certainly cannot. So rather than accusing our amendment of being a wrecking amendment, as I think the Liberal Democrats rather disappointingly have done, it's, the truth is the second half, the schools element of this bill, is the wrecking. element, because it makes the important safeguarding improvements part of a bill which can be genuinely supported in this House. And there's a troubling theme, and that is that a misguided notion that the bureaucrat knows best, as colleagues have suggested, stripping academies of the flexibility to set competitive pay for their staff. If this government was genuinely interested, as the honourable gentleman who spoke last talked about just now, levelling up, well then, as Sir Dan Moynihan, perhaps the nation's most successful head teacher and trust runner, has said at lunchtime today, I believe, why not give those academy freedoms to maintain schools? Why rip away those things which have been used by academies to produce schools like Michaela, which are the best in the country, and which we have a ideologically driven Labour government, certainly the front bench, I wouldn't want to daub everyone behind the front bench with it, cannot even bring itself to congratulate the school which has been the best in the country 3 years in a row. So the government is signalling it doesn't trust schools to attract and retain the best teachers, but only the Secretary of State. And in advocating for new schools to be opened and controlled by local authorities, it removes the contestability. And we actually had, notwithstanding some of the contradictions in the Secretary of State's speech, but she described competition as harmful. Well, I represent Beverley and Holderness. I looked at Hull schools for many years. And there was a sort of sotto voce voice. It's the people here. It's the people that's the problem in Hull, as they generation after generation were failed. And when the Academies programme was opened out in 2010, what happened? Well, you saw primary schools en masse leave local authority control. You saw it was no longer acceptable for local authority to use the democratic mandate to give a substandard education to their local population. We saw a transformation. We saw academy groups open up, and it was teachers and communities seizing that. And I cannot believe that members opposite really want to tear that away when the evidence is so crystal clear from the OECD PISA tables on any measure. English education has got immensely better. I may not believe that generally of the party opposite, but I would believe it be possible of the honourable gentleman.
Richard Bergen.
For giving way. He's making various remarks about what he considers to be the failings and deficiencies of this excellent bill. Can I invite the honourable gentleman, however, to reflect upon the fact that in my constituency, in East Leeds, families and children have been really struggling over the last decade, and the measures in this bill to bring down the cost of school uniforms and provide free breakfast clubs in primary schools should be warmly welcomed and supported by all of us that care about children and families in our communities.
To the honourable gentleman, and breakfast clubs and efforts to make sure that families don't have excessive charges imposed on them by schools. No one can be against that in principle, although we need to look at the specifics to understand that. That had nothing to do with what I was saying. And I would say, and I would ask the honourable gentleman, and indeed other members opposite, to reflect on the honourable member for Mitcham, and I'll give way to the honourable lady in a moment, reflect on the speech of the honourable member for Mitcham and Morden. I did chair the Select Committee from 2010 to 2015, and she, along with the Minister on the front bench, were distinguished members of that committee. I don't think there's probably anyone in this House in the nearly 20 years I've been here, and my right honourable friend, of course, but I don't think there's anyone who I've been in this House with over the last 20 years, who has a more personal, visceral record of fighting for change in their constituency than the honourable member for Mitcham and Morden. And I certainly would ask colleagues, before they go into the committee, before they have the opportunity to reflect on changes in this legislation, she knows of what she speaks, and she has been heroic in championing the improvement in education in her area, and she has delivered it. I give way to the honourable lady.
Mr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill because it is a chance to make progress on resetting the children's social care system in England, and that's where I want to focus my remarks. Children's social care is a special endeavour. It's a collection of kin, professionals and volunteers who seek to provide safe, stable and loving homes for children right the way across our country. They are the most important foundations for any child growing up, the foundations of family, a tribe and a sense of identity. Having chaired the independent review of children's social care commissioned by the last government, I had the opportunity to spend time listening to thousands of people with direct experience of that system to make a number of recommendations that I believe the legislation put forward today deliver on. One was a shift away from late-stage crisis intervention. The other was to create a sharper focus on a more expert-led child protection system, to unlock the potential of family networks where they can provide an answer as an alternative to the care system, and then to move the care system itself away from a system that breaks rather than builds those lifelong loving relationships. And I'd like to take this moment to also say that as somebody who has led an independent review for government, looking at a serious matter which included engaging with and speaking to those who are victims of sexual abuse and criminal abuse, I do find it extraordinary that people who are sent here to be problem solvers are using this as a moment instead to be problem exploiters. And we have got stacks of evidence. We have had thousands of victims of sexual abuse provide heartbreaking, very painful evidence and testimony over many, many years. And it is our job to listen and to act, not to exploit at moments where politics may be in our favour. I will gladly give way.
I thank my honourable friend. In my constituency of Camborne, Redruth and Hale, 32% of secondary school children are persistently absent from school. Some are also homeschooled, but some are lost to the system without support. These are vulnerable children. This bill is about protecting vulnerable children. Does my honourable friend agree that voting against this bill is playing politics with the protection of vulnerable children?
I completely agree, Madam Deputy Speaker. And actually, if members, like the member for Ruislip, who I've got a huge amount of respect for in his comments that he shared on this matter a moment ago, if they were serious about this matter, would be putting forward amendments to deliver the recommendation at the ICSA, not to have another go round the process. There are three measures in particular that I want to speak about briefly. The first is how welcome it is that we've got proposals for family group decision making to be made compulsory at pre-proceeding stage. There is very sound evidence that this works. A randomised control trial was undertaken and published a few years ago that shows that if family group decision making in the form of a family group conference was provided at pre-proceeding stage across England, 2,000 fewer children would enter care each year, and it would free up £150 million to go into earlier support for families. It's extremely important that as local authorities start to deliver on this new requirement, that we don't just make it a tick box exercise, but that we ensure that the evidence, the practice guidance is there to support local authorities to deliver it in a way that will be most effective. Secondly, the provisions to create multi-agency child protection teams. These teams will fuse together at an operational level, not just at a strategic level, the relevant agencies needed to share information and then act on it to protect children from significant harm. It will be important that, as well as getting the structure of this right, we also have a focus on the professional expertise that is required to do the task of child protection, which is often so challenging. We too often leave newbie social workers to that most challenging task of assessing significant harm by themselves. We don't ask the police to do that. We often send police officers out in pairs. And it's really important that we support, through the early career framework that I know ministers are looking at, a route to expertise so that the most expert are making these challenging judgments around significant harm. And then it is long overdue that we have a unique child identifier. That's something I called for in my review. It's an issue that a number of other reviewers have called for. Again, it's taken this government in its first 6 months with the leadership to act on it, and I welcome that so much. It may sound modest, and it may sound like a technical change, but if it's delivered well, it will blow away the fog of confused and partial information sharing. I would encourage ministers to look at the Think Family database in Bristol, which is a great example of what can be done when we get child-level data shared by police, education, children's services and health. And then finally, the introduction of regional cooperative arrangements that will allow for bolder action to ensure that we've got the foster carers we need in this country in particular. Last year, we had 132,000 households express an interest in becoming foster carers. We only approved 1,800 of them. I'd happily give way.
Thank you to my honourable friend for giving way. In Calderdale, where Calder Valley sits, the council took the innovative step of giving foster carers a council tax break, and that has been incredibly effective in recruiting foster carers. I wonder if ideas like that and other ideas are a good way to get more people into that system.
I completely agree. We need to do an awful lot more to support the recruitment and retention of foster carers. And actually, the reforming zeal that ministers have shown with this measure, which is to provide powers to the Secretary of State to create these regional care cooperatives around the country, I would urge ministers to use that new power, if this legislation is passed, at pace and with boldness, so that we can create the extra foster homes that we need. If you take examples of really effective fostering agencies in the voluntary sector, we could have 15,000 new foster carers approved each year, not 1,800, as is the case at the moment. So these are transformational changes. I really welcome them. I commend the government for bringing the legislation forward so early, and look forward to supporting its passage through the House.
Chris Coughlin.
You're trying to trick me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but thank you for calling me. I start by declaring my interest that I'm a former director of the New Schools Network, which helped many...
Excuse me. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I start by declaring my interest that I'm a former director of the New Schools Network, and as such worked with many great free school and academy leaders, and I'm enormously proud of the huge improvements in English schools in the last 14 years. In primary schools, English children are the best readers in the West. The PISA rankings show that we're 11th in the world in maths, up from 27th under Labour, 13th in science, up from 16th under Labour, and 13th in reading, up from 25th under Labour. The Education Secretary, in various debates and questions, has made clear she doesn't really like these statistics, but the same story is told by the progress in international reading literacy study and the trends in international maths and science study. And it is a shame that ministers can't bring themselves to celebrate this success story or even congratulate the leader of the best school in the country, Catherine Berbel-Singh of Michaela. Facts are indeed very inconvenient when you are so ideological about education. The magic formula behind this success is one championed by Tony Blair, David Laws, and all of us on the Conservative benches today. The formula is freedom, accountability, and evidence of what works. The government in this bill, and through other measures, is unfortunately taking a sledgehammer to each of these principles. New free schools have been cancelled, the Trust Capacity Fund has gone, funds for schools planning to academise have been taken away, and this bill is about to reverse academy freedoms, restore the process and the powers of council bureaucrats, and replace innovation with ideological uniformity. The clarity of Ofsted accountability has been ruined, SATs in primary schools are in danger, and with them school accountability and progress data will go. And on the evidence base, this government is anti-data, anti-facts, and indeed anti-evidence. And we've heard this actually through the debate today. Attacks on synthetic phonics, attacks on maths mastery, on a knowledge-rich curriculum, on teacher-led instruction, on traditional academic subjects. Indeed, the explicit rejection we've heard from some of the concept of academies and demands for state-run schools. It's a denial of the scientific evidence behind what has worked, from the neurological knowledge we now have about how children learn, to the work of E.D. Hirsch on cultural literacy, and the confirmation that higher level skills are dependent on the automatic mastery of lower level activities. This bill is based not on works, but what we know does not work. This is a deliberate... I certainly will.
I'm grateful. Does he agree with me that, and hope that colleagues opposite will follow the example of the Honourable Member for Mitcham and Morden and put this bill under genuine scrutiny?
I share my honourable friend's admiration for the speech given by the member for Mitcham and Morden. It was incredibly powerful, and I hope the front bench listens closely to what she said, even if they're not listening to me right now on their phones. As I say, this is a deliberate decision to dismantle everything that has worked and everything this Education Secretary... I will give way, yes.
How does the honourable gentleman respond to the situation that actually this current system means that we've got a third of our children and young people failing to get a good GCSE in English and Maths, and we've got the most unhappy young people across the OECD?
Well, I would invite the Honourable Lady to look at the comparative studies of English schools compared to other countries internationally, to other countries within the United Kingdom. In England, the most disadvantaged students in the PISA statistics have the same outcomes as the average pupils in Wales. And Wales is the system upon which it seems this government is basing its policies. So I invite her to look at the evidence, even if ministers will not. And we know that I will certainly give way.
I thank him for giving way, and I admit that my interest was piqued by his description of us on this side of being anti-data. He talks about the Welsh education system. I wonder whether he has reviewed the arguments made by Professor John Jerram, who did conduct the 2015 review of the England PISA results, who's found that there is an anomaly with the treatment of Welsh language tests, which, if corrected, would significantly boost Wales's placing on the PISA rankings.
I share several hours twice a week with the Honourable Gentleman on the Employment Rights Bill Committee, and his creativity in defending the indefensible is admirable in that committee, as it is today. But very quickly on the content of some of the things in the bill that we've discussed today, we know that the bill is going to make things yet worse on top of the things I've already listed. Compulsion to follow the national curriculum, which itself is about to be weakened by the review by Becky Francis. The removal of freedom on pay and conditions. And today, the Education Secretary has failed to explain how she will meet the commitment she made to avoid cutting pay for some teachers. And ministers are granting themselves unspecified powers to direct academies in future. I think we know what that might mean. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill and the other changes introduced by this government are a deliberate act of ideological vandalism. Standards will fall as a result, children will suffer, and the legacy of the Education Secretary will be the provision of a case study in what does not work in education.
John Whitby.
This is an extremely welcome bill that addresses some long-standing issues in social care and education. There are much needed measures to ease the capacity pressures on fostering services by offering family group decision making and requiring all councils to publish a kinship offer. And there are very welcome measures for hard-pressed families on school uniforms and free breakfast clubs, of course. On behalf of care leavers, I'm pleased to see the focus on staying close, which offers the vital support needed in transition from being in care to leaving care. It's very much a Maslow's hierarchy of needs issue. Unless young people have the basics in place, it's very difficult to focus on moving forward. But in my limited time, I wanted to mention three measures that I'm particularly pleased with. There are around 112,000 children currently being educated at home, and parents choose this route for a number of reasons, and I'm comfortable that in most cases, the decision to home educate is being taken with the child's best interest in mind. However, there are those that choose to home educate with when difficult questions start to be asked by concerned professionals who are in regular contact with the child. And as a foster carer of 25 years, I've seen the consequences of those families that have managed to avoid the spotlight for far too long by moving house, moving school and avoiding scrutiny. So this bill is immensely positive for those particularly vulnerable children. It will mean that authorities will know where children are and they can be better monitored through the creation of the register. Children going through Section 47 action can have an application to be educated at home refused by the local authority. It is worth saying, however, that parents who are home educating children with no issues have nothing to be concerned about. I heard the Secretary of State say just that yesterday. The bill also addresses the exorbitant fees being charged by some of the large children's placement providers. I was at the National Social Care Conference in November 2023, when at almost every plenary debate and presentation, someone would mention the statistic, that being that the largest 20 providers of children's placements collectively made £310 million worth of profit in 2021-22. This was all off the back of the taxpayer, all paid through our local authorities, and they felt it. And the public have felt it as well, because there's simply less money to go round for everything else. Derbyshire County Council's spending on looked after children rose from 44 million in 2015-16 to 110 million in 23-24. This growth in spending is unsustainable and is diverting precious resources away from the children who are most in need of support and into the pockets of shareholders. I therefore welcome the fact that this bill will require large children's placement providers to give regular financial information to a newly created financial oversight scheme, and gives the government the power, if necessary, to cap the profits of children's homes providers and independent fostering agencies. I've got to go to delegated legislation in a minute. Sorry. Finally, I also welcome the fact that the bill enables the creation of new local authority schools. Under the previous government, new schools were required to be academies or free schools, and that policy was based on ideology rather than evidence. Ending this requirement will mean that when new schools are built, they can be opened by the provider best suited to meet the needs of the local community. Ending this restriction will also ensure that when schools fail, a broader range of measures can be taken to give schools the support they need to succeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a broad range of positives in this bill. They may not realise it yet, but the future of our most vulnerable children has just become a little brighter. Thank you.
Well said.
Chris Coughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as a father of 3 little girls, I find much to welcome in this bill. Part 1 of the bill speaks to improving children's social care, and I particularly support the provisions around accommodation for looked after children. The whole country was saddened and shocked by the murder of Surrey child Sarah Sharif. Sadly, there are other stories in Surrey that also need to be heard. Jennifer Chalkley, from my constituency, from Bookham, started college in September 2021. She was 17 and had been diagnosed with autism and ADHD. 1 month later, she was dead from suicide. Last year, her coroner concluded that her death was avoidable. It had been a multi-agency failure, including by the Children, Families and Lifelong Learning Department at Surrey County Council to, and I quote from the coroner's report, ensure that Jennifer's education, health and care plan contains sufficient and updated information about her risk of suicide. Oscar Nash, another Surrey child with autism, was 14 when he walked onto a railway line near Egham in January 2020. Last year, his coroner concluded that his death was avoidable. Again, it was a multi-agency failure, including by the Children, Families and Learning Department at Surrey County Council to, and I quote from the coroner's report, ensure that Oscar's education, health and care plan contains sufficient information regarding his previous suicidal thoughts. And of course, Sarah. Sarah Sharif was murdered in 2023 by her father and stepmother. The Executive Director of the Children, Families and Lifelong Learning Department at Surrey County Council dismissed her department's accountability, saying in a statement, and I quote, "The perpetrators went to extreme lengths to conceal the truth from everyone. I ask, how are bruises, burn marks, reports of a child punched all over their body, reported 15 times over 10 years to Sarah's school and social services, extreme lengths to conceal the truth from anyone?" And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, while I welcome this bill, in particular the provisions around data sharing between public authorities,
Will my friend give way?
Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend and all others in the House that have mentioned Sarah Sharif, my constituent, today. Will my honourable friend agree with me that the provisions contained in this bill, which would not just encourage but force local authorities to share that data, could have saved Zara from Woking and could save vulnerable children going forward.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention and pay tribute to him as Zara's MP for the horror that has happened. And I, of course, agree with you that public data sharing between public authorities is vital to ensure that it does not happen again. But it is not enough, and it will not prevent alone the catastrophic and systematic negligence by Surrey County Council. This is the same department that had the highest number of statutory breaches relating to children reported to the local government and social care ombudsman for over 2 years. A fact they covered up for over 14 months from their own county councillor scrutiny committee and only disclosed when my 5 Liberal Democrat Surrey MP colleagues and I publicly called them out. Jennifer Chalkley, Oscar Nash, Sarah Sharif. Surrey County Council objectively contributed to their death by ignoring existing legislation, specifically in relation to Sarah.
On that point, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way, especially during such a powerful and a meaningful speech. One of my constituents, who I will refer only to as Claire in order to protect her identity, is only 16 years old and has attempted to take her own life 12 times. Her desperate mother has had to take Surrey County Council to tribunal 10 times in order to try and secure the appropriate educational, therapeutic and social care that she needs. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that while we welcome the tightening of the legislation as presented in this bill, it is only as good as the schools and council's willingness and ability to implement it?
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I fully agree. And because Surrey County Council ignored existing legislation, failed to comply with existing legislation. So how on earth are we meant to believe that new legislation alone will be enough? And I share his concerns about Claire. Because I know from my constituents that there are children out there in Surrey right now who are at risk. That is why I'm speaking today. And this morning, Jennifer Talkley's mother, Sharon, texted me to say, even though you didn't get to meet Jen, her story is a powerful one and needs sharing to save other young lives. I raised Jen to be the change you want to see in the world, and she's still doing this. I replied, she will be. And so I would ask the House, is this bill alone enough to save our children's lives? Or does the Children, Families and Lifelong Learning Department at Surrey County Council also need root and branch reform immediately?
I call Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for his moving contribution. The opposite benches should be ashamed to defend the status quo. The current system has seen, as I said a moment ago, a third of young people being failed, leaving the system feeling like failures because they have not achieved the basic qualifications of a decent GCSE in English and Maths when they leave in order to be able to progress with their lives. And we have the unhappiest young people in the OECD. And when you speak to young people, they will tell you that their experience within the education system is a significant contributor to that feeling of unhappiness and the mental health crisis that we know that they face. The legacy of the government, of the previous government, is that home education, which has only recently been properly counted year on year, has risen in the last 12 months from 92,000 up to 112,000. But we know that post-COVID, it's probably doubled to tripled over recent years, which is a reflection that for far too many parents, the system is not working for them because it is not inclusive, it does not meet their needs. The changes to the curriculum have limited young people with their different abilities to be able to prove those strengths and to be valued in the classroom, not to mention the failures and the urgent change that we know we need within SEND in order to meet the needs of young people with more significant support needs. To my honourable friend defending the existing system, I would challenge that the huge improvements that have been made in London are not just based on the basis of the academisation. It was based, when you look at the evidence and the research that was done following the London Challenge exercise and strategy, there were multiple factors that contributed to the great gains that London has made. But when we've tried to replicate that outside of London and in genuinely the most deprived parts of this country, we have not seen the same gains. And I have seen Academy Trust after Academy Trust take on a failing school of the most vulnerable children in our country and fail to make the improvements that they desperately deserve. And that is why we need to think differently and bring forward new reforms in order to genuinely make the difference in those communities where they don't have the other advantages that somewhere like London does. My experience tackling educational disadvantage in those most disadvantaged communities is that when you take a place-based approach, the reality of competition is that it incentivises schools in some parts of an area to off-roll, to not be inclusive, because if they want to seek their Ofsted outstanding rating, the best way to do that is to get rid of the more difficult children. If you just implement the Michaela approaches, what we see is the children with autism and other, more complex needs. They don't thrive in the same way within those structures, within those requirements. And so the parents either have to take them out because they see their children, the mental health issues, or because the school forces them. And we have to see that change. And that is why I welcome the reforms this government are bringing forward. The evidence shows that education is the primary determinant of where children fall on the income distribution relative to their parents. And that is why I truly believe that education needs to be put back at the heart of our national life, as this bill demonstrates, if we are to ensure that barriers to opportunity are broken down for all. This bill takes a huge step forwards towards this, and I am proud that children's interests are being returned to the heart of government policy. And that is why I am proud to support this bill.
Edward Morella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ensuring the safety and success of children in our schools is one of the most important responsibilities we have as policymakers. By extending regulations and inspections to include more schools, we're creating safer environments for our children and giving them the best chance to thrive. This legislation introduces improved analysis of school facilities, particularly for children with special educational needs and disabilities, which is a much-needed measure. These changes will ensure that every child has access to an environment where they can learn and grow in safety and in comfort. However, while these measures are welcome, it's equally important that we ensure that the current system, as well as any future one, is both effective and efficient. It is vital that schools, teachers, and most importantly, children, are not left waiting for resources and support that they need. The case of Dorset Studio School, which serves not just my constituents in West Dorset, but also across the county, illustrates the urgent need for the system to deliver results quickly. Dorset Studio School provides exceptional support for students, but especially for the 52% of its pupils with special educational needs, 3 times the national average. Despite the quality of the education the pupils receive, the quality of the education the pupils receive is despite the fact that the school operates in facilities that are not fit for purpose. It has no hall, no canteen, no specialist teaching areas. The split campus layout and cramped classrooms make it impossible to provide the individualised support these children need, particularly those with physical disabilities. In February 2023, funding for the school's new campus was approved. The project was set to merge its 2 sites into one modern campus. However, since then, progress has stalled, with delays in releasing the funds from the Treasury and the Department for Education. This legislation opens checks, which are necessary for safeguarding our children, to more schools. But we must be mindful of delays and how these delays negatively impact those we're trying to protect. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill rightly emphasises the importance of inspections and approvals to ensure school standards are met. However, it's equally important that the existing system is streamlined to avoid unnecessary delays. Our children deserve learning environments that are safe, supportive and conducive to their success, especially those children with special educational needs. And I urge the government to ensure that funding for projects like Dorset Studio School is released without delay, even as this legislation seeks to improve the system itself. These children deserve better. Thank you.
Matt Bishop.
Deputy Speaker, this bill is a landmark piece of legislation that promises to transform the lives of children across England. It's a testament to this government's unwavering commitment to the safeguarding and welfare of children, and I welcome it as an opportunity to ensure that every child, regardless of their background, has access to the support, protection and education that they rightly deserve. Following my earlier policing career, and before entering this place, I worked as an education welfare officer in a large secondary school in the Forest of Dean. I saw firsthand the impact of disrupted education. The COVID-19 pandemic only exacerbated these challenges, and more children are missing school for a number of reasons. Vulnerable students were hit hardest, further deepening existing inequalities felt within the education system. The disruption to their education is not just academic, though. It poses pastoral problems, and where we have a system where parents can choose to home educate without any checks at all or any scrutiny currently, this can lead to a crisis of safeguarding, as children are often unaccounted for during this time. Now, let's be clear, I'm not saying that school absence or home education is always a safeguarding concern every single time any student is absent from school. But having dealt with some horrific safeguarding cases in my previous careers, I'm sure that we'll all agree across the House that even one safeguarding case is one too many, and we should all be doing something to ensure the safety of all our children. Currently, there is no legal requirement for parents to inform local authorities if their child is being homeschooled, and this lack of oversight leaves children at risk as their needs and safety may be overlooked. This bill aims to address these oversights by introducing a requirement for children educated outside of school to be registered with local authorities. This simple step will... I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. Can you give a single case of a home-educated child who was harmed, that wasn't already known to social services? Again and again, it's a failure of social services, or when notified, not the absence of a burdensome register on parents who often home-educate their children out of desperation.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. And so, as my previous career as police and within education, there are cases. I'm not going to go into individual names in the chamber, in the House here, but I'm more than happy to liaise with you and your colleagues outside of the chamber about cases I've dealt with where they weren't known.
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. Does he agree with me that the case of Zara Sharif showed that her father and stepmother used this loophole in homeschooling to withdraw the child from school because signs were being noticed? And this new legislation could have protected her and should protect others.
That's a good question.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Absolutely, wholeheartedly agree, and that's exactly what I've dealt with over many years before joining this place. Further, so this bill does aim to address these oversights by introducing that requirement for children educated outside of school to be registered with the local authorities. And the simple step will ensure better tracking and safeguarding for children, helping us guarantee all children, especially those being educated outside of traditional systems, are accounted for and supported. From now on, no child will be forgotten, invisible or left behind. Additionally, it is also right that we acknowledge the invaluable role of kinship carers. Many children in kinship face unique challenges, including mental health and emotional support needs. However, not all kinship care arrangements receive the same support as children in formal care. In fact, a 2019 report found that 16% of local authorities either lacked a kinship care policy or had outdated ones. This is not good enough for kinship carers or children in kinship care. This bill ensures kinship care is legally defined and that local authorities publish a comprehensive and up-to-date kinship local offer, providing carers with essential information about financial assistance and services for health, education and well-being. This will go some way in helping to level the playing field and ensure consistency in the support available for kinship carers and children across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is more than just a set of policies. It's a commitment to the protection, education and well-being of our children. By prioritising the mental, emotional and educational needs of the children, we are laying the foundation for a future
where every child, regardless of their circumstances, can succeed. I therefore urge all members to support this bill and work together to ensure that every child has the opportunity that they deserve to thrive.
Vera Hophouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as a previous secondary school teacher before I became an MP, I congratulate the government for bringing forward a piece of legislation that once again puts children at the heart and centre of what we are wanting to achieve in this place. Since the Every Child Matters legislation, now nearly 2 decades ago, there are many things that my party and I welcome in this bill, but we also believe, and I do, that it can go even further. In discussions with the National Association of Head Teachers in Bath and North East Somerset, it is clear that local authorities need further responsibility for admissions. I'm pleased to see that local authorities will have greater powers when a place is needed for a child to direct their admission into both maintained schools and academies. But if the local authority has responsibility for admissions, then it should have the powers as an admission authority. I also welcome the introduction of a Children Not in Schools register, and we Liberal Democrats support that all new teachers in state-funded primary and secondary schools will have qualified teacher status or be working towards it. This is a crucial step in upholding the quality of education, and we Liberal Democrats, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been calling for this for a very long time. Where I'm a little bit more sceptical is around the core pay and conditions framework. Teachers deserve a system that values their education equally, no matter where they work. This bill promises something that we can all support, a single framework for teachers' pay and conditions, one set of rules applied consistently across both government-maintained schools and academies. It sounds fair, and most academies already follow the framework. But the Department for Education has stated that before requiring academies to comply with the framework, the school teachers' review body will consider additional flexibilities within the statutory framework to make it most effective for all schools. If academies then decide to opt out, teachers working just a few streets apart could find themselves on vastly different pay scales with different benefits and working hours, simply because their schools made different choices. This would become a postcode lottery for teachers' pay. And the impact doesn't stop here. National benefits like teachers' pensions, which rely on widespread participation to remain viable, could be put at risk. If too many academies decide the framework is too costly and leave, the system could unravel, jeopardizing the financial security of teachers across the country. We must build an education system where every teacher is treated fairly and equally, regardless of the type of school they work in. It is a critical issue of fairness, and I urge the government to ensure that it happens. On another matter, turning to the declining mental health of our children and young people, there is no mention in this bill of having a dedicated, qualified mental health professional in every school, an issue that we Liberal Democrats have been championing for a long time. Around 50% of mental illness begin to manifest before the age of 14. So support in primary and secondary schools is key. A dedicated mental health professional in every school would ensure all children and parents have somewhere they can turn to for help. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, looking at the bill in full, there are many aspects which we Liberal Democrats and I support, but I urge the government to ensure that there is a single framework for teachers' pay and conditions across both government-maintained schools and academy, and I hope the government will join the Liberal Democrats in advocating for a mental health professional in every school and to extend free schooling for children as well, as we have mentioned before. Thank you.
Michelle Welsh.
Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to speak in this bill today. Children growing up in our country deserve the best possible start in life. Where you're born should not determine your future. Yet after 14 years of the previous government, we know that not all children have the same opportunities to succeed. Because during the 14 years of a Conservative government, the very notion of early intervention, the very notion of diverse educational pathways, and the very notion of early years priorities were eroded away. Now, I know that because I was working in it, front line. I saw what happened and I saw the damage that was done. Children living in poverty in the UK has risen by over 8% since 2014. And in my constituency of Sherwood Forest, 1 in 5 children live in poverty. And across the East Midlands, it's almost 1 in 4. This is simply outrageous, and children deserve better. And that is why I'm pleased to support this bill today, to put children and their well-being and safety back at the heart of government's decision-making, back where it belongs. I am proud that this bill seeks to improve safeguarding and protection for children throughout the education system. So make no mistake, this is the single biggest piece of child protection legislation in a generation. And to suggest otherwise shows a total lack of understanding and no real knowledge of actually how children's services, protection services, are working today. Another element of this bill that I'm really proud to see is the rollout of free breakfast clubs in primary school. We know that a children's experience at school massively impacts their future, meaning when children go hungry at school, they will be more likely to fall behind their peers. I am a school governor and I am a mother. And I know from all my friends that are teachers that children turn up to school that have not been fed. They turn up to school with empty lunch boxes. I have friends that on a regular basis pick up meal deals from the local Tesco's to feed children in that school. That's what 14 years of a Conservative government has really done to the most poorest and vulnerable children in our country. There are so many benefits to providing free breakfast clubs at primary schools: improve literacy, numeracy, improve cognitive function, allowing children to be able to fully participate and learn during lessons. Giving all children a better start to the day and a better start in life. Because despite the talk of education being improving in the last government, it's sadly the same old story. Only 8.9% of the most deprived children reach level 3 in both reading and maths, compared to 27% of the least deprived children. And those who receive free school meals are less likely to attain a level 5 in these subjects than those who do not. 33% of students from non-selective state schools have at least 5 good GCSEs. For students attending selective state schools, this rises drastically to 92%. It is time that we close this gap for the most deprived children in our society for good, and I'll be relentless in this pursuit for the children living in my constituency of Sherwood Forest.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As someone who has consistently advocated for victims of the rape gang scandal in my part of West Yorkshire since raising it more than 40 times in this place since being elected, given the short time that I've been allocated to speak, I want to be focusing on that issue today. It is now over 2 decades since the Labour MP Anne Cryer, my predecessor, first brought this issue to the House. Unfortunately, we seem to be repeating the same mistakes of the past today. And it is deeply, deeply concerning to me that right honourable members and honourable members sat opposite plan to vote against the amendment for a national rape gangs inquiry in this bill before us today. Just last night, the Safeguarding Minister told the public that a national inquiry isn't needed because local inquiries are more effective at leading to change. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can tell the House today that just minutes after the Safeguarding Minister made these remarks, local leaders in Bradford once again rejected my long-standing calls for a full local inquiry into rape gangs across Keighley and the wider Bradford district, arguing it would be too expensive. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the same local authority which has spent more than £40 million of public money on an empty music venue in the heart of Bradford. This is a complete and utter dereliction of duty from local leaders, but more importantly, demonstrates what I have been trying to say on this issue now for years. Every time that I have brought this issue up at a national level, it was referred back down to local government. Yet every time I brought the prospect of an inquiry down to a local level, it was blocked by local leaders, and I was told that it was a national problem. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been a complete vacuum of accountability in the system over the past 2 decades.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I wonder if my honourable friend could say to the House how many people who've been involved in this have actually been held accountable to this and sort of maybe even lost their jobs or action taken against them.
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, and that is exactly why I have been advocating for a local inquiry across the Bradford district for far too long, because nobody has. There was a 50-page report, 50 pages, which looked at 5 children that had been sexually exploited across the Bradford district, that was released in 2020. Only 5 children. It acknowledged that there had been mistakes, but nobody was held to account. And that is why this amendment, quite rightly brought forward by the Leader of the Opposition, is so important. Because it tackles systematic problems and will end this vacuum of accountability once and for all. And it should be right that convictions follow a national inquiry that specifically focuses on rape gangs and child sexual exploitation. Because when local leaders refuse in their duty, when they ignore the concerns of victims at a local level, it is only right that the government steps in. Because ultimately, this is not about party politics. This is about the difference between right and wrong. And for too long, at all levels of the British state, be it national government or local government, or those with specific safeguarding responsibilities, have failed to do the right thing. There are children and families out there, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know them. I have met them in my constituency that have suffered abuse that is unspeakable. They want the world to know the depths this scandal reaches. They, as I do, fear that the scale of gang rape and child sexual exploitation across the Bradford district will dwarf that of Rotherham. They want to see an end to this vacuum of accountability. So on behalf of my constituents across Keighley, and indeed those across the wider Bradford district, I urge everyone in this House today to stand with their conscience, to stand up for what is right, to do the right thing, and vote today for a national rape gang inquiry.
Chris MacDonald.
I do welcome this bill, and I'd like to talk about the difference that I think this will make to children living in poverty in my constituency in Stockton North. But first I'd like to remind the House of the words of Dame Rachel de Souza, the Children's Commissioner for England, who said that too many of our services are failing. And I think we heard the powerful testimony from the member for Dorking and Hawley describe the tragic consequences of those failings. But we also heard the expert words of my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington, whose recommendations around multi-agency teams and a unique identifier will make a difference to ensure that no children fall through the cracks and that this legislation will keep children safe. This legislation will also, though, drive forward equality of opportunity. We heard from my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, the prediction that it will save families £450 as a result of the Breakfast Club measures. I can tell you that for many families in Stockton North, rather than saving £450, it will simply ensure that a child goes to school with a breakfast. And we've also heard as well from many members, including my honourable friend, the member for Washington and Gateshead South, the member for Stroud and Twickenham, around the benefits of automatic enrolment for free school meals. Speaking as someone who grew up with an eligibility for free school meals but never actually accessed them, I can say that this would definitely make a difference to children in my constituency and is something that I would encourage the government to look at. And I commend Stockton Borough Council for conducting a trial in this area as well. The scale of the challenge of child poverty in my constituency is really enormous. Figures from the North East Child Poverty Commission indicate that child poverty has increased by 20% over the last decade, so that now 1 in 3 children in my area live in poverty. It's heartbreaking to see signs in local community centres asking for donations of basic essentials such as soap or toothpaste for children who attend events there, or security tags on infant milk formula as one of the items most stolen from local supermarkets. And I can tell you, when a parent steals infant milk formula, it's because they have a hungry baby at home. Now, I admire the optimism of the Father of the House who spoke earlier about the possibility of a future Conservative government. But I have to tell the House that babies, children and young people in my constituency don't have the time to wait for that. And so I'd really encourage members to support this bill, which will benefit children and families. Families in Stockton North, where recently I've met with young men, young fathers, who are striving for the dignity of stable employment and the opportunity to earn a decent wage to support their families. They will have heard today that this government is on the side of working class families. And I've made clear my commitment to every child and young person in Stockton North. Together, we can break the link between background and opportunity, creating a better future for all children in Stockton, Billingham and Norton.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker. This bill doesn't, very little of it applies to Northern Ireland. There is one section, Section 56, and perhaps the Minister, when summing up, could explain just what legislation will be subject to regulation in this House if the Minister so decides. But having said that, I wish to make comment on this bill because having the privilege of representing a part of the United Kingdom which consistently registers high educational standards, I want to see the same for the rest of the country to which I belong. I understand that, of course, there will always be people who fall through the bars and don't do as well in the educational system, but it is important that we have a structure in place which ensures the best for everyone. And one of my concerns about this bill is a structure which has been in place for 2 decades now, has been used under successive governments of different hues, is now going to be dismantled because of some ideological reasons which the government has. And whilst I don't have time in this short speech to go into those issues, nevertheless, I hope that they will be teased out and will be properly looked at during the scrutiny of this bill. Secondly, on homeschooling, I think that there has been limited consultation, and there are real fears from people who do educate their children at home of the impact it might have. Much has been made that this bill will, if not doesn't go through, children will not be safeguarded. The fact of the matter is, there has always been legislation to safeguard children. And as the member for Dorking and Harley pointed out, even with legislation there were still failures by the police, by the local authorities, by social services, by local councils to do the safeguarding which in legislation was available to them. And that brings me to the last point I want to make. Because we can't have a children well-being bill and at the same time ignore the controversy which is going out there in the public as a result of the way in which we have had a renewed exposure of the terrible events where Pakistani rape gangs have tortured, intimidated and abused young girls, and yet we have turned a blind eye to it.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would my honourable friend agree a national inquiry into child sexual exploitation focused on grooming gangs is not only essential for justice for the innocent victims affected, but also plays a crucial role in societal healing of the UK? Failing to initiate such an inquiry will leave a stain on this government, hindering transparency and obstructing the full truth.
And of course the member is absolutely right. And of course we'll be accused, and we have been accused, of having our own political agenda, wanting to stir up racism, marching to Musk's drum and everything else. The fact of the matter is, the demand at the end of this amendment is a demand which every decent person should wish to support, because it restores, and it will restore, the trust that people have lost because of the way they have seen the way this issue has been handled. I will give way, yeah.
I thank the honourable member. I spent 7 years managing a team of barristers on a public inquiry, and I have some insight into the benefits and the limitations of public inquiries. Does the honourable member really think that wrecking this bill will lead to a single perpetrator being brought to justice or protect a single child from these despicable crimes?
I mean, first of all, supporting the amendment does not wreck this bill. And secondly, and there's this misconception that if we don't support this bill, then no action is taken. There's plenty of legislation under which to take the action at present. It's simply a case of doing it and giving people the assurance that it's being done. And also, and this is the point of the public inquiry would ensure that those who think they can hide, deny, cover up will finally be exposed, because this House is willing to take them on and to expose what has happened in the past. And that's why it's so important. That's why it's so important to do this, because we cannot allow a situation to prevail where we know that, first of all, this issue is far, far more widespread than was ever thought, that there have been denials. And indeed, I mean, I can remember the member for Telford in the last Parliament raising this time and time again and being shouted down. And of course, at that stage, and this is what we need to expose. At that stage, the leader of the Telford Council was, although she was providing the evidence, was actually saying there's no need, and telling the Home Office no need for an inquiry. And now we know, of course, what happened in Telford. Now, it's restoring trust in politicians and the system that a public inquiry will do, and it doesn't have to lead to no action being taken in the meantime. I listened to the member for Rotherham who I have great admiration for, because she was prepared to stand out even when it meant abuse from some of her own party members. And she has argued that to delay this, or to have an inquiry, would delay justice being done. And as I've said, I don't believe that that is the case. It doesn't mean that you stop taking action. Of course you can still take action, but you also have an inquiry which leads to the full facts being known, those who are involved being exposed, and then action being taken against them to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Because I can tell you, the longer people think that these things can be covered and hidden and attention diverted, the less they will be prepared to do the job that they're meant to do, and will have vulnerable people being exploited continually without the protection that they deserve.
Darren Paffey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The very real and transformational merits of this bill are clear. Measures on branded uniforms and free breakfast clubs will help families in Southampton Itchen and put money back in their pockets. Registering children who are not in school and having a unique number for every child will help multiple agencies to safeguard our children and work better together, more importantly. Having already dealt with the Tory legacy of endless teacher strikes, Labour's bill will start valuing qualified teachers once again, who inspire our next generation, and will be paying them consistently. And this bill will ensure that all children, regardless of school model or structure, can be inspired by a refreshed curriculum that sets them up for life. I'm afraid any member who has worked in education or social care will not recognise the fanciful picture of the Tories' record on this. If it was so rosy, they might want to reflect on why they're now on the opposition benches. But let's have a bit of honesty that what they left was inadequate funding, crumbling buildings. They were against fully qualified teachers. There were endless strikes over pay. Recruitment and retention was a complete disaster. These are the inconvenient facts that some of them want to avoid, all because of an obsession with buzzwords and structures, not with children's outcomes. They talk about educational vandalism. They are guilty of it. I want to focus my remaining comments on measures that will make a difference to one group whose voices are often not heard enough in this debate, and that's children and young people who have experienced being in care. We've had the excellent independent review of children's social care carried out by my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington, which we should remember was commissioned by the last Conservative government and then inexplicably and unforgivably put on the shelf and ignored. But in that report, my honourable friend, warned that without significant change of course, the number of children in care would exceed 100,000 in this country. This bill can and must be that change of course. Yeah. So ensuring that local authorities offer family group conferencing is hugely welcome and will give opportunities for the voice of children to be heard when planning potentially life-changing interventions and ensure that those changes are the best possible. For some, living with a member of an extended family is what will turn their life around. So I really welcome the legal recognition of kinship care. That will ensure solid support and a home closer to their support networks for the 153,000 children and young people in that situation. I would ask ministers to perhaps reflect on the extent to which children and young people's voices will be heard in designing those measures. Support for care leavers is absolutely crucial, so I really welcome the extension of the staying close support. This represents a transition to independence and steps to get decent housing and vital services for those young people. But this is not just a theory or a programme. This is already working. When I was Cabinet Member for Children's Services in Southampton, we introduced this 3 years ago. It has been an enormous success in terms of the quality of support and the outcomes for young people. In a rare moment of cross-party agreement, I would perhaps reflect on the comments of the member for South West Devon and agree that the supported lodging scheme from the Home for Good and Safe Families charities is worth looking at. The results are impressive in terms of safety, good relationships, confidence, and those are more likely to be in education, employment and training. But the goal of this important bill is to ensure opportunities for every child and young person, not just those in the Tories' preferred model of school, but 100% of school children, a safe start for every one of them. The government that takes this seriously is the one that acts upon it, and that is this Labour government, not posturing like the opposition or ideologically wrecking it, but actually taking action so that children can thrive in life.
Hear, hear. Before I call the next member, I am imposing an immediate 3-minute time limit. Monica Harding. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by saying how much I welcome the introduction of this Children and Wellbeing Bill as an important step in strengthening the role of education in multi-agency safeguarding arrangements so that we can better identify and protect vulnerable children. One of my own head teachers in my constituency reached out to me and said children do disclose to teachers, particularly in primary school. We spend so many hours with children, we are often the voice for the child. Parents can often tell authorities things that are not true. The tragic death of Sarah Sharif in my county of Surrey serves as a sobering reminder of the current weaknesses in the system and the consequences of not getting such an important piece of legislation right for children at risk of neglect and abuse. As a school governor for 8 years with responsibility for safeguarding, I understand a little of the load that teachers carry that keeps them awake at night. One head teacher told me, unless you have spent sleepless nights worrying about a child, knocked on a door in the hope that a child is still alive, you don't understand. And as a governor during COVID, when all our vulnerable children were stuck at home initially, I understand that. So this bill is a welcome first step, but there is much more that the government can do to support children and young people. For instance, I welcome that this bill mandates the creation of Children Not in School Register, but believe the bill should go further. Under the current bill, parents will no longer have an automatic right to home educate if their child is subject to a child protection investigation or under a child protection plan. However, I'm not clear whether these provisions would have protected children like Sarah, who were previously known to social services, but not at the time of her death. I would be grateful if the Minister could clarify that in order to protect children like Sarah, whether this bill will ensure that parents will not have an automatic right to home educate their child if the child also has had a history of child protection investigation or a child protection plan, rather than if the investigational plan is live at the time. I also am pleased at the provision that is there for local authorities being compelled to share information. It took one school locally 4 years to track down a family who had withdrawn their child, and that family then went missing. I also support the cause that this bill should make a provision for a dedicated qualified mental health professional in every school, making sure that all children and parents have someone they can turn to for help. In Surrey, there are almost 7,000 children waiting for an average of 8 months on mental health waiting lists. So putting a dedicated mental health practitioner in these schools would be highly effective in reaching large numbers of children and young people too. And I'm disappointed finally that this bill falls short of tackling the problem of SEND education in England, as these children are particularly at risk of being forced out of the school system and potentially into much more vulnerable situations. There are 1,800 children in Surrey missing school because of a lack of provision. Order. Thank you. I call Sally Jameson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, all children deserve the very best start in life, and that's why today I am voting in favour of this bill on behalf of all the children in Doncaster Central who deserve just that. But along with the many measures it contains, I am pleased that it acknowledges the immense challenges faced by care leavers and care experienced children, and that it will set a higher bar for councils to support young people who have left care. In Doncaster in 2023, there were 542 children who were looked after, and the success of this bill will be measured by their outcomes, which have long been ignored. As a former prison officer, I worked with many care leavers in the prison system and heard of their experiences, some of which were harrowing. And I think the statistics speak for themselves, because it's estimated around 50% of young offenders in custody and around 29% of all the prison population are care experienced. And I think that that fact is the most sobering when highlighting the significant failures in the current system. And it's a reminder to us all that change must come. It signifies a consistent and enduring failure to support young people in the care system. This figure tells our young people that if you need to be cared for by the state, then you are less likely to lead a positive and stable adult life. And frankly, it's the taxpayer that have been picking up the bill. Research from Become has shown that the number of young care leavers aged between 18 and 20 approaching local authorities as homeless has increased 54% in the last 5 years, and they are 9 times more likely to face homelessness than other young people. I wholeheartedly welcome the measures within the bill that strengthens arrangements to support and assist care leavers in their transition to adulthood, and I hope that legislating local authorities to publish a full and local care offer for care leavers will offer the much needed clarity and direction, which can often be uncertain. Going forward, I hope the Government will consider the recommendations from Bernardo's, which suggests the bill should extend corporate parenting principles to a greater range of public bodies, including the Home Office and the police and healthcare. And finally, I want to make reference to something which has been raised by a number of colleagues today, and that is the disgusting and excessive profiteering that has existed in children's social care. People and private providers who have no business in this area have been charging extortionate rates to councils and taxpayers whilst delivering the appalling outcomes which I've discussed earlier in my speech. Change is much needed, and I am pleased that this bill is finally here. It has been a long time coming for many vulnerable children across the country, and I look forward to seeing it progress.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As has been highlighted on this side of the House, English education has been a success story. We've trusted schools to get on with the job, and academies and new free schools enjoy the freedom to run themselves, pay their teachers more, and improve their curriculum. Ending central and local government micromanagement has put power into the hands of people who know best, school leaders and teachers. And it's worked. English schools have soared up the global rankings under the Conservatives, and as was highlighted, I will give way.
He talked about how he's put power into teachers' hands. Is he aware of the number of teachers that have been so radicalised by the Conservatives' reforms that they're now all surrounding me on the benches?
Well, the figures speak for themselves, as was highlighted by my friend, the member for West Suffolk, who has actually morphed into being a whip at the moment. English schools have soared up the rankings, and if we look at the recent PISA League tables, English education has now ranked 7th best for maths and 9th for reading and science. That's up from 21st, 19th and 11th, respectively, in 2009. Meanwhile, education in Scotland and Wales, under the SNP and Labour, where schools were not granted these freedoms, have stagnated and slumped in the various global rankings. So much so that some of them have withdrawn altogether from some of those rankings. However, I want to focus on one problematic element of this bill, which was raised by the member for Bath, and to build on that. The government's proposals would strip academies of the power to pay teachers more, award performance and attract and retain talented people. I understand at least 2 schools in my constituency pay teachers more than the national pay scales. That's Oakland's Primary in Biggin Hill and Pickhurst Primary in Hayes. And nearby, the Harris Primary Academy in Shortlands and many more other schools in Bromley choose to pay teachers more. This bill will scrap academies of this power, cutting teachers' pay and weakening schools. In any other industry, pay reflects performance. And when vacancies cannot be filled, pay rises to attract talent. That's why schools should be able to vary from the national pay scales. School leaders should be able to pay good teachers more and respond to the local job market. Instead, the government wants to wind the clocks back and empower Whitehall and not the schools. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is so eager to be doom-mongers to justify their ideological policies that they risk wrecking a decade of progress. Who will benefit? It's not the teachers, it's not the children. So why are they doing it? I'm not even sure the government front benches know. But what we do know is that this bill will destabilise years of progress and damage the future opportunities of young people across Bromley and Biggin Hill and right across the nation.
Colour round.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in a week when much has been said about protecting children, it's great to see this government acting on the safety and well-being of children. Madam Deputy Speaker, for children to be safe, they need to be visible. A situation where children can fall off the radar of the authorities tasked with protecting them is clearly unacceptable, but we know this happens. We know that in a minority of cases, children can be taken out of school and out of the protections that schools provide and come to harm. And that's why introducing a register of children not in school is such an important and common sense measure. It is right that parents will no longer have an automatic right to home educate if their child is subject to a child protection investigation. It is right that local authorities can identify children not in school to ensure that they are safe. And it is right to introduce a unique identity number for children that facilitates information sharing by the services charged with protecting them. And as the Children's Commissioner has said, writing these landmark measures into law will be of huge significance for any child currently at risk of harm in this country. And I'm proud that the government is so swiftly taking forward such measures. The final point I wanted to make on home education is that it's important to recognise that some of the steep increases in homeschooling we have seen is because parents of special educational needs children feel that their needs are not met in mainstream education, and therefore it is vital that this bill runs parallel to the important work the government has already started at the budget to reform and invest in a SEND system that has been severely neglected for too many years. Madam Deputy Speaker, many other members have talked of the huge importance of every child having a legal right to access a breakfast club and the action we are taking on ensuring school uniforms are affordable. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing damages child well-being more than child poverty. And of course there is much more to do. But coming alongside this government's child poverty strategy, these are concrete steps that will make a real difference to families in Altrincham and Sale West and across the country. Taking action to make a difference changing things instead of calling for yet another review, serious work instead of parroting nonsense on social media, passing legislation instead of scoring points, serious work from a government that gets the importance of ensuring all our children have the best start in life.
Steve Yam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand here today to talk about this bill which delivers on this government's mission to break down barriers to opportunity. And there are two aspects that I particularly welcome. The first being the potential profit cap, which will enable the Secretary of State to cap the profits of non-local authority Ofsted registered providers of children's homes and foster agencies and supported accommodation. There are certainly examples across the country and in my own area where the cost of placing children in residential social care with the private sector is currently eye-wateringly high. I meet regularly with officers of my local authority, Nottinghamshire County Council, and the cost that they are incurring to ensure the needs of children's welfare are, to repeat their description, and the former Conservative leader of that authority, Ben Bradley, who described that cost as rinsing local authority finances. I think it's therefore important that we ensure that private companies are not making large and excessive profits at the expense of other public sector services. And so I welcome the numerous measures in this bill which aim to rebalance the children's social care placements markets and drive down those excessive profits made by some unscrupulous private providers, together with demand for full financial transparency of those organisations and the potential for creation of regional care cooperatives. Yes, I will.
I thank him for giving way. And on that particular point, I previously oversaw children's social care in local government. And does he agree with me that the introduction of these regional care cooperatives will make a huge difference, not only to local government finances, but also to making sure that children grow up safe and happy into the future?
Steve Young.
Indeed, and I welcome the honourable member's intervention. I see actually the positive benefit in both of those respects. It means that we can actually rebalance that spending across local authority budgets and provide a significantly better and measurable standard of care at the same time. And so the second aspect of the bill, which I particularly welcome, is the introduction of free breakfast clubs in every primary school. I think that that measure will have a very significant and positive impact for families in Mansfield, particularly helping with the cost of living and helping and supporting parents who have to juggle work commitments. But I'm especially motivated to support this bill because of some of the harrowing stories that I have heard from constituents and certainly numerous teachers in Mansfield, some visibly distressed and upset, have told me how they've used their own money to buy food for children who have turned up at school with empty stomachs, young children who are so hungry that they cannot concentrate on their studies. And it's not that these children are unloved or willfully neglected. Most and many of them come from loving families with both parents working all hours to provide for them, which leads to precious little time to provide a meal before school and work simultaneously. And so this bill clearly drives home Labour's mission to break down barriers to opportunity, and I'll be voting for it proudly on behalf of all those children and families in my area that will benefit from these measures.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is a landmark piece of legislation that not only demonstrates ambition, but will take tangible action to keep children safe, improve educational standards and make families better off. Like many of us here, I got into politics to improve the life chances of children in my community, to make it a reality that regardless of your background or your circumstances, the only ceiling on your potential is your talent and your determination. So I'm delighted to see the government bring forward this bill that begins the work of breaking down barriers to opportunity for our children. As anyone who's as anyone who has been involved in our schools or has read any of the academic evidence on the subject will know, that starts with the full stomach at the start of the day that breakfast clubs will deliver. It helps with attention span, it helps with cognitive performance, and it will give parents greater flexibility in their working hours to earn. And strengthening the law to set out the specific number of branded school uniform items is an important step in the right direction, and I hope we'll go further in due course. Yeah, go for it.
I thank my friend for giving way. He mentions the free breakfast clubs and also the removal of some branded items of the school uniform. And we talk about it being £50, £500, but would he agree with me that actually it's bigger than that for parents who have multiple children in the same school?
I absolutely would agree with that, and particularly for primary school children, where typically they're wearing polo shirts and you need 5 days' worth plus PE kit, it'll make an enormous difference. Whilst it's been great to see organisations like Winsford Uniform Exchange in my constituency grow and provide people with lower cost and greener alternatives, bringing these costs down for families is absolutely the right priority. These may be the two most visible measures in this bill, and I hope that they will be part of a lasting legacy of this government that we have supported all children to achieve and thrive. The bill covers a vast array of measures across the spectrum of children's social care and schools policy, as we've discussed this afternoon. But I want to focus my comments today predominantly on the schools side, although I do want to take a moment and say something about the single unique identifier for children. In Lord Laming's report into the death of Victoria Climbié in 2000, he recommended the government explore the safeguarding benefits of a national children's database, effectively a single unique identifier, to address poor communication, poor data sharing between agencies. And in report after case after report after case, the issue of weak multidisciplinary working continues to arise. The measure proposed in this bill, alongside the measures clarifying the legal basis for information sharing and the creation of multi-agency child protection teams, will undoubtedly help, but they're the start of the story, not the end. The success of this measure will be in ensuring that the single unique identifier is consistently captured, in reforming working practices so that information sharing is part of the culture, and in making clear to local authority boundaries, health authority boundaries, police authority boundaries, or in my part of the world, national boundaries, are not a barrier to good safeguarding practice, something that has become more important as children travel further for appropriate education or care settings. Now, in the main, I want to cover the reforms the bill makes to academies in the minute or so I've got left. And I'm not someone who's ideological about the academy system. I've seen MATs that provide an outstanding level of support for their schools, and equally I've seen MATs that haven't worked and have provided local leaders with few levers to push for improvements on behalf of their communities. The reality is the previous government has left us with a school system that has become increasingly fragmented and lacks coherence at local, regional and national level. The governance model is rarely the key determinant of whether a school will provide good outcomes for children. As someone once said, this is about standards, not structures. So on that basis, many of the reforms proposed in this bill are entirely sensible, requiring teaching a national curriculum, requiring employing qualified teachers, giving the school adjudicator the final say in admission numbers. All of these measures will get us closer to some consistency and common standards across the sector. I'll leave it there. I just want to say that this legislation... Thank you.
A time limit. David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak as both a former teacher and a former council leader, and I speak as well on behalf of many of my former colleagues when I say that this bill is welcome and will make a difference to children across St Helens North, and it will also make a positive difference to the ability of those who work in education and other services to protect and support children and young people. And that's why I'll be voting for the bill and why I can't support the wrecking amendment of the opposition. Breaking down barriers to opportunity is a key government mission, and it's one that in my experience has been vital to all those who choose to work with children and young people. When I was council leader in St Helens, we made giving every child the best possible start in life the council's #1 priority, and in my experience I learned that partnership working is key. Together, we were able to take children's services from inadequate when I became leader to good and outstanding, and so I warmly welcome the measures proposed in the bill to encourage data sharing and multi-agency work in all councils right across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, members from all sides of the House should welcome the measures in this bill to help improve child protection and safeguarding, to improve support for children in care and care leavers, and to introduce better regulation of the children's home sector. On the wider scope of the bill, I warmly welcome the concrete measures it takes to put money back in families' pockets at a time when we know things are difficult for many. Practical measures like limiting the number of branded items of school uniform and the introduction of free breakfast clubs at primary schools could save families £450 a year in St Helens North, as well as, perhaps more importantly, making sure children can start each day with a full stomach, healthier, happier and ready to learn. And I also want to see higher standards and more opportunity for every child in every school. And I say that not just based on my professional background and interest, but also, more importantly, personally as a parent. And I'm pleased to see this running right through this bill, and indeed in everything the Secretary of State and ministers in the DfE have said since taking office. This means putting more qualified expert teachers at the front of every classroom, including in academies, and developing a new national curriculum to ensure young people are ready for work and ready for life. But I'm of no doubt the most important aspects of this bill are those I mentioned earlier, to ensure that children and young people are safe at home and at school. It's the biggest upgrade in child protection in a generation and should be something we can all support. I'd just like to finish by paying tribute, if I may, to my honourable friend, the member for Rotherham, who spoke so passionately and clearly earlier about child protection and how important it is that we vote for this bill today, and that we implement the recommendations of the J inquiry ASAP. This should be something that we can all agree on.
Ruth Cadbury. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this wide-ranging bill that focuses on the important issues of keeping children safe, providing more support for children in care, addressing child poverty, raising educational standards, and returning local authorities to the centre of school-place planning. And I'm going to focus on the school-based elements in my speech. On the cost of living, and with child poverty as high as 32% in my constituency, I welcome the clauses on limiting school uniform costs. Parents are too often forced to prioritise their school choices based on the cost of the school uniform, a form of selection. If the Hounslow school my sons went to could limit branded kit to an iron-on blazer badge, a tie and a PE shirt, so that the rest can be bought at supermarkets, why can't all schools do this? I also welcome the introduction of breakfast clubs in all schools. As a former local councillor and lead member for children, I'm also pleased that the government are giving powers back to local authorities on place planning and proposals for new schools, a right removed by the Conservative government after 2010. The opening, closing, growth, contraction and the entry criteria of any school has a real direct effect on its neighbouring schools and actually on local transport services. And furthermore, the cynical practice of off-rolling by schools trying to up their exam scores. These are just some examples that show the importance of the local authority role and why I welcome the relevant clauses in the government bill today. And a final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I conclude. In Hounslow, every school is rated good or outstanding. In my experience, and I'm sorry to disagree slightly with my right honourable friend from Mitcham and Morden, who's no longer in the chamber, but in my experience, the single biggest factor in successfully turning round a failing school is not its governance structure, but the inspirational leadership of a great head teacher. So to address the recruitment and retention challenge in school leadership, future great school leaders need to be identified and supported before they burn out and leave the profession mid-career, as I fear many are doing. So my question to our front bench is that I do hope that the work